네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 서울 포럼 2025에 찾아주신
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us here at the Seoul Forum 2025. I am an announcer from Seoul Economic TV, Kim Soo-hyun, and I'll be your MC for today.
네, 그럼 오늘 서울 포럼
We will now begin the official program for Day 2 of Seoul Forum 2025. This forum brings together leading scholars, business leaders, politicians, and academic experts from around the world to discuss new growth strategies for a better world and the future of Korea's development. Today's official program for Day 2 will revolve around the theme of the Seoul Forum 2025, All on AI, The Future is Now. The program consists of keynote lecture and 3 thematic sessions and special lecture. Let me introduce the schedule for today. We will begin with an opening speech by Mr. Son Do-young, CEO of Seoul Economic Daily, as well as keynote speech by Professor Chun. The main session will consist of lectures and discussions on each session. First session is Lifestyle Revolution, AI Integrating into Everyday Life. After the first session, a 2-hour luncheon will be held here in the Dynasty Hall. At 1:30 p.m., session 2 will begin, titled Brain Revolution, the Era of Generative AI. From 3:30 p.m., session 3, titled Post-Human Revolution, the Era of Humanoid, will begin, and that will conclude the prepared sessions for the day. Without further ado, let us begin the first part of the official program for today. We will entertain opening address by Mr. Son Do-young, CEO of Seoul Economic Daily and Seoul Economic TV. Please welcome Mr. Son with a big hand. Good morning. I am Son Do-young, CEO of Seoul Economic Daily and Seoul Economic TV. It's an honor to discuss a new future together. I am truly delighted to welcome you to the Seoul Forum 2025 in many numbers at this early hour. We marked the second day of the forum. Yesterday, over 500 distinguished guests attended the opening ceremony and listened to lectures from scholars. In today's main session, we will explore the insights of global and domestic AI experts. First of all, I would like to thank everyone who are participating in today's program. Special thanks to Professor Sebastian Thrun from Stanford University, who has traveled to Korea to give a keynote lecture. He was supposed to give the lecture yesterday, but he's going to give a wonderful keynote lecture today, and I'm sure that you'll be able to gain a lot of insights from his keynote speech. I also thank overseas speakers, as well as the speakers and panelists who have joined us for the Seoul Forum. Distinguished guests, Korea stands at the eye of the storm created by AI. The world is pouring its top talent and massive capital into AI for its evolution, and AI is indeed deeply permeating our society and industries. Defying previous predications that AI could never match humans, AI is now emerging with physical AI, surpassing human physical limits and presenting new opportunities. The speed of technological advancement is so rapid that even looking away for a moment makes it hard to catch up. What we need is to accurately recognize the impact and limitations of AI era and respond strategically. We must understand the technological trends of generative AI that has created this new era and analyze how it is being applied in various industries to create new value. We must also examine the possibilities and limitations of humanoids, which will soon become a reality. Today's forum will feature 3 main sessions to focus on the vast AI trends and serve as a stepping stone to prepare for this new era. The AI era presents both crises and opportunities for Korea. Korea, with its strength in advanced technologies, now stands at a crossroads in the most intense AI industry competition. Korea has strengths in cutting-edge semiconductor and autonomous driving technologies, as well as rich in IT infrastructure. If the government, business, citizens unite, the AI era can become a new golden age. However, Amidst fierce challenges from rival nations, the path Korea must take is long and arduous. With the US and China locked in a fierce Big Two rivalry, and countries like the UK, Singapore, and Canada aggressively pushing forward, even maintaining the position of a fast follower is difficult. Major nations and companies are sparing no expense in their investment to dominate the AI era. There are even grim analysis that Korea has fallen to the second tier in the fierce AI national race. Seoul Economic Daily intends to closely analyze the AI era through this forum and seek solutions to the challenges. We will examine how the world can safely enter the AI era together, what stance Korea should take in a tough global environment, and what urgent actions are needed to accelerate technological development. In particular, this forum has gathered many figures from leading global companies and advanced technological sector. We hope to gain insights into solutions for this era through the perspectives of industry leaders at the forefront of global high-tech competition. Once again, I sincerely thank all the distinguished guests and participants for attending the Seoul Forum 2025 main session program. Thank you.
감사합니다. 손동영 서울경제신문 서울경제TV 사장님의 계획.
Thank you very much. So that was the President and CEO Son Dong-young of Seoul Economic Daily. Thank you very much, and let's give him another big round of applause. Thank you, and now moving on to the next part of the presentation, and that is about looking into the future where there is going to be shared existence between humans and robotics. And it will be delivered by Professor Sebastian Srun, who is a professor at Stanford University and also the founder of Google X Waymo and currently the chair of Utah City. And he will tell us about designing the future of Google X Waymo and the AI frontier.
Thank you. Good morning, Seoul. Mr. CEO, Seoul Forum, dear panelists, dear session attendees, thank you for inviting me. I apologize for the hiccup with my transition to Korea, which was medical, but now I'm in good shape. I'm super delighted to be back here in Korea. Up front, before I give my talk, good for all of us. The AI age has just beginning, and there's so much work to be done here in Korea that I'll talk to in the end. I'm really excited to be here and see Korea taking the lead in the semiconductor infrastructure and other industries design, where I think you can make a unique contribution. I've been asked to tell you about my journey to self-driving cars and other technologies over the years, what I've learned, and what mistakes I've made. So I'm going to start 20 years ago, when AI was not a word that anyone used. Self-driving cars didn't exist, and we literally had no clue what was yet to come. 20 years ago, the US government started a race called DARPA Grand Challenge. DARPA is an office that is the Advanced Research Project Agency. It was the entity that funded the development of the internet and stealth bombers. And they came to the conclusion that time was ready to try something audacious, which is build a car that could drive itself. They made a competition, and in 2004, the very first iteration of this competition took place. Can we take the sound down, please? Please, no sound.
30 seconds from history.
No sound, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sandstorm.
No sound, please. Thank you. This competition was a fierce competition of robot cars that most of the universities had built, trying to drive 140 miles through the Mojave Desert. What happened was something very different. The best vehicle made 7 miles and burned up in flames. So 20 years ago, you could have said there will never be self-driving cars. This is Caltech, a university in Southern California, with their vehicle. And these vehicles at the time were very experimental and very dumb. They had no smarts, no AI, no machine learning, very little sensing. But what they did do is they opened the path to a vision that is now changing the world as I speak, which is the self-driving car today is becoming a major industry in the United States and soon worldwide. My favorite example from those early days is UC Berkeley, Stanford's competitor, and here they are. That was UC Berkeley. So there was a state 21 years ago, I'd say. And then the next 20 years, we really built up this technology in stages. The very first stage took place at Stanford University, where I created a class called Self-Driving Cars. And 20 graduate students would fearlessly help me build the very first Stanford self-driving car. And that car, too, ran into major problems. It was a Volkswagen at the time, and its sensing equipment is very reminiscent of what Waymo and other companies use today. It had cameras, it had LiDARs, it had radars, it had a big computer platform. Back in the day, the computers filled the entire trunk. It had GPUs, but it wasn't as advanced as today's technology. As we built the very first version using machine learning and AI, we had our good number of hiccups. This is the day when the New York Times visited, and we drove the car into a ditch. But eventually, we got to the point where the car was good enough to drive 130 miles, completely unmanned without a person inside. In this short video, you see the car traversing the Mojave Desert. It's driving itself. Behind it is a government emergency car. They can stop it at any time. And in a duration of about 6 hours and 53 minutes, the car was able to drive these 132 miles successfully and emerged as the very first winner of a DARPA Grand Challenge. Again, no one paid attention. No one saw this coming, except for 1,000 die-hard roboticists sitting in the Mojave Desert on this cold October day and seeing these cars coming back from an incredible journey that took many, many hours to complete. So here's our car, finally, almost 7 hours later, reaching the finishing line. And from there, things moved faster. The very first thing that we did as a Stanford team is we started a company that sold to Google and became Google Street View. And Street View already had this technology of ability to sense and measure. It just didn't have the robotic side of it. So we drove all the streets in the world using these cameras. And then inside Google, I started a team called Google Chauffeur, which was a very early self-driving car team that today is known as Waymo. And as I speak, this month, Waymo is completing 800,000 commercial trips in the state of California alone. And it's way on its way to become the #1 ground transportation company in all of California. So back in the day, we all believed this would happen. It's incredibly gratifying to see it actually happen commercially. Waymo itself took many, many iterations. One of the most impactful things we did early on is define our own challenge. And by challenge, we defined a problem that was so hard that we believed we could not solve. That problem was to drive all the streets in California, all the public streets. And remember, at this point, the best anyone had ever seen was an empty desert. But driving in the middle of a city with lots of kids running around sounded way too dangerous. The Google founders carved out 1,000 miles and said, these are the 1,000 miles. If you can drive those hands off, you made a milestone and make some extra money. So we decided to drive these 1,000 miles in what was called the Google 1000. Initially, this is a video that's now almost 20 years old. The data was actually surprisingly similar to today's technology. You can recognize, if you're an expert, the LiDAR data, the range data that comprises a 3D image of the world. You can see the vehicles and pedestrians passing by and being tracked by software that would recognize those using machine learning. And then our vehicle making decisions as to when to turn, where to turn, going faster, slower, left, right, so as to avoid colliding with other obstacles like pedestrians and breaking traffic rules. And while in 2007, this required a big, massive computer and was very primitive, it is the exact same technology that drives today's self-driving cars, just more advanced. Then, on this technology, we built a family of vehicles, a two-seater, some Toyotas, some Fiat Chryslers, and equipped them with the gradual, more cost-effective and more capable sensor suite so we could really sense the environment seamlessly day and night. That led to roughly 56 million miles driven today. It's a massive number. Accident-free. We had only one accident that I'm aware of that Waymo caused, which was a slight fender bender with a bus where it touched a bus. That's all there is to it. Many, many people, by the way, have caused an accident with Waymo on the person's fault, but it's only been once the robot's fault to overlook an object. And if you look at the penetration, you'll find that Waymo is rapidly increasing. This is in San Francisco alone, where Waymo is now massively delivering transportation services. They're generally loved because there's no driver inside, so especially young women like them because they feel safer. And you'll see how Waymo is now eating into the market share of Lyft and Uber. And eventually, because there's no person inside, Waymo will be cheaper than Uber and Lyft. And when that happens, then I think having a human taxi ride-sharing, ride-hailing service will be a matter of the past. And Uber and Lyft know this. It's going to be an interesting development to see. Further, Swiss Re, a Swiss company, recently did a research study to assess the safety of those cars. To my knowledge, none of the Waymos, since the commercial service launched, have caused any accidents. But people do. And Swiss Re found Waymos roughly 8 times safer than human drivers. So both from an economical environment policy situation, from a democratization perspective, and from a safety perspective, it is now incumbent to really look at self-driving cars as a new solution for city transportation problems. This is not just research anymore. 2024 and 2025 are the year when we turned research into practical consumer businesses, and we forever remembered the moment when traffic accidents, we finally had a solution better than human drivers. And let me remind you, human drivers cause more than 1 million deaths every year worldwide. Now, to keep innovating, my friend Larry Page came to me and said, why don't we build flying cars? Why don't we lift our cars up in the air, say 500 meters, and then they can go in a straight line, and all the challenges with like self-driving is gone because you're in the middle of the air and there's nobody else. So we built a succession of prototype flying cars. They're not really cars, they don't drive, they just fly. The technical word is eVTOL. And the vision was, well, on the ground, the world is very congested, and the more transportation there is, the more congestion you have. In the air, because the air is so wide and so big and so three-dimensional, there'll never be the same congestion as on the ground. This is an example from San Francisco. You see downtown San Francisco, downtown UC Berkeley, which on a normal day would take roughly 30 to 40 minutes to drive. We believe we can fly the same distance in 2 to 3 minutes with the things we invented. And that's yet another wave of innovation that hasn't happened yet, but will happen. I promise you, in 10, 15 years' time, maybe 20 years' time, we'll stand here and look at it and say, wow, what has just happened to the world? Everybody wants to fly now. And it will happen because, as I proved to you, this is not just faster and more convenient, it's also safer and greener, uses less energy. The first version we built was very funny. It was a human drone. You'd see it here flying over water. It was not very economical, but easy to fly. It was a proof of concept that showed us that a person, after 1 hour of training, can safely fly an aircraft. And hundreds of people have flown it. At one day, we trained 50 new pilots. And then the next one was better, more economical. It had a wing. And it also lifted itself vertically like a drone, but then flew like a regular aircraft. So here you see a vehicle with 8 electric motors taking off vertically without a runway and then be able to fly. Not over cities yet for safety. This is in the open field. But the innovation is not just the idea of vertical takeoff that's existed for a long time in helicopters. Innovation is to use electric and use AI. AI for the control of the vehicle. Electric is a way to have a super quiet, highly distributed propulsion system that's highly redundant, so much more reliable than a helicopter ever can be. And we accomplished this. These are lots and lots of numbers. The most important numbers are they fly roughly 10 times as fast as a car can drive on the ground, and they do this on a third of the energy of a car. So the amount of watt-hours per mile is roughly 110 compared to roughly 300 watt-hours per mile for Tesla. So all in, we are actually significantly more energy efficient than cars. And that's significant when you work it out, because it means the future of transportation ought to be airborne. This project is now transitioned into Boeing. It's called the WISC. It's one of the 3 leading projects in the world that do eVTOL. And as the FAA begins to approve and certify these vehicles, I see a massive impact similar to Waymo's today. Now, other ways of flying that also have become popular and impactful are drones, and Google X, we spun out Wing. There are other companies like called Zipline that pursue drone delivery already. And that's a field that we rapidly advance and great opportunities in industry. AI plays a major role in those drone flights to make sure they're safe. And then finally, I want to come back to the big elephant in the room, artificial intelligence. So that was my journey through AI. This AI we built in self-driving cars is hard to build, mostly because of the high cost of errors. When you compare a self-driving car with a large language models hallucinate. We all know this. They say things are wrong. And when that happens, we're not happy, but no one dies. In a self-driving car, if you hallucinate and do something that's wrong, you might run over a person or run a red light and kill a person. So the bar for safety for these AI systems is infinitely higher than the bar we used to. Nevertheless, maybe my most impactful project in Google became Google Brain. Google Brain was started in 2010 by me and Andrew Ng and Jeff Hinton, very famous people in AI these days, with the vision of building a massive computer brain. And in 2010, you never heard about this because it was not a topic to talk about. It took until 2022 until everybody talked about it. But this project in 2017 invented the transformer, which is today's best known and most scalable AI architecture that's behind every single piece of AI that you know today. So quite an important historical project. Before I go into modern day implications, let me tell you some of the beginnings. In the beginning, even in the 1990s, all the technology that we've kind of seen today kind of existed, it's just smaller. In the 1990s, there was a very famous invention at IBM where people looked into predictive speech. Can we take 2 or 3 words, like the dog ate the, and predict the next word? And those predictive models, those NGA models, became the primary way in which you do language understanding and even language translation to new languages for a long, long time. But it wasn't very powerful. What OpenAI and Anthropic have done, and of course Google Gemini, which is part of Google Brain, is really extend the context in which you predict something. So when you look at today's AI system and ask what do they really do, they're really a predictor of the next word or the next pixel in images, conditioned upon a long context. That context now can be 1 million words or tokens long. So imagine 1 million words is roughly 10 books or 8 books. That you could look at 8 books and predict the next word. And in doing so and having this context, they're able to make much better predictions. And the language that comes out the other side is incredibly sophisticated. So sophisticated that we're all enamored with the accomplishments of AI in the recent world. And all asking the question, how can we be part of this revolution? Early on, we found that OpenAI's GPT passed one of the most difficult exams ever administered in America, which is the bar exam for lawyers, at a 99 percentile. And we found that the images produced by AI, similar logic, predict the missing pixel, would be able to win international competitions and make videos and images at incredible speed. And I know all of you have been using it, of course, all the time. Software engineers use AI massively now. In my company, people say that 95% of the software is now written by AI. And if you think about this, software is a highly repetitive task. We always believed it's hard to write software. We paid software engineers lots of money, but it turns out it's easy to write software, and we don't have to pay as much money because everything that software engineers write has been written before, and it's been deposited in the public knowledge on GitHub, and all you really have to do is figure out where that software is. And that means that the programming language of the future is not Python or anything like that, or Swift or React. The programming language of the future is English or Korean. Everyone here in this room will soon be able to be a software engineer without any training. You just have to tell the system what you want, and it will translate this into code. That is a revolution of unbelievable proportion, which means you can build your own computer software, you can build your own company, you can build your own application. Whatever software is missing, you don't need a PhD anymore to write software. You can just do it off the bat. And that's now happening. It's really amazing. I want to point out, because Korea is so big in medical imaging, even in 2017, we took these innovations and applied them to problems way outside language and images, and really move into a field of image understanding. This is a study in 2017 that made the cover of Nature, where we looked into skin cancer and diagnostics and asked, can AI be trained to do life-saving medical functions, such as finding your skin cancer? And skin cancer in the US is the #1 cancer. And we trained it to really distinguish benign and malignant cells. These are images from real people. The top is harmless, the bottom will kill you. They're very hard to distinguish for doctors. And then we went in studies, and I apologize, this is a hard-to-read graph, but this is a study that's typically in medical fields, where we compare something called sensitivity and specificity, where you really ask yourself, how good are you in detecting cancer and rejecting non-cancerous cells? The continuous curve is the performance of our algorithm, and all you want to be is you want to be in the top right corner as much as possible, because that's the remaining error. And every dot is a human doctor, and they're not quite as up top right, which means they perform poorer than an iPhone or a Samsung phone equipped with our software. There was an early proof of something that's now been repeated thousands of times in medical circles. An AI trained to do diagnostics from radiology to Alzheimer to drunkenness to pain does better than the best doctors. What this means is you can now take the ability to diagnose diseases and democratize it around the world. You can do it at home. You don't have to see a doctor anymore. It's going to be a massive innovation. And hand in hand with this innovation will become innovation on drug design. Drug design today, to get a drug into the marketplace, a medical drug costs $1 billion. But as AI is going to be used to shortcut all these steps along the way, it's conceivable that a drug might cost $1 million. And when a drug costs $1 million, you can have 1,000 times as many drugs, 10,000 times as many drugs. And when you shrink it down to $100, you can make precision medication, the drug just for you, that understands your body and your disease and cures your disease. It is absolutely conceivable that in the near future, we'll be able to cure or at least treat, pretty much detect all cancers. And cancer might become an issue of the past. It's a very broad field, but I can tell you in the US, many AI companies are working on that right now. I've been asked to comment on Korea, and honestly, I'm here to learn. I'm the biggest fan of your country and what you do in so many fields, including semiconductors. It's obviously amazing opportunities for everybody to play. And the most important thing to remember is we're just beginning. You might say so much has happened in the past, but if this was a soccer game, we're in the first 5 minutes, okay? And yes, OpenAI has scored a goal, and so has Gemini at Google, and so has Anthropic, but there's so much more to discover, okay? First, infrastructure. There's massive infrastructure investments necessary for AI. Things that at a scale we can't even imagine yet. I think it's going to drive society forward for the next decades. There's a massive opportunity in chip design. When you look, and I just talked to a local KAIST professor here, when you look at the design of algorithms in AI and design of hardware, they're basically separate. Like the GPUs that run today's AI were never designed for AI. They just happened to be around at a time AI became popular. The transformer that we invented at Google was never designed for a hardware piece. It just happened to run on this hardware piece. And with this come deficiencies. Not just compute, but also transport. Data transport is horribly inefficient today. So if someone invented new processors and new algorithms at the same time, really designed to make inference and training faster with large data sets, you could conceivably drastically reduce the cost it takes to train an AI model. And just give you a scale of costs, right? So if you ask yourself, how much does it cost to train an AI model? Until last year, we said $100 million. That's what OpenAI takes. That's what Anthropic takes. Now we can say $10 million because of DeepSeek, of China's innovation, and maybe they cheated a little bit, but it's already a massive reduction in cost. But how much does it cost to train a human brain? How much energy does the human brain expend until we are 18 or 25? $300, okay? So in principle, we should be able to build a computer where the entire training should cost $300 because that exists. All of you and your youth burned, maybe over a lifetime, you burn $1,000 of energy when it comes to the energy used by your brain. So there's amazing opportunities. And there's amazing opportunities in design. If you look at design today, there is no good physics AI yet where you can throw in and say, I want an airplane, I want a toaster, I want a PC, and out comes the design that can be manufactured. But with the knowledge behind this, the manufacturing, the physics, the materials, the handlings, all these things and supply chain are known to us, and most of them are basic physics. So there's now a number of companies beginning to put together an AI for the physical world. And when that happens, you might be able to design a chip not in a year, but in a second. And imagine how it's going to speed up your industries if you could do this. And this will happen. I think it's something to invest in, and it's very differentiated. Finally, I want to remind you that we're just at the beginning of humanity. When I started my work, iPhones didn't exist, social networks didn't exist. When my grandparents lived 150 years ago, there were no airplanes, there were no cell phones, there wasn't even a light switch on the wall or a flushing water toilet. Almost anything interesting has just been invented compared to the history of humanity. Just imagine the next 150 years, the next 50 years. There'll be so many things that will be invented that we can't even imagine today, like flying cars and cures for cancer and all these wonderful things. So my biggest message to everybody here is challenge yourself, ask yourself, what can you invent? What do you want your companies, your governments to invent and help them invent it? Don't think regulations, that's the wrong thing to think right now. Think innovation. And when you take that mindset, hopefully you can take from this presentation my enthusiasm about being alive today and being able to invent today. Thank you so much.
네, 강연 감사합니다. AI와 공존이 우리의
Thank you very much for the presentation. So the shared existence with AI is indeed changing the world and the society that we live in. So that was a time for us to think about what it means for us to be part of this world and to innovate. So that was and now we will be beginning the first session.
Now, head of APEC at Palantir, Hein Kratom, is going to talk about Cybernetic enterprise driven by AI. Please welcome Hein Kratom with a big hand.
Hello, everyone. Lovely to be here with you all. Thank you so much for the honor and privilege to be speaking with you this morning. My name is Hein Kratom. I've been at Palantir for almost 10 years now. Palantir is a company that partners with a lot of large organizations to help them make the use of data and more recently AI to transform their business and make better decisions. And we do this by embedding very closely with our partners. So I've spent the better part of the last few years, when we say working with large institutions, I mean really being on the shop floor with manufacturing companies as they're thinking about how they use that data and technology to improve their business. And that's really informed our opinion of how data and AI can be used more effectively, and what are the learnings and the challenges that we face when it comes to using that in a way that really improves things. I'm excited to share some of those insights with you all here today. And so to start it off, one of the things that we've noticed in how companies have been using data for the last couple of years is that it's been a very linear process. When they think about a problem that they want to solve, they think about what information is available to them, and they bring in that data and they put it into maybe a dashboard that they can then look at and analyze and take away one insight that they can use one time. But that's a very one-off process. It's ephemeral. You don't get any information or learning from that with time. And as generative AI came out, we're seeing the same pattern repeat itself, where different organizations or people, really individuals, the way that we got our first experience with generative AI was through chatbots. And so our first instinct has been, how do I then ask a question to a chatbot and get an answer? Which again is that same linear process. If I ask a question, I try to retrieve data more quickly, I get the one insight, and then I go and I do my business, or it gave me the insight that I was looking for. But that's not something that I can use in a way that's very repeatable, in a way that actually improves something over time. And if you really think about organizations, if you really think about businesses, it's a lot more complicated than that. You have a lot of different interdependent steps that you have to be thinking about, and you have to understand that and appreciate that if you really want to be using AI more effectively in your day-to-day business. And so if we take maybe a manufacturing company as an example, it's not just a linear decision. It's actually a link or a chain of processes and loops that you have to go by. So you might want to start with your procurement, purchase raw parts, that then go into your supply chain. You then want to maybe manufacture that further, assemble a final product that you then distribute onwards to your final customers. But then the customers might give you feedback. And you want to take that feedback and you want to incorporate that back into the production process itself, into your R&D as you're designing new products, into your supply chain as you're working with different suppliers to continue to build products over time. So really, it's much more complex than that linear process that we looked at earlier, and it really incorporates a lot of different steps, a lot of different decisions, a lot of different people, and you want to be able to think about developing closed-loop systems that allow you to do that effectively. And it's important to bear that in mind as you then think about how AI can then be used as part of the same process. And so as a human, when I think about a decision, I look at information, I process it, I evaluate different scenarios, I take a final decision. You want that same thing to be encoded into a system that the AI can then rationalize and think about so that they can complement or replicate some of these decisions at scale. And so that starts with data, making sure you have all of the right context and information that you need to be able to make these decisions. When I talk about data, we're talking about different data formats, so both structured data, and increasingly you can also tap into unstructured data, so PDFs, emails, Excel files, but now also videos, audio files. And when we talk about data integration, we're not just talking about replicating the data that you would have into a system. We want to make sure that you're also bringing that together and connecting it in a way that makes sense, where there's dependency between the different information that you're looking at. Then comes logic integration, right? The know-how that you would have from your business users, from your experts in an organization, and thinking about how to incorporate that into the system as well. Alongside maybe more traditional models that you might be using, like using solvers for scheduling, using forecasting models, making sure that you're doing that in tandem with any business expertise that your users have from running your organization, and incorporating that into a way that then both your team and peers, as well as an AI, can leverage and use. And really, all of this is moot without thinking about what actions and decisions that you can take on top of this information. And so you want to make sure that the expert who's evaluating this information is thinking about what decisions can I take afterwards. If I know that I have a shortage of parts in my supply chain, what can I do? Can I order in more parts? Can I reallocate parts between my different distribution centers? What are the various decisions that I can take? What are the different actions that I can take? And then making sure that you can then orchestrate these in the downstream systems that you need to be able to actually do this effectively. And so the same process that a human expert would think about, the same information that you would need, that needs to be encoded so that you can allow automation and AI agents to be running through the process alongside you to be able to make those same effective decisions. And we're talking a lot about AI and automation, but I do want to call out that while that is the North Star, we do expect that to still happen in tandem with a human in the loop and an expert, especially in the beginning. People today may try to sell you the vision of AI and tell you that you could automate everything, but really what we're seeing is that it's going to be a journey and a process, where if we take an example of an insurance company, their primary role for a claims expert would be to review claims and decide if they want to pay them out. And the way that they would do this typically is they would receive a claim, they would look at all of the supporting evidence, so that can be PDFs from the invoices, it could be sort of communication and back and forth with an inspector. All of that information is typically evaluated by an operator, who then looks at that in combination with the other organization's data, such as the policy, the history of interactions, to then determine the payout. This is something that you can imagine with time. You can have an AI agent provide suggestions to humans where they would look at the same data first, they would pre-process it, they would flag any alerts where some information may be inconsistent with the other data that you have, and then let the humans still review and have the final say on whether or not they want to pay out the claim and for how much. With time, as you build more confidence in this, we've seen a shift from more suggestions to more empowering the AI to make those first recommendations, of course, only in cases where you have the right governance in place and the right trust in the system, because these are important decisions that it's helping take. I appreciate this is all still very abstract, so I'm going to walk you through a concrete example of how we see this look like in an actual product and workflow. And I'll use an example of a manufacturing company. So this is a notional company called Onyx Enterprises. They are a manufacturer of medical goods. So think surgical masks, think syringes, ventilators. They're both a producer and a distributor of these products. And so they'll have a global network that you can see on the chart here with all of the different sites. And as I mentioned earlier, this is obviously a complex operation where at each of these locations you have a different decision that is being made by different people. Ideally, you're not making this decision locally, but you're thinking about global optimizations as well between your overall inventory, your overall demand and supply. And so the first thing that we would start with, the first thing that I as a human would need today, is to bring all of that information together. And so looking at an individual plant, for example, all of the sensor data that I have from my assets to know how my production line is performing, looking at the demand, looking at the supply, looking at the fulfillment rates, looking at my maintenance logs, looking at all of the actions that the different individuals are taking in the factory. None of this is novel and new. Companies have been doing this for years, bringing that data in to make sure that they have a much better understanding of their operations, to think about how they can then action these different decisions. But now imagine a world where it's not just me, the human expert, who's doing this, but I have a swarm of AI agents that are essentially evaluating all of these decisions in parallel, live, and at scale. Where these same actions that I talked about earlier, so looking at order fulfillment, looking at customer conversations, looking at maintenance tasks, all of these decisions are supported by multiple AI agents who are evaluating the different needs, looking at the real information, and then providing suggestions or even actions that are even implemented and orchestrated within my organization. Let's go through a concrete example of this. So let's take order fulfillment. And the way that this would typically start is, I would receive a request from a customer for a specific order set. I, as a human expert, would then want to go and look at it, look at, again, the information that is supplied, and that can be the PDFs, that can be the conversations with the customer. And then I would start to evaluate and look at my current inventory and determine whether or not I have enough inventory in stock to fulfill this order. Then I would look at the shipping information and see what is the best route, what is the most cost-effective route to use to be able to ensure that the products are delivered to my customers in time. This is the way that I would process this as a person or as an expert. And it's the same information that we can then use, as we mentioned earlier, if we encoded this right, to have an AI process it as well. So think about the data, think about the logic, think about the actions, all of these coming together into the different workflows that are using that same data foundation so that we're doing that in consistency with the rest of the organization. And so let's zoom in and start with the beginning. So the data integration piece, we would want to bring in all of the information that we would need coming in from the various systems, making sure that that's all connected in one platform so that we have that common foundation and common understanding that we would need to evaluate that request from the customer. From there then comes the logic. So being able to understand the customer request, Sebastian mentioned earlier also writing that request in natural language, so making sure that you're writing the request that you would need, and then making sure that you're providing an AI, especially if you're leveraging an LLM, with some tools to keep it grounded. So I want you to look at I want you to understand the customer request, but I want you to look at specifically this data that I'm giving you, because that is actually what I want you to ground your decision in, to be able to then evaluate whether or not you can allocate that inventory to the customer. And it's not just LLM blocks, but you can also combine that with other different models that you might have in your organization. So looking at things like swaps and substitutions between different parts that you can use, looking at forecasting models that then determine also what are the trade-offs and the downstream implications of if you were to allocate this order to this customer, how does that affect your other orders that are coming in and your overall inventory? And you want to be evaluating this decision not just one-off as one order, but you obviously need a way to be able to do this in a way that's automated and at scale. And so making sure that you're running this continuously for every customer order that comes in. And I talked a lot about AI being fused into the system. One thing I definitely want to make sure to touch on is also ensuring that you're monitoring the performance of these models. And so in traditional machine learning, we'll have obviously frameworks where we can evaluate precision, recall, accuracy. These same frameworks, we need to make sure that we're implementing and evaluating for LLMs as well, and evolving these to take into account the nature of these new models. And so it's very important, of course, that as we use more AI in our sort of everyday lives, that we're constantly evaluating and monitoring the performance of these models, and also comparing the different models, because with every month there's a new release coming out there, and different models are actually performing better for different types of tasks. And so you want to be able to have that flexibility of choosing the right model for specific needs and making sure that you're using the right one over time. And so I've talked a lot about having an automated workflow that we just showed. Of course, it's not going to be perfect at the beginning, or there are going to be some cases where you do need that human-in-the-loop interaction that I mentioned earlier. And so if we look at what that might look like, you'd want to have a good interface between the AI and the human expert who's then reviewing the information, where you're able to do a handover of all of the context that the AI agent has looked at and pass that on to the human expert. So all of the data that it looked at, all of the logic that it thought about, all of the different scenarios that it evaluated should be made transparent and available to the human so they can review that with further detail. It can go a step beyond that as well and provide suggestions of what is the right course of action. So if there's an open order that the AI wasn't sure how to fulfill, it may suggest different alternatives or different components that could be used instead to meet that customer need. And as a human expert, I'm able to then evaluate all of these different scenarios and then determine what is the right course of action. And it's very important that when I do this, that information is then saved and stored and then fed back into my system so that in the future, as new orders come in, if we have these same open questions, we're able to learn from the historic steps that were taken to provide better suggestions moving forward. And so you'll need a framework where you're able to continuously capture that knowledge, that tribal knowledge that previously didn't exist in any database that you were integrating, but does exist in the sort of brains of your experts who are on the shop floor, making sure that you're able to capture that and then feed back into the system. And when you do that, you obviously need to make sure also that you have the right governance in place, where as new information is coming in, you can have a place where you can also evaluate all the new different data that you're bringing in, and have the right people, of course, approve that this should be fed back into the system and used in the future. So I just walked through one example of order fulfillment as one key process that a manufacturing company might be taking. But of course, this is one of many different processes that the organization is thinking about all the time. There could be, as we mentioned earlier, other decisions around quality, inspections, maintenance, and for each of these, you can imagine that you would have a dedicated AI agent that is running in parallel alongside your human expert, who is evaluating that same information that we looked at earlier and providing suggestions and support to the humans as they're running the operations of the business. And with AI today, you can do this at scale. You can be making hundreds and thousands of decisions in parallel to really help accelerate and improve processes in a factory. And so I walked you through an example of what we see the end state look like. AI-driven automation is really what we strive for, and we see that as being the top pinnacle of the AI levels in an enterprise. But what we are seeing a lot of people thinking about is much more limited. And so they're thinking about, as I mentioned earlier, chatbot interfaces or quick lookups. And don't get me wrong, these are very valuable workflows. It can help really accelerate some sort of quick question and answer. But it's really just scratching the surface of what we see as being possible in using AI and embedding it in sort of everyday production, everyday enterprise. And we work very closely with our partners to make sure that we're guiding them through how they can evolve that thinking and work and aspire towards that automation. And maybe the one thing that I would leave you with today is to think about, in your everyday business, in your everyday life, don't limit yourself to the chat interface where I have a question, let me go and quickly ask and get an answer, but rather, what are the tasks that you're performing? How can I automate those? And then let that be the objective that you're thinking about. Thank you.
네, 말씀 잘 들어봤습니다. 기업 환경 자체를
Thank you very much for the talk. So that was about how we could fundamentally transform the corporate environment so that businesses can be ready in an agile manner for the future that will be more and more AI driven. So thank you very much. And that was Hind Kratom. So once again, a big hand, please.
네, 그럼 이어서 두 번째로 이세돌 전 프로바둑 기사님.
Moving on, we will listen to Mr. Lee Se-dol, former professional Go player, who will talk about AI-human collaboration challenges and opportunities in a new era. Please welcome Mr. Lee Se-dol with a big hand. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee Se-dol. I am extremely happy and honored to attend today's Seoul Forum. Today, I'm going to talk about a topic that I know the most. I used to be a Go player, but in 2016, there was a big turnaround. There was a match with a Go program, AlphaGo. The result, I lost. 1-4. I was defeated. Back in the days, it was a huge shock for me. AI that was trained on human Go playing records were so good, and I didn't expect it to be that good. Today, I'm going to briefly talk about that experience and also the changes brought about ever since. After losing the first and the second game, what I thought to myself is that maybe AlphaGo is better than me. With a normal approach, it would be very difficult to win AlphaGo. So I came up with a strategy for game 3, and I finally won the 4th game. So that was the beginning of AlphaGo, the initial version. So 1 year after that, there was an AlphaGo master version that was revealed in China. So from then on, it became difficult for humans to win AI. And 6 months later, AlphaGo Zero emerged, and Go has left completely the hands of human beings. So we were not able to understand the tactics of AlphaGo, and the AlphaGo with no goal left the Go sector. AlphaGo left, but other Go AI programs replaced its place, and everybody involved with the Go experienced upheaval, huge transformation. This absolute, abstract, perfect game made by humans no longer needed abstract thinking, and Go came to exist as a strategic game. Let me delve deeper into the transformation I'm talking about. These days, generative AI is the buzzword. And of course, I also use generative AI very well. So I asked Gen AI about who Lee Sedol is. And there were lots of good things about me. Yeah, he's a great man. Yes, very well made, this Gen AI. So I said to the AI, I am Lee Sedol. And Gen AI said, oh, you're joking. So in convincing this AI, I was able to also learn about the changes happening in Go. So that's also what I'm going to briefly talk about in my presentation. Now, let us look at the screen for the presentation. So this is the initial years. So when I fought against AlphaGo and the emergence of AlphaGo. So this is after I lost the third game, and this is what I said. Isn't it a nice quote? So that's the fourth game. So this was the move that was considered to have made my victory possible. Now this is the evolution of AlphaGo. The emergence of AlphaGo was in 2016, so it learned from human game records. It embeds deep learning technology as well, and neural network, and it defeated me by 4-1. And then came AlphaGo Master, which emerged in 2017. And it is the further advanced version of AlphaGo. It based its style on the human game records. So it was named AlphaGo Master because it mastered all the human game records. So at the end of 2017, AlphaGo Zero came about. But the interesting thing about this was that it went beyond human knowledge. It learned solely through self-study, like millions and tens of millions of times. But what is very important is everybody in Go could not understand the number of zeros. So you can say that AlphaGo has completely left the hands of human beings. Now, let us look at how Go has changed post-AlphaGo era. First of all, this person, Lee Sedol, master of Go, announced his retirement. But other than his retirement, there has been also other changes. Now, the Go commentary became more accurate and precise. In the past, when you look at or when you listen to the commentary of the commentators, the comments were quite vague and ambiguous. Oh, this is good and that is good as well. This is what they would used to say. So Go commentary is not easy, but when we choose C rather than A and B, then they would say, yes, C is the best move. But Go commentary has become completely different with the emergence of AI Go programs. So the commentary is based on more facts, more logic, why this move is better than that move, and the role of the commentators thus has changed slightly as well. So understanding the judgment of AI and telling the commentary in a human language, that's what the role of commentators has become these days. So if there is a technology, you should be able to interpret the technology, adding your own values, and that has become critical. Next change is about breaking old stereotypes or conventional wisdom. If you studied Go a little bit, there are the moves that you have to avoid, the moves that you don't play. For the past few decades, going up to centuries, we have made conclusions for some moves that need to be avoided. But AlphaGo plays the move in a spot where humans would never do. And sometimes those moves were brilliant. But that is not the important matter. So that kind of change has brought about some soul searching in the human world. And let me show you a simple example. Now, there is the move of the stone number 3. So that's the third move. So this was a shock for me. So this is like in the really beginning of the game, and putting that move or playing that move over there was something that was avoided by many professional Go players. And I was taught that way growing up. And after I became a professional Go player, I've never actually played that move, number 3. But AlphaGo actually played this move, number 3, in the beginning of the game. And I thought to myself, why I couldn't have made that move like AlphaGo. So it's something that I could have done better. I think that was inside my box. I failed to go out of the box. So I looked it up a little bit. So I looked up whether other players have done this in other countries, for example, in China and Japan. But what is surprising is nobody has made that kind of move before. So from a human perspective, we have a lot of human game records, but nobody in this world has ever played this move before. So this is very interesting and intriguing. And this is a great example of how AlphaGo broke old stereotypes. Up until AlphaGo Master, the AI studied human game records, so they trained themselves on data. But human beings, but they were not actually mired in a human framework, a human culture. So I think that explains the kind of move that AlphaGo made over here. So AlphaGo has given a shock that is not just technological, but also philosophical. And that's the impression I had. So AI went beyond the conventional wisdom of human beings, and they went out of the box. Now we have entered the era of AI in earnest, where AI and humans would collaborate, or it could lead to more conflicts. Now moving on to the next topic. AI has brought about huge gaps, widening gaps. Ever since the arrival of many Go AI programs, I thought everybody's Go playing skills would go up, and a lot of mid-level, low-level Go player or professional Go player to become a mid-level, it's not very difficult. But for mid-level to rise to the ranks of high-level, it is extremely difficult. But as for the top professional Go players, while training with AI, have shown exponential growth. So they've become more elaborate, more structured and organized, and maybe I could say more creative in playing Go. They've shown a lot of great performance. So you can see that AI has brought about a winding gap in Go and professional Go world, but I think that this not only applies to the Go world. Your ability to leverage AI will determine your level of ability and skills. So AI is a tool that is for general use, but how you use and leverage this tool will bring about completely different results. I'm going to read out what's written on the screen. When AI shows the board, AI shows the plan or the board, skilled players develop strategies and unskilled players only follow the explanations. Even when looking at the same move, skilled players learn the principles while unskilled players simply memorize the answers. AI provided the answers to everyone, but not everyone understood the meaning behind those answers. And of course, as for top professional players, we cannot always understand all the answers. It is only a few who can understand the meaning behind those answers. So AI era brought about a war not among tools, but among humans who are leveraging those tools. Who can use AI and interpret it for its own use, or his or her own use, will be the winner. Now, I would like to touch upon the artistic value and its transformation. I actually believe, or I was taught Go as an art. So it's an art that is created by two Go players. That's how I was taught while growing up. So for me, Go in itself was art, artistic creation. So it is art that was created and conversation that blossomed on the Go board. And inside all that, there were some philosophical and aesthetic values that I could draw. But with the emergence of AI, it has changed Go as a tool, just a mere tool for victory and winning. So all of these led to my skepticism. And as for the junior Go players, they leverage AI and they are learned on AI to become more effective, to play the more efficient moves. So as that happens, the uniqueness of Go and the artistry of Go have somewhat disappeared. AI's statistics and strategies have come to dominate the Go world other than replacing human creation. And I thought that the Go's era is over. But as time passed by, I came to ask myself whether my questions were right. Because when it comes to determining what is art and what is not art, I think that one of the most important criteria should be whether art reflects the current trends. Of course, the Go world has transformed with the emergence of AI, but maybe we're seeing an evolved version of Go these days because humans continue to select and interpret and give meaning to Go. As long as that happens, then AI will not bring about an end of art of Go, but is going to announce a new beginning of Go as art. So the game with AlphaGo has helped to spark and initiate the era of AI and the AI era of Go. And ever since, the Go world has drastically changed. And the Go players have to newly define themselves while playing the Go. And amidst this transformation, I believe that The change brought about AI is not just about efficiency, but it's about redefining the rules, and it's about changing the way we think, and it's also about widening the gap, but creating opportunities at the same time. As it was the case for the Go world, I believe all the other industries and sectors have the same task ahead of them. I hope that all of you who are present here today will be at the center of such transformation. The AI that you will create, I hope it's not going to be just a faster technology, but a tool that will help us make a better and wider world. And through that tool, we can achieve a fairer and more creative world. My move stops here. The next move will be played by all of you. The future of Korean AI era is on your shoulders. Thank you for listening. This was Lee Se-dol.
Thank you very much. So that was the former professional Go player, Lee Se-dol. Thank you very much. So he just talked about the shared existence between AI and human beings as one with direct experience. So he was also able to give a hefty question that is befitting the theme of today. So he gave us his insights on how humans can ensure shared existence with AI. So once again, let's give him a big hand. Thank you. And now, as you all know, it was in 2016 that Mr. Lee Se-dol and AlphaGo played a game of Go, and that was a symbolic event that also let the world know about the AI. So that was also highly resonating with us about how he mentioned that we could also utilize AI for a more agile future. So now we will be proceeding with the panel discussion soon, and please also be informed that there's broadcasting on the Seoul Forum website as well as YouTube. So I hope that everyone will stay with us until the end. And also I hope for your continued attention on the discussion on the future with AI. Thank you very much. And now we will begin the panel discussion in session 1. I would call out each participant, and I would like to ask you to come up on stage. Now we have the moderator, Professor Kim Jong-ho of KAIST. And let me invite Head of APAC from Palantir, Hein Kratom, and Senior Vice President Kim Young-jun from LG Electronics, and Vice President Lee Bo-na of Samsung Electronics, Vice President Chu Si-hyun of HMC Robotics Lab, and Vice President Jacob Chun of Team-Map Mobility, and CEO Ryu Jung-hee of RL World. So please welcome them with a big hand. Thank you very much, and let me ask everyone to take your seats. Thank you very much, and now let me hand over to the moderator, Professor Kim Jong-ho. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Good morning. I am Kim Jong-ho from KAIST, who will be serving as the moderator of this panel discussion. Now, first of all, I would like to congratulate the opening of the Seoul Forum 2025 very successfully indeed, and also I would like to thank and welcome all the panelists and the speakers. Now, in this session, we will be discussing the topic of lifestyle revolution, AI integrating into everyday life. The time given to us is about an hour and a half. So we have just heard from the speaker from Palantir and also from former professional Go player Lee Se-dol. And we heard about how AI is affecting the everyday life as well as our industries in many different ways. Now then, as for myself, in terms of how I'm going to run this, I will be introducing the speakers and then will then be delivering the question to the panelists, for which they will have about 5 minutes to respond to each question. And also let us make it more informal, as if we are having a chat by the fireside, but will be recorded on YouTube. So again, let us not be too formal and let us have a casual chat. So with that, let me first introduce these panelists. First, we have Hein Kratom, who is the head of APAC at Palantir. Now, she is working as the data transition and AI solution provider, so please welcome her. So, yes, Hein, do you hear me? Do you hear me? And you also mentioned the presentation, and actually, I thought I was in the graduate school. So that was my joke, my Korean joke. I thought I was in a graduate school listening to a presentation. So now then, second, Senior Vice President Kim Young-jun, from who is currently the AI Research Lab within the CTO division at LG Electronics. Next is Vice President Lee Bo-na from Samsung Electronics, and she is currently the head of the CX group and is in charge of the design for smart electronics in Samsung Electronics. So that is Vice President Lee Bo-na. And so you majored in design or computer interface or no, business management? But I understand that you know a lot of people in KAIST. Yes, Hong Nung. So I do know some people. So you didn't graduate from KAIST? Now, I understand that we are not supposed to talk about school ties or regional ties. Well, the reason why I mentioned this is because I want to have a friendly chat. So that is why. All right, thank you. And then next is Vice President Ju Si-hyun from HMC Robotics Lab. So he's the Director of Robotics Intelligence Development Group at Hyundai Motor Company's Robotics Lab. He is engaged in research on AI software for vision and speech. So it is Mr. Ju Si-hyun. And next is Vice President Jacob Chun of T-Map Mobility. He is the Chief Product Officer at T-Map Mobility. So it is Jacob Chun. And last but not least, now we have the CEO Ryu Jung-hee of Real World. I understand that he founded Future Play. He is quite rich, and also he is developing the AI Foundation for Industrial Robots, and also received a seed investment by 200 billion won in 2020. So it is Mr. Ryu Jung-hee. So it was in 1994 that, now I mentioned briefly, so this is going to be like a living room chat. So in 1996, so I was a member of the Samsung Electronics semiconductor design before then, and then I moved on to KAIST in 1996, and so I met him there in KAIST, and so I'm sure that he doesn't remember me, but I always knew that he was going to be a great person because he was not only a good student, but he also showed excellent leadership, so I knew that he would do bigger and better things. Well, you know, when you are studying and also if you're not a very good student, then at least you should know to talk others into what you want to do, to make them do it for you. So that is why I believe that I was better at that. But then now, so for the virtual world, I know what you have done, but then for the real world company, I'm not sure what it is, so you can also explain a little bit more later on. So thank you very much. So that was my way of making it more informal. And then, of course, I see that the speakers come with different experience in different fields, mostly in AI. So now let me raise this question. So then, for AI, so how do you foresee AI changing our future, or how will it be utilized in different applications, and how it will or should be linked to businesses? And also, of course, this would involve people and money. Then how can it also be profitable and also sustain the ecosystem? So then now, let me direct the question to first Hind. So Palantir. So may I invest in Palantir now? So now then, in the age of AI, of course, data. So I understand that you're also in data business worldwide. And I also heard, I said in YouTube that it's the time to buy Palantir stocks now. So yes, please go ahead. And also about your stocks, please.
I think a few years ago would have been a better investment, but I hope that this is still the beginning for us. Yeah, I mean, I tried to touch on this a little bit in the presentation. I think there are many ways in which AI can really start to be integrated into businesses and enterprises. I think the way that we would see it coming in at the beginning is really helping to automate some of the more manual tasks that we're seeing being conducted. And I think this is more of what's obvious for us to see right now and imagine, but it's very valuable. And so I can imagine a world where a lot of the things that people would do that are very repetitive, you can start to have an AI agent support the user in doing that in a better way. I think there's probably more untapped opportunities that we haven't thought about. We just heard this in the previous presentation as well, of things that we haven't necessarily conceived of that are suggestions that will really complement the way that we operate. But I think at the beginning, there's already huge benefits to be gained by just having the AI be something that is almost ubiquitous with what we do. And I almost think it'll be hard to imagine what that looks like because, you know, with the chatbot interface, it's a very conscious, I go when I interact with an AI, I ask it a question and I get an answer. But I think the world that we're imagining is it's going to be so seamlessly integrated that we won't realize that it's there doing things in the background. And that's what I imagine it will be, to just, you won't necessarily see it or feel it because it's just there doing things behind the scenes.
그러니까 우리가 하는 일이 다 알진 못하지만 뒤에서 다 AI가 할 거라는
Yes, so AI will be doing everything background, right?
I can see it supporting decisions in the background, that's right. Obviously, it's going to be intentional where you use it, and it would still be up to us to make sure that we're leveraging it, wielding it well to solve these most important problems. But I do imagine that in industry at least, it will be there to guide humans with all of the manual tasks, repetitive tasks, and then taking on as many of the processes that are possible and automating them.
네. 아까 그 말씀하신 중에 AI
Yes, from what you said, you mentioned about AI agent.
AI를 연결하는 그
So AI and human are connected through AI agent, and I am not the greatest fan of Jensen Huang because he's wearing like jackets. But anyways, is it because of the marketing reason, or is it because AI is used a lot in businesses? And what is Palantir's approach?
AI agent 개념.
So when it comes to AI agent, is Palantir going to also apply AI agent concept?
Yeah, so we think, well, we're looking to help customers be able to develop AI agents and then be able to use them in their business. So we really feel like AI should be part of the fabric of an organization and how it's operating, and it's really an under-leveraged resource today. So AI agents is one manifestation of how you can use AI. That's just maybe one branding or one terminology to use for it. But the idea that we're pushing for and supporting our partners and being able to achieve is thinking about I would actually not start from the bottom up of what is AI and how do I use it. The way that we think about things is, if I'm running an organization, what are the main decisions that I need to do to be able to produce my products better, faster, cheaper, satisfy my customers? And then from that lens, think about what are the processes or decisions that I need to take as an organization, and how much of these tasks can an AI and data help me be able to do in a way that is better, more informed, and faster. So they serve that purpose.
알겠습니다. 더 하고 싶은 얘기 많이 있는데 다음 턴에서 또 질문드리겠습니다.
Yes, I have lots of questions, but maybe I'll come back to you. So is Palantir stock going to go up? Stock prices? Did you get a lot of stock option?
다 예상 질문들입니다. 마음에 준비하십시오. 예.
Yes, I'm going to ask similar questions to all the other panelists.
NDA 맺으셨는지.
Did you sign an NDA with your company?
Look, I think the technology space has been a great one to be in. I think Palantir, we've been able to adapt to a lot of opportunities very quickly. I think we're only the beginning, I hope and I believe, of what we can do. It's been a great 10 years for me with the company, and I'm very excited about what more we can do. And a lot of it is, it's not just Palantir, it's Palantir working very closely with our partners. One thing I didn't mention is I moved to Korea about 3.5 years ago to start our office here. I thought I'd only be here for 3 months. It's now been 3+ years. And a lot of it is seeing the potential in what we can do with partners in industry and seeing how they're embracing AI and our partnership. And that's really helped drive a lot of the growth of our business.
네, 감사합니다. 제가 왜 이런 그 약간 우스개 질문을 하냐면
The reason I'm asking
제가 이제
you this
AI
kind of
반도체 이런
interesting
강의를
question is
많이
because
하는데
I gave a lot of lecture in AI and semiconductor, and
그런데
graduate school
대학원생보다
students,
열심히
they tend to
경청하고
listen attentively to
공부하는 분들이
lectures,
90%
but more than graduate school students, it is the stock investors that they have their eyes sparkling. So my wife, I don't talk about HBM, and I watch like baseball matches, but my wife asked me, do you do HBM? She asked me that. So do I have to buy NVIDIA, Hynix, Broadcom, or Palantir? And she was very active and asked me all of these questions about stock. So yes, money rules. So I'm going to go back to Palantir later on.
그때 제가 와이프 친구들한테 팔란티어 얘기를 했었어요.
So I also told my wife's friends about Palantir. All right, now then, moving on to Vice President Kim Young-jun from LG Electronics, from the Artificial Intelligence Lab. Of course, LG Electronics is developing a number of different AI systems, as far as I understand, like EXA-1. Yes, EXA-1, yes. So you developed it on your own, or is there a separate team? Yes, there's a separate team. It's a different team now. It's a different company, and we exist inside the company. All right. So I have a lot of questions about EXA-1 as well. Now then, yes, about the future life, future lifestyle. Then from the LG Electronics perspective, how do you envision our future living style changing in relation to AI? And also, how will this be related to businesses? Now, I would say there are largely 3 categories in 3 areas that we can have AI application. First, the most brisk right now would be the AI for company. In other words, the in-house processes to be streamlined, automated, utilizing AI agents. So this is something, now for quite a long time, we had been talking about big data, but then of course data is, sometimes there is no continuity over time. So of course, Palantir mentioned this, so I listened with great attention, but anyway, so it's about the continuity. Now of course, the language model, it came about because now perhaps you have same expressions but different meaning, but then you could also connect them together, and then it is also going to enhance the efficiency of the in-house process considerably. And now we could utilize AI agents to do that. So that is one way we are moving, in other words, to upgrade this utilizing AI agents. And by doing so, productivity and efficiency inside the company will be greatly enhanced. Second is, now by introducing LLM, my company is also, so not just selling hardware, but also selling software together. So in other words, providing total management systems. And by doing so, we can also, so on top of that, we can also have a value add by having easier management of utilizing AI. And third is in the product end. So on the product end, there could also be AI capabilities equipped on top of the product. And this is where we need a lot of creativity, because for the actual user. So this means we have to change the experience of the users. So in other words, what will the users be acceptable about? What will the users feel comfortable about? So that is what we have to think about. So in other words, to change the BM and enhance the efficiency, and also especially about coding. For coding, there is active involvement of AI, because if it is business to business, then of course that there are different business partners who give us requirements. And it is also very difficult, very complex to manage all these different requirements coming from different partners just with humans. But now utilizing large language model, we could streamline the management of the different requirements, and of course we can also set up the process for doing that, meaning that we can all look at the same data while we do work. So that is the kind of tool that will greatly enhance efficiency. All right, thank you. So then your keywords, LLM, and also utilizing the generative AI in order to enhance in-house processes. So I would say that those were the things that really stood out for me. And then also enhancing continuity, then how will it make the company better? So higher profitability, well, less cost, lower cost, okay, lower cost, right, lower cost, and also higher productivity of the individual, so more things to be done. So higher productivity, lower cost, are you going to fire people? No, we'll make them do more work. So for example, in the past, we would sell only our in-house products, or let's say even if we wanted to scale up our business, there was the limitation on how much we can scale up with the people given to us. But then now, utilizing these people, we could also, do cross-selling. Perhaps that could be one potential. So that could bring about higher business value. So that is what we are aiming for. All right, thank you. So then, Mr. Lee Se-dol, now I met him for the first time, face to face. So when I was sitting in the lobby on the first floor, he was sitting right across from me with his wife. And I didn't want to make you uncomfortable, so I didn't, But then your wife, didn't she also play Go? No? Oh, okay. But now, the number of Go players, are they on the rise or on the way down? More? There are more Go players? That's interesting. Well, actually, Mr. Lee Se-dol, so of course, your story, I am looking it up quite a lot, but I believe that, so of course, I would say that you were at the forefront of experiencing AI, and then the consequences, so whether it is going to reduce jobs or whether it is going to promote things, so I believe that you were the first to experience this. And now I also look up trends about Go, how things have changed in the field of Go, because we will see similar changes in other fields. And in most cases, I see that now, in the past, people thought that, the game of Go, it was kind of like the exclusive domain of the handful of people. But I believe that it has actually popularized the game. So, of course, you said it so eloquently, but, what can guide us? In other words, people now can get help from AI to bring them up to a certain level. So that kind of help people now can get from AI. So we don't have to worry about layoffs. Is that your point? Right. So even if AI were doing the coding, well, because even if it is AI doing the coding, then the existing programmers, then we could change their work. So then the entry level would be higher, right? The entry level would go up, but still, there would also be ways of connecting with other industries. Like, for example, if you can come up with the development process that could connect with other fields, then that requires creativity. All right, so then we were talking about work processes, and then now we are kind of digressing. But then now, let's say in the school, how we develop talent. Now then it seems like if you just know your own domain, then perhaps you're not too employable. Then that means that you now have to be more of a multiplayer, so hard to gain all that knowledge. Am I not right? Well, so perhaps that is why we are seeing more and more one-person startups. And also, for example, what the San Francisco consensus is saying is that, there is going to be like one-person startup that is going to reach $1 billion in the near future, for sure. So that means that one person will be capable of handling more. Socially, we can also call that polarization. But again, Mr. Lee Se-dol, so this Go player, genius player, so there were rumors that you're now a professor at UNIST. Am I right? Oh, KAIST is a better school. KAIST is a better school. And also, Mrs. Isedo, you should know this. Daejeon, where KAIST is, by train only 1 hour. So let's change name cards. And also in Daejeon, there are department stores, and also there are great lakes, mountains. So I saw the newspaper. I was surprised. He should be in KAIST. And I was also listening to your presentation, so it seems like you have already passed the interview. All right, so of course I will come back to XL1 later on in the next round, but so about how you develop the model and how come you're not opening it up, how come you're just keeping it in-house. So I will come back to you later on about the XL1. Well, then it's not developed by XL1, but then it's actually a LG AI research lab. It's a different company. And so they get the funding from different LG companies to develop this. It's the relationship is a kind of complex. All right, so I will come back to you.
First, Lee Bona, Vice President at Samsung Electronics. So X in CX is interface, no, it's experience. I use the word a lot, AIX, like expansion, expandable. So X in CX is experience, okay. So putting aside the technical aspects, how is AI going to influence our everyday life? And you're in a business or in a company, so from the business operation perspectives, what's your take? You just called me by my nickname, Bonamana. So it's a nickname that I earned in elementary school. But anyways, I'm going to give a talk from the customer perspective to find a balance for our panel discussion. So when it comes to Samsung, we are very much focused on in-home experience delivered to our customers. So we are very proactive in delivering our customers' experiences. For example, if a customer comes into the house, you just rest. We're going to do everything for you. We're going to save your costs and what you consider as valuable, like your family and health. We're going to care for all of that on your behalf. That's our motto. In order to implement these services, we leverage AI and expand the ecosystem, but relatively speaking, we have an advantage in this space. That's because Samsung Electronics manufactures home appliances, phones, so we have a very large portfolio. Our products are global top tier, and SmartThings is a very important connecting platform. But SmartThings has more than 300 million users around the world, connecting 20 billion devices already. So that is why in leveraging partnership and technology, Samsung Electronics has a competitive advantage in terms of efficiency and effectiveness. So to give you an example of household chores, for example, if you put a laundry in a washing machine, it's going to wash on its own. And if you put food ingredients in a kitchen utensils, then it's going to cook automatically. So last year, when it comes to washing machines and dryers, we combined these two devices and came up with a product called AI Combo. And consumers' pattern also changed afterwards. Before, we used to put like clothes in a washing machine, open the door and close the door and so forth. But they don't have to take a lot of actions and if you put a detergent inside the washing machine, you don't have to refill that every time. If you put a large amount of it, it's going to consume little by little, and the AI will let you know what is the cloth or the tissue or cloth of the clothes and how much it is contaminated. They're going to give you this tons of information based on AI. So if you just put the laundry and then take out, that's the only action you need to take. So ever since we introduced this product, people's and consumers' living lifestyle pattern also changed. So compared to using the washing machine alone, the combined product actually helped you to reduce time. For example, after you put laundry, you don't have to be there to take out the clothes for drying. So you just put the clothes in the morning when you go to work, and then you collect it afterwards. And for example, as for the air conditioner, if you near your house, the air conditioner would come on automatically. And as for the humidifier as well, and for example, you're at home, and when you fall asleep, the lightings go off and it becomes like really calm and quiet. So our slogan, or our AI home slogan, a goal, is to provide that kind of convenient service and lifestyle for our customers. So it has become a reality. But how can a product or home appliance know about me, my information, where I sleep and where I eat? It's actually known, or it can be collected through the information on your mobile phone or wearable devices. So as for ourselves, we're not just looking at the AI embedded products, but we're also looking at the information connecting different types of devices, and also information related with different contexts, so that the AI can be trained on that and evolve. I also have a few comments. When I first studied about AI, I thought about why not put on a camera on TV, and the camera would sense my eye gaze, where I'm looking at, and then the camera would also sense all the family conversations that we have, so that the camera or the AI would know what I like, my preferences and tastes, and recommend programs for us. But that means, they have to take our data, and AI should make recommendations based on that data. But what if Samsung Electronics can freely distribute TVs all around the world, and then we will give you all the data you need? That's the first option. And the second is, for example, we can put up a sensor on the refrigerator, and the sensor would know how much of meat we have and when's the expiration date of the eggs. So before we get home after work, we can have the meal kits delivered based on the information. So why not freely distribute refrigerators for free of charge? What do you think? I think that it's a proposal that would come out from a professor. Usually we say, I think your comment underlies that, I'm very ignorant. I don't have a good character. Why are you seeking consent from the person next to you? But anyways, yes, it's a very good insight that you just provided. Thank you for that. Of course, I have a lot to say, but from a refrigerator's perspective, what I can say is that inside the refrigerator, there is a technology that is embedded to list up the ingredients inside the refrigerator. So, of course, that kind of sensor will further evolve, and we'll be able to recognize more items going forward. But let me answer your question. For that to translate into shopping, data needs to be standardized. But there is no the API between different sectors is not very well defined yet. But yes, indeed, that is the direction and the path we want to go forward with, because we have the technology that is already available, because the refrigerator can know what kind of ingredients are inside the refrigerator and knows about the consumption pattern of the consumer. So for example, you can tell the refrigerator, these are the ingredients for the recipe. So what's possible right now is that we can identify the food items, and we can also look up the recipes with which we can make food. So you can use the voice recognition like Bixby. You can ask, what kind of items are in my refrigerator, and what kind of food I can make with the items inside the refrigerator. Yes, another question is that there is a 800 megahertz RFID. Is that something that you developed? I've developed up to the antenna. So for example, if there is a a lot of things that pass through a very narrow channel, then we can sense all of things at the same time, parallelly and simultaneously. Anyways, now I'm going to move on to Hyundai.
So Mr. Vice President Chu from HMC. So the robotics, so what were the robotics? The jumping robot? Yes, Boston Dynamics. So Boston Dynamics was acquired by Hyundai, right? So yes, in 2021. So you are now working together? Yes, we are. So collaborating. So it can also run marathons, do boxing, because I also see Chinese robots doing that. Well, Spot is, four-legged robot, so it cannot box, but it can jump. Well, because now you're in robotics and vehicles, so then combined with AI, how will it change our everyday life is my big question to you. Right, so a lot of good things have been spoken by the previous speakers, and now for myself, I'm a software engineer doing research work in robotics labs, so let me just speak like a software engineer. Now AI, now from the field, it is no longer just exclusive domain of experts or for engineers only, or only for developers. So we see already that in reality, it is being broadly used. So for many developers, what we are feeling is that now for AI, now, we often talk about singularity, and we say that oftentimes for AI, now it is already beyond the point of singularity in the everyday life. And when we look at how AI is being actually used, I think there are three types. First is when we are developing AI models, we are using AI. Now, AI developers, usually they are engineers. And so when there are a lot of engineers in the company, now we call them scientists. So anyway, so we have AI being used to develop AI. And the second is, now of course, AI models like the foundational models or backbone models. So we are not developing them, but then now for example, transfer learning or also like a custom learning. So what we can do is that we can also customize the training for the AI, so that is also being applied with AI. And then the third is, I believe that this is where there are the most users, and also for the everyday use, and that is about the AI that's already been developed, like AI agent or generative AI. Of course, that there are many different words, but then now using them as a tool. So I see that in these three domains, they are being used quite often in the everyday life. So, for example, for more specific examples, let's say in the businesses, so if I may tell you about the robotics lab in Hyundai Motor Group, now again, AI being used to develop AI models. Now, for that, the example would be, now in Hyundai Motors, there's what's called the Playos. It's a software. So it is the OS to create the ecosystem to move on to the software-driven vehicles. Now, to develop the ecosystem, we are doing three things. Now, first is the AI agent. So we have developed the AI agent-based solution. And second is about ADAS. So that is developing the AI solution for ADAS to support self-driving. Another is to create the connectivity for the management, so we are also developing the AI solution for that. So for the kind of roadmap management, we are developing the new AI software, and then based on this, the new industries or new professions are being created, and we are also broadening the boundaries. So again, for AI, so by doing so, we are moving into the realms where AI can be more experienced on an everyday basis. And then now, second is, now again, I mentioned that the AI is also being broadly used in companies, also in manufacturing companies. So there's a smart factory that was opened in the US by Hyundai, and then also there is the Meta plant in Georgia state, and we have also opened that recently. So I'm sure that you have also seen the news articles. But so using AI and also AMI, ACV, and not only that, the processes and also quality inspection. So that is being done using AI. So a lot of that has already been automated utilizing AI. So looking at the automation, then we can see that the painting or these processes, they have been 100% automated. And also, now it is actually the chassis and the assembly that are the hardest to automate. So many companies are doing the research to automate. And for Meta plant, we have already achieved 40% automation. So 40%, what does this mean? Now, for other plants, it would be like 10% or at most 20%. But with this kind of automation, we can enhance our productivity. And last, for the ordinary users, then of course, AI is being used quite a lot for development purposes, like for the developers. And of course, Vice President Kim mentioned this from LG Electronics. But then now for most of the software developers, now they are utilizing AI assistants or AI agents. So I'm sure that most companies are already using them. We are already. So the reason why is for higher productivity. And Mr. Lee So-dol, he also mentioned this, but so I also was quite inspired by his talk. But anyway, so when we use AI assistant, how I feel is that now as a software developer, software engineer, now then I would have to spend 20-30% of my time on understanding the software trends. But then now, if I were to utilize the AI for the, let's say, mid-level, like mid-skilled engineers, then we can see that their level of productivity would go up quite a lot. And then now from the Harvard research, they say that utilizing AI would help your productivity by about like 17% or higher. Now, of course, how you measure your productivity really depends on the situation. But then now, let's say by time, then they have reduced the time up to 50% sometimes. That means that the productivity is almost double. So you see that it is being used quite a lot in the companies and also in the everyday life, like utilizing generative AI, like ChatGPT. That has become part of our life. So again, by enhancing productivity, then one person can achieve a lot more. And of course, the professor also mentioned now with higher productivity, with use of AI, then wouldn't this lead to headcount reduction? Well, that I tend to think differently because now looking at the history and also the industrial development pathway so far, then of course I'm not an expert in all fields, but now for AI, usually for developers so I don't think this will drive out developers or drive out any companies out of the market. And rather, in the AI field, new professions would come up. Of course, some jobs might disappear, but then what the percentage is going to be, we cannot pinpoint that. But then now, as a developer on the field, what I am 100% certain about is that over time, AI driving out companies or driving jobs, that is not going to happen. But again, what I can be 100% certain of is that people, companies who use AI will be they will be replacing those that do not use AI. So that is one thing that I am sure of, what everyone is sure of. So these three things, so developing AI models and utilizing AI to develop the capabilities that we want and utilizing AI as a tool. So in these three domains, AI is already part of our industries, part of our life, because it can enhance productivity. So when we look at the development path of like steam engine development or industrial development, then I do believe that most companies will certainly move in this direction. All right, thank you very much for the very lucid explanation. Now, if I may give you an easier question. Now, let's say in my car, Grandeur. When will my car have AI? Because with AI, then it will drive and it will also have LLM capabilities. So I tell it to do certain things like park my car or refuel my car. I want to just get a fresh air, take me there. So when will this all be possible? Well, now from Hyundai Motors. Now, in Hyundai Motors, now the conversational capability is already there, but of course on a limited basis. Then also, I mentioned that we are moving the company to become a more software-defined vehicle. Now, our roadmap is by 2028. So what the professor has just asked about. So by 2028, you will be able to experience some of those. So that means Hyundai Motor stocks going up. Okay. So you're all laughing.
그것도 중요한
But
질문입니다.
now that is obviously a very important question.
AI 기능이 차 안에
Okay,
있을
then
것, 엣지에
AI
있을 것 같아요. 클라우드에 있어서 무슨
capabilities.
연결될
So
것
will this be on the
같아요?
edge or will this be part of the
사실은
cloud for
양날의
wireless
양방향을
connection?
다 지원하고
Well,
있고요.
it is
보통은
both.
이제
So
차량 내에 있는 부분은
the
보통
bi-direction
on-device
is
AI라고
all
하고 보통
supported.
클라우드
So there would be the on-device capabilities and then also the on-cloud capabilities. But now for both the robotics domain and also the vehicle domain, so in a connectivity environment, right now the connectivity environment is not getting the performance that we want. So I would say that on-device, and then also the server, so that's called this hybrid method. So then for the on-device method, so then you would need to have the inferential capabilities in the on-device. So will that also require HBM? Well, HBM is unavoidable. So you should believe. Yes, I do. All right, so then I will also come back to you. Thank you.
Next, I would like to give the floor to John Jacob, Vice President at TMAP Mobility. So from TMAP Mobility perspective or daily lifestyle perspective, what do you expect of AI?
저희는 그 내비게이션과 그리고 장소 추천 서비스
We provide navigation, map, location recommendation, and public transport services.
오늘 이제 그 컨퍼런스 오실 때 팀앱을
And when on your arrival to
유저분들도
here,
많이 있으실 것 같습니다.
you probably used TMAP for your
AI의
navigation.
속도가 매우
AI's
빠르기 때문에
pace of development is very
위기감을
rapid.
느끼면서 동시에 또
So
기회가
we are
아닐까
concerned, but at the same time, from TMAP
생각하고 있고요.
perspective, it's a lot of
저희
opportunity.
팀앱도 이제 AI를 더 적극적으로
TMAP
활용할 수 있도록
is working hard to actively introduce AI. We are under preparation, and probably at the end of last year, the navigation combined LLM services will be readily available.
그래서 내비 서비스를 생각을 해보시면
If you think about the
팀앱이
GPS or
한 20년
navigation
정도
services, the TMAP has been in this space for about 20 years. We used to be number one player, and we used to ensure the convenient movement or mobility of people. So when it comes to technology of navigation, it has been developed a lot over the years. But in terms of usability by the consumers, there's been a slight change, but not many change. For example, on top of the map, there is a GPS positioned vehicle, and there is a display of speed and direction. So all of this information was made available to the user, but the approach was very similar. But when you combine AI with navigation, it completely transforms the user experience compared to the past. So that is why TMAP, we believe that navigation plus LLM services will be very useful for the consumers. And among others, there is the audio interface inside the vehicle. That is a very powerful service. For example, when you're driving a car, you have your hands on the steering wheel, so it's very difficult to use your hand for other purposes. But if you can leverage your voice or audio to manipulate all of these different buttons, that will be very useful. The current voice recognition services are quite limited. And for example, Professor Kim, you also worked with somebody on a project called Nugu. But Nugu is an audio assistant service, but it has limitations and yet it is very efficient. So when you're using TMAP and when you're driving a car, the commands that you give through audio is very much in a pattern. So for example, let's go home, let's go to work. So there's this predefined commands, and we only have to run those predefined commands. So it will be not very difficult to provide Nugu services based on LLM. But as the voice recognition technology is further advanced and evolved, and if we can control navigation based solely on audio, that will be great and convenient for the consumers. And there are different types of contexts and needs of the users that need to be considered. For example, in looking for a location or providing public-related or public transport-related or traffic-related information. And users can also ask questions. And as for it, also conversation is also possible. So inside TMAP, we have a navigation-linked LLM-based AI agent that will be embedded, and by doing so, we'll be able to provide a more sophisticated voice recognition function.
또 이제 내비씬에서 또 이제 저희가 고도하고
And in the navigation scene, what we want to further elaborate is proposing itinerary.
여러 가지 또 이제 생각을 하시겠지만 이런 경로 추천도 저희가 더
When you recommend the itinerary, we want to make it more customized and personalized. There are lots of needs from the consumers. For example, there are consumers who have preference to take more convenient road, whereas some others want to go for a more faster shortcut, even though the road condition is not that good. So there is this personal driving habit of individual drivers. So based on your preference, we can customize the routes and the itinerary so that we can provide more real-time recommendations to the users. And this itinerary recommendation logic sophistication will take place and will be embedded to AI. So there is the AI agent sophistication and voice recognition enhancement, and also customized and personalized itinerary proposed to clients. So this is the direction we take. So combination or integration with AI is a must for enhanced mobility, and I also want to share with you a few thoughts. Actually, AI is ultimately like replacing human brain, but medical imaging is not going to show everything. And in order to understand what a human being is thinking, we have to collect data, but there are two ways of collecting that data. First is through voice, because what we think will be spoken, and second is eyes, vision. But when it comes to eyes or vision, you need a very high resolution and depth cameras. But when it comes to securing mobility, LLM is critical. Therefore, human and AI interface to be able to make recommendation and manipulate through AI, we need LLM. So I would like to know when LLM will be embedded to TMAP mobility. When is the timing? It is quite confidential information, but you'll be able to meet LLM applied TMAP by the end of this year. Yes, we have high expectations for that. And the inference semiconductor, is it going to be on the edge or on the cloud?
차량의 이제 저희 TMAP이 현재 지금 사업 분야가
TMAP's business areas include mobile services, and mobile services are services available only on mobile devices, and there's TMAP Auto. So there is the Mercedes-Benz and BMW and Porsche. They are OEM vehicles, and it's 18 vehicle models that have our service as their infotainment system or service. But from the OEM vehicles, it will be on-device AI, so on the edge, where LLM will be applied. But when it comes to mobile services, it will be on the cloud. But if you want to implement all that, you have to pay your employees, you have to pay for fees for using GPUs. So how do you generate profit at TMAP Mobility? Is it advertisement? How do you make return on your investments?
저희가 지금 BM이 크게 5가지가
We have 5 BMs, business models, and one of the biggest business models is data. So the user's mobility data is collected. We have 15 million MAUs, and the trip is about 6.7 billion per year. And users' personal search data are also available. Therefore, we make them into data product and sell it to companies. And when it comes to navigation, there is a route planning, ETA. So the APA is also sold B2B. And as mentioned earlier on, there is T-Map Auto product, and that is supplied to OEM vehicles as part of infotainment services. So we are a supplier, and that is also another BM. So as AI agent becomes more and more advanced, the T-Map auto product's competitiveness is going to go up. So as AI agent becomes more advanced and we use more navigation, and there will be like voice data coming and data, search data coming from the customers. So all of that can expand our API B2B business. And we're making preparations to that end. So you mentioned about the value of data. So all the information in the navigation is all data. So can we know who is riding that car? So can we actually track down to individual level, or can we only track down to only vehicle level? So can you identify the individual itself? If you're using mobile through mobile device, there is a mobile device owner. Please don't disclose my information. Yes, all of the personal information is encoded. The reason I'm asking you this question is because during COVID, there were lots of people coming in from China, and there were also like outbreak areas taking place in Korea. And we wanted to actually analyze the outbreak regions. So you have to know about the traffic of people. So one information could be credit card information. And the second information that could be useful would be telecommunication information. And the third would be toll gate information. But I wanted to analyze all that, but I dropped the project because tracking is important, but there's a personal information issue. Yes, but it seems like navigation has more personal information. So as you said, privacy data is very critical. So there is data that could be stored on device. So data could be sold, but also it's very valuable because it can be used for training. But if it gets hacked, then you can close shop. Just like some company in Korea where the chairman came to apologize. But anyways, to the public. Yes, so that is why the further the AI is advanced, the privacy and security is important because. So you can say that AI algorithm is considered as a transformative model. And that is why the number of GPUs as well as training data will determine the direction of businesses. But how we secure data is different from sector to sector. And from our lab, we design a semiconductor with AI. So we create data with computer simulation, what we call physical AI. But I think that robots and automobiles, it should be different.
So now thank you very much for your patience. Now the CEO of Real World. So I've heard about Cyber World, but then now Real World. What are you doing? And also now it's been 30 years since we last met. So now how many children do you have? Are you married? Right. So about my personal matters first. Right. So then what is your work with AI and how do you envision your future with AI? So you can have 10 minutes. Well, thank you very much for giving me this special chance as an alumni. So yes, it's great to see you again, Professor. And when I was a student, I didn't know he was such a funny person. He always gave us a lot of homework, And so you were in my class? Yes, I was. And I'm not sure what grade you gave me, but I do remember it was not A+. But anyway, so yes, in the same electronics engineering professor, I was a student. And since then, yes, I have been having a good life. So I'm married with one daughter in middle school, does not listen to me at all. And without AI, she cannot continue her lifestyle. So more so than any friend, she says that she finds it easier to talk to AI. Right, so how did AI change our lives? Rather than changing our lives, I would say it redefined our lives. So now it's difficult to imagine a life without AI. Of course, that depends on the level of acceptance, depends on the generation, depends on the situation. But now again, redefining our lives. So AI. Now it's actually like it's more like a hikikomori. In other words, it is just staying by itself. So it is like a brain in a box. It hasn't really seen the outside world. So it's like a lonely figure stuck in his own room, darkened room, just looking at the computer screen. In other words, it is just looking at all the data, images uploaded on the computer and pretends as if it is understanding the world. But then now, if I were to compare this to a Go player, it has never held the Go player, and so in other words, it would just see everything as pixels and has never touched the Go playboard. And that is why my company is named Real World. For AI to surpass human beings or to be our true companion, then it has to leave this isolated room. And then now to leave this isolated room, it needs a body. So then what we call it the embodiment. In other words, it also needs to have a body as a vehicle to carry this. But a lot of people talk about humanoids being useless. So rather than having 2 arms and 10 fingers, wouldn't it be better to have like 10 arms and 100 fingers? That's right, but then now there are some steps for us to take to get there. Before AI becomes the God, it has to go through the human body. Why? Someone talked about data. Now, how human beings work, how human beings hold the Go horses, and how people serve, how waiters serve in the restaurant. So we have so much data about that. But then now, how someone with 8 arms would work in a factory, we have no data for that. So sometime in the future, AI will realize that itself and will learn to do it on its own. We are already seeing that. But before that, the human civilization has to be learned and accepted by AI and the robotics. And to do that, then, like AI, AMI, like the wheeled robotics, not only that, but then now in the future, perhaps like 100-arm robotics, not those, but then we need to have the kind of robotics that have the same physique as the human beings, and to see how much training data we can get. That is the key. So one gateway toward the physical AI in the future is to have the humanoids, or the kind of intelligence that could move around like the human body is going to be essential. So then we would need to be able to control, I'm not sure whether we can control, but then control these humanoids. So in other words, thinking like a human being and also interacting with human beings. So that is what we do. We create such humanoids. Then also LLM, now you just get the text data, LLM will run. Where do you get the text data? So this isolated person, they can just drag all this data. And then Google, of course, will do the best, because Google has the most text data in the world. So then US companies will excel, obviously, including Palantir. So the human civilization, most of the human civilization, most of it is written in English, so that is obvious. But then now, if we are to produce robotics to work in plants, who has the most plants in the world? China, followed by Japan, Korea. So manufacturing powerhouses are bound to create the best robotics for manufacturing. And that is why I created this company in Korea. I also got a lot of investment from Japan. So for these 2 powerhouses in manufacturing, if we can get the data from these 2 countries, then perhaps we could create the kind of robotics intelligence that would be fit for the manufacturing manufacturing field, and that is what we are doing now. And of course, among the large companies here, we have received investment from 2 already. We are in discussion with the other 2. And of course, this is a forum created by the Seoul Economic Daily, so this is what I want to say. How AI is going to change the world, rather than this question, what we are doing now. So it could be offline, like old-fashioned work, whatever it is. So whatever work that you're doing, whatever business that you're doing. So if we are to restructure this completely based on AI, then what is the data that we have to see? And how can we apply AI to restructure this work? And if you continue for the next 5-10 years, then in your field, you would be the best AI company in the world. So perhaps you're not an AI company now, but then in the future, you will turn yourself into an AI company based on the data that you can collect now. All right, thank you. So I see that you are much better spoken than when you were a student. Well, of course, I'm much older now, so I should be upgraded. Otherwise, I will lose out to AI. So I also listened to the presentation, but KAIST, you were a chair of a certain committee for KAIST or whatever. No, I never wore such hat. You should be the president of KAIST soon. Well, I also want to run away to UNIST. So no. So maybe you can make 20 trillion won and donate 1 trillion to KAIST. We will dedicate a building to you. If I make 20 trillion, then yes, I will donate 1 trillion. Oh, I have the pledge from you. If I do make 20 trillion, I'm sure that's possible. It will be possible. Palantir, what's your net worth now? Palantir? Stock ranking? What is your stock ranking? Have that dream. I recognized you 30 years ago. I saw you 30 years ago, and you will make it. Oh, he stood up all of a sudden, so I thought that perhaps 1 trillion will not be enough, but right, so I'll say that I make enough for my living, but well, may I keep standing? Well, because so many people now move to med schools. So many students go to med schools. And so you're a doctor, yes, and you graduated from science school? Yes, I graduated from Seoul Science School. At that time, the best students were from Seoul Science School. Those with the best personality were from Hansong Science School. You're right, but I was in Seoul Science School because at that time we did not have Hansong Science School. So that is why a good personality like me went to Seoul Science School. So then Cho Seung-hwa, so they are all your alums. Yes. So anyway, so yes, it's thanks to people like him we are where we are now. But again, we are at a crisis for engineering talent. And what I am thinking is that the parents, rather than sending them to med school prep schools, to send them to engineering science schools, then you need to build a big house in the middle of Seoul to show off your success. So today I was also passing through the central area of Seoul. So we are at Shilla Hotel, right? So I see that area, like billions of won in housing, and so I believe the KAIST graduates should have their own town there. Yes, I do believe the scientists should be rich. Any doctors here? I should watch out. Anyway, so profession of doctor, I believe will disappear in about 20 years because fixing human body in the future, it is going to be a concept that will be difficult to accept because in the future, when humans drive, we will think, oh, how can humans drive? So in the future, we will see the day and age where people will say, oh, how can people touch such holy human bodies? So everyone here, so including mine, our jobs will disappear. So in front of AI, in front of machines, we are bound to be intelligently inferior. So it's like AI is a religion for you. No, it's not a religion, it's a fact. And I think that is something that we need to accept with happiness because human beings being the most superior being, and that is why we compete against each other because we think that we are the smartest. So we cannot accept others being smarter than me. So you study. So I also studied quite a lot and I went to science in school. I went to KAIST, but sometimes I feel that it is all meaningless. Well, if you're over the age of 40, everything feels meaningless. But I'm over 50, so yes, it feels meaningless. So then for human beings, intelligently, human beings cannot surpass AI, then I think that will make people happier. So then we do not have to compete, we don't have to study, no one would want to go to KAIST. We'll just be happy. I'm not a churchgoer, but 2 weeks ago, in front of priests, I gave an AI talk. I talked about AI, how AI could replace religion. Like for example, confessions can be given to AI, not to priests. Have you ever thought about that? And also priests, I asked them, have you ever really met God? Have you ever heard God's voice? If not, you can listen to LLM. Well, I'm not joking, but the confessionals, the teenagers, they give their confessionals to AI. But for LLM, the priest, now they forget the confessions, but then LLM will remember, right? So in the cloud, somewhere in the cloud, it will all be there, yes. And it will all be connected to the navigator, connected to the freezers, yes. And also connected to all the products. And also Palantir, you will be looking down from the satellite. Yes, a beautiful future. Now, so Dr. Yu, so real world, so now I understand what you're doing. Then if I may just summarize, so in manufacturing, to combine with AI to maximize productivity, so that is what you do. So you need GPU, but also you need data for training data. And of course, since we're a school, now we say that even such data can be created through computer simulation. So I believe that you already have the answer, but then now those who are in the robotics, I try to stay away from them, the robotics people, because robots are so expensive. Like they are much more expensive than the housekeepers that we can hire. Well, people's value, they are valueless, aren't they? Well, that's in the moral books. But anyway, so also about the batteries. And then the cost. So we need to make sure that the cost would be affordable. So you believe that there will be a business opportunity where you will have the affordable cost, right? Yes, because the robots being too expensive, that notion is going away because in China we are seeing bigger and bigger ecosystem, and of course the hardware price would fall when there is bigger scale. And let's say right now, so in the future, there are going to be like 6 billion robots. So they say that what will sell more than vehicles, what will sell more than smartphones, it is going to be robotics, especially humanoids. That is what we all say. So then from that perspective, the price will fall astronomically, and also the robotic structure. Now, it is very hard to create the kind of robots that move like human beings. The human hand, how many joints are there? Normally 20, 22 joints. Now, the robotic hand to move like the human hand, then they say that we need to have over 15 degrees of freedom. That means that we need to have 15 motors in the hand. Very, very challenging. Aside from the hand, the upper body is 14 degrees of freedom. So the hand is like the brain. So including the hand, then it is going to be like 30 degrees of freedom. So then the human movements, so they say that the AI with the best human hand movements is going to be the ultimate AI. So that is what we are trying to do. But anyway, so such complex looking AI, so it's all about actuator, how the actuator is being designed. And that design is being upgraded very fast. So if that design becomes universal, then it becomes a matter of the cost of the materials, the components, and the parts. And then now, once it goes beyond a certain threshold, so I think that is going to be the hardware singularity. Robots producing robots. There is going to be a big inflection point. And I do believe that that can be like a continuum for the next decade. So in the next decade, then one humanoid would be like 20, 30 million won or cheaper than that. So it'll be much cheaper. That'll be like 6 months of human salary, so would be made much cheaper than it is today. So it's like a brain, or are you saying that we need to have a brain to move this? Two things. So we need to have a high degree of freedom of hardware to make this possible, and also what people call brain or what people call intelligence. Now, much of it consists of language or like some kind of like metaphysical symbols. But in actuality, so that is what we think. But then in actuality, there is a large part of your intelligence comes from touching things and doing things. Then follow me. Open up your palm and put these two together. Oh, I thought I would be in trouble. Just the middle finger? No, do this, do this. I also saw this. And then your little finger, will this move? So if your little finger still moves, then your brain is still young. So yes, I see that Dr. Yu, your brain is still alive. Yes. So AI robotics, maybe you can also make them do things like this. So twisting your fingers like this. So this is actually part of the mystery of the human body. Robot hand, crossing their fingers like this. If they can do this, that means that the hardware is excellent. So the robotic hardware that we're co-developing now, it can cross its fingers. So it is going to be the first time in the world. So you're like a cult leader now. Well, because I'm doing this now, this hand signal. So I'm not trying to sound like a cult leader, but then I'm just trying to share with you the future that I am seeing now. I sound like a cult leader, but that means that the technology is developing so fast. So for lay people to create a better future, to become happier, then study just a little bit more and imagine just a little bit more. And what's more important, think about what you're doing now and also AI and robotics development. How can they be combined to each other? So if you can be more creative about that, then I think you will be able to have a much happier life. All right, thank you very much. So will it be like 22 billion that you got invested? Will that be enough? No, not nearly enough. I mean, we're just burning through the money. We need to make robotics. We need to make GPU. We need to pay all these awesome PhDs. So we keep getting this funding. So you're saying that you're burning through the money. Then who is it? OpenAI, Sam Altman? He says that he is burning through the GPUs. Well, GPUs are money. Well, because they're too hot. But what is busy is HBM. HBM is also burning. So you're starting and ending with HBM today. Right, so that is also burning. And so now let us go to the second round.
자, 여러분들이 이제 우리가 이런 일상과 산업 생활에서 AI가 이제 적용이 되고
Now, AI is being used in our daily lives, in your daily business operations, and the conditions that need to be met is you need an AI model. Do you want to develop it in-house? Do you want to have a foundation model? Are you going to have open source or are you going to pay for it? How are you going to secure GPUs as well as data? These are the important questions that you need to prepare and address. Now, I would like to turn it over to Ms. Creighton. What kind of preparations is Palantir making? So Palantir, is it an AI company?
I'd say we're an AI company. We're not building our own LLM, though.
Okay.
And I think that was our observation as well. When generative AI first came out and became more publicly available, a lot of companies were racing to then build their own LLM. For some companies, this makes sense. Maybe this is more in line with their business. But for others, traditional manufacturing companies, suddenly feeling like they want to invest in this, it made sense at the beginning, but perhaps what we're observing is that it's more of a distraction from them just actually using the LLMs that are out there and then making sure that they have the flexibility to use the right LLM. We see a world where the LLMs are very quickly already becoming a commodity, and many companies are, there's a couple of that are distinguishing themselves as being the better providers of LLMs, but the different models, what we are seeing, are better suited for different tasks. And what we feel is more important is to have flexibility in being able to choose the right LLM for the right task, and a framework that can also change, because as we're all saying, it's evolving so quickly that the best model today may not be the best model tomorrow. And so if you're starting to make investments in using AI in your business, you want to make sure that you're not then beholden and trapped to that first decision that you made, and have the ability to swap and change and exchange these models as needed. And equally, have the flexibility within one process to have different models, again, that are specialized, and utilizing them in the best way possible. So we're advocating more of that flexibility and freedom to choose and adapt, but we're not investing in building our own ourselves.
오케이. 뭐라고 말씀하셨냐면 이제 flexibility를 굉장히 다양한 시츄에이션에서
Yes,
다양한
so we
라이트하게
have
모델을
to
쓰기 위해서
have the flexibility to be able to use the right model for different tasks. So you are using outside LLM model.
You may have very good amount of data. So probably.
Well, Palantir, we don't have our own data. We basically provide a framework for organizations to use their own data. And so it would be for each organization, obviously when you're using an
Palantir
LLM.
is a kind of framework of providing solution
Yeah, so
company.
software for enterprise operations. That's
I
right.
see. But at some time, if the AI is more crucial for your business, your dependency on your customer AI models might be a little bit risky. Do you think so?
I think we're just enabling companies to use whatever makes the most sense. Obviously in some cases where developing their own models or leveraging that's something that they can do and integrate, especially when there are maybe sensitive decisions that need to be made. But then having the ability to also use that in combination with other models may make sense because some external models may perform better for certain things. But then for some areas where, as everyone was saying, the data is incredibly sensitive and you want to be thoughtful on how you use it, it may make sense to use more in-house models.
Okay. 한국에 3년 반 계셨다고 그랬잖아요.
So you've been in Korea for past 3.5 years.
Here for 3.5 years. Are you happy here or are you gonna live here?
I love it here. No, Seoul has been such a welcoming city, so it's been really nice to be here, and I hope I'll be here for a lot longer.
I hope so. 다음에 우리 김영준 LG 전자.
Now moving on to Mr. Kim at LG Electronics. So you mentioned about EXA. So I think that this is not for general public. So it was also in the foundation model ranking chosen by Stanford. So you mentioned about data and GPU. How do you plan to secure all of this and also develop or secure AI talent, which is a very difficult thing to do? The EXA-1 model at our AI Institute is just one of all the other models that we use. In China and also in the US, there is Llama and Lava, the open models that are available. So from on-device perspective, I think there are three important things. So there is a cluster model, so the OpenAI, ChatGPT, and as for Gemini, it is also a closed model. So it's a very top-performing model that you can maximize the use. But when it comes to this world, there is a very well-structured text. But in order to also do well in the analog physical world, we need something that's outperforming and on-device. So there's the EXA-1 model, the US model, the Chinese model, that all can be used, combined, so that we can fine-tune a new domain, or we can embed a new encoder to come up with a completely different model. So that's the kind of approach we take. So the data in the pre-trained model may not be fit for the problem solving that solving the problem that we have. So in that case, we need to fine-tune in collecting our data to be able to develop our own model. From the pre-training perspective, we of course need massive amounts of data. But from the post-training perspective or fine-tuning perspective, we should have the ability to evaluate well the data quality and also collect high-quality data. That is all the more critical. And whether you're going to leverage this data to go for action or determine logic, so depending on the use, the data quality should be different. So we need to build our understanding surrounding all of these elements so that we can improve or boost usability of AI in our daily lives. So the keywords that I can draw from your speech is that, yes, we can develop AI in-house, but we can also make a hybrid type of AI through outsourcing. And there's lots of tools out there. I basically also call this like AI architect. There's reinforced learning, mobile learning. So you combine all of these different usages, and sometimes you use open source, and sometimes you do it in-house. So everything boils down to data, not human. Before we said everything boils down to human. Of course, that is very important as well, but it is the data left by humans. One of the mottos I have in life is that there is only one life. We can only eat 3 meals a day, and we die at the age of 100, but AI will never die and never perish. So leaving the data for the use or the use of intention is very important, because framework and everything changes, but this relational data should be of quality so that we can create added values on top of that. So the process of structuring all of that is critical. So we will build our experience. For example, in the beginning, AI seems to be very important, and there is transformative model, and then we can buy GPUs with money, but data is the most important competitiveness. It was a weak perception that we have in the academic circles, but I came to realize the growing importance of data. And nowadays we use HBM on the server only, but we need large model on the edge. Yes, HBM builds DRAM, but we want to do a flash. We want to build flash memory as well. That's at the background of HBM. So it's a matter of volume or matter of speed. From in the mobility, the LPDDR and NAND flash memory building or stacking could be a solution. So just a tip for you. Now moving on.
So now it is Vice President Bonali from Samsung Electronics. So yes, we're talking about various scenarios, various experience. And now, of course, in order to achieve them all, of course, you need the scenario, but also you need to work with the hardware people, AI people, data people, and also report it to the higher ups. So how do you do all of them? Right, so whenever we want to do a meeting, then we need to have all the departments together, dozens of people. So yes, it is not easy to lead all this effort. And if I may just respond to the prepared question, then now in our case, now for the customers, what they experience in terms of the AI, then we have Bixby utilizing LLM. So Bixby is on the household appliances, and that is because to control the household appliances and actually the questions for the household appliances, the scope is limited. So some of them that are being used quite a lot, and they would be on device, and some of them are on the cloud. So yes, we have the Bixby. So yes, let's say refrigerator, open the door opens. And or the washer, open the door, it opens, and or you could ask about the state of the filter in the air conditioner, it will tell you. So unlike other LLMs, the Bixby LLM, it is specialized for the connected household appliances. So it is the Gauss. Well, it is also used to validate part of Gauss. So you decided not to use Gauss. No, that's not the case. Did you make that decision? No, I don't have that authority. But we are utilizing Gauss partially in-house as well. So Bixby is a voice assistant. So you ask Bixby, it answers. And then also in the kitchen, you do work. And then you say, Bixby, clean up the refrigerator area. Then the robot cleaner that is connected would come over and clean up the area nearby the refrigerator. So that's what Bixby does. Another is, I mentioned this briefly, but then it also has the AI vision camera. So we have the AI vision camera on some appliances. So on one hand, yes, we need to get the data, but then now on the other hand, what the customers want to do. So the actions that they want to take, we can provide seamless connection, and that is what the camera is for. And it is already introduced in some countries, but let's say on the cooking utensils, then there would be these sensors or some devices, and then now, let's say it recognizes that I'm trying to cook pizza, then it will show pizza recipes on the monitor and so forth. And by doing so, so you can get more support along the way. And another is, now this is actually not AI, but now not only the AI capabilities on the products, but we believe that the connection is also highly important. And that would also be a big part of the home automation. So if I may just tell you about the case from last week, there is the accessibility ERG. So together with the members of the accessibility ARG, so we have visited a training school for disability support dogs, and so these are for visually impaired. And then now they also showed me a video of their everyday, and then I was reminded that, oh, if we could upgrade AI and the MD more, then we could also give them quite a lot of help. So it was a chance for me to really solidify my commitment. But then now, you could turn on the air conditioner, but then you may not see that the windows are open. So the smart sensor could also sense that to close the windows. And also the cooker, you control this by dial, but then now sometimes it's hard to tell what temperature it is, especially for the visually impaired. And then now you can be connected to the smart button, and then let's say you press the left button, then this is for like chicken nuggets that your children love at 180 degrees. So you could just press that button, or the right hand button, then you could cook up instant rice, or for example on the microwave 2 minutes. So that is what they're doing. I mean, they set these like buttons here and there for certain functions. And of course in our smart capabilities, and there's also the capability called talk back. So the machine could tell you what the temperature is, or also the new devices that also tell you vocally what the parameters are, what the set parameters are. But then I once again reminded myself that we need to make it easier for everyone. So if I may just sum up, then yes, at Samsung, like LLM or Bixby and AI vision technology, and also use-based connection, and also multi-device or customized AX. So utilizing all of these technologies, we are changing slowly the kitchen that we use, and also to make sure that the AI, these technologies and the appliances will be accessible by all. All right, thank you. So then now I have 5 siblings in my home, and also my wife's side, there are like 11 siblings, so I have a lot of nieces and nephews. So one day on the weekend, I was having a brunch with some of them, and I also gave them some like schooling tips, and I used the term CX. And so what I thought was that if I were to be like you, then I could tell my nephew, what to major, what should they major, like design or AI or whatever he can major, but come to Samsung Electronics. So new materials, okay, yes, just come to Samsung Electronics, because we also have open recruitment. So that is going to be in the second half. So will it be better after undergraduate, or after master's, or after PhD? Well, if he wants to do CX, then not much of a difference, because inside the company we have a lot of training programs. We even have certificate programs, degree programs, and also inside the company you also have a chance to experience other departments. So you can learn in Samsung. You have DS and DX. You are in DX. Yes, so DX is phone, TV, home appliances. So you're in home appliances? Yes, customer electronics. All right. Yes, so that is what we produce, but DS is like semiconductors, display for industries. Okay, yes, Samsung, way to go, because Samsung, the National Pension Service holds a lot of your stocks. Okay, thank you.
현대자동차 로보틱스 주시연
Next,
상무님, 아까
Mr.
그런
Ju
세상을
from
꿈꾸기
HMC
위해서
Robotics Lab.
모델이라든가
So in order to envision that kind of future, the model, infrastructure, humans, and data, what kind of vision do you have with regards to these aspects? As Mr. Kim also mentioned, we are in a very similar position, meaning that when it comes to robotics, 50% of the engineers majored in mechanical engineering. They develop hardware and work on control. And of course, they also deal with reinforced learning and other types of AI. But other engineers majored in computer science and electrical engineering. So as Mr. Kim mentioned, and also as Ms. Creighton also mentioned, we sometimes develop models in-house. Sometimes we use open source, or we revise and revisit the existing models. To be more specific, since we deal with robotics and robots, we value like on-device, and there's a vision-based detector and perception, and there's a sound source separation and event detection technologies that are already out there. Because LLM is not like omnipotent, because sometimes there are open source commercially available that could be useful. There are lots of like good open sources and frameworks, so sometimes we don't need to develop our own model. But when it comes to LLMs, the same goes for Palantir. They use a lot of resources. We use a lot of resources, and you have to think about cost effectiveness. And sometimes when we think that we believe open source is better, we use optimization and knowledge distribution and these types of approaches. So whether we're going to develop in-house or use open source or modify through customization, the decision is based on our target device, the resources, and the characteristics of the models that we intend to use. It's based on all of these considerations that we make decisions in R&D. What about hiring talents? If you look at the news media, we see that AI experts are very expensive, and they also go overseas a lot, like to Palantir and other companies. AI talent, we lack a great deal of AI talent. There are lots of researchers involved with the field of AI. There are many in great numbers, but our founding chairman of Samsung Electronics, what he said is that one genius scientist is going to feed 10,000 engineers. And from 2000 and onwards, collective intelligence was considered as important rather than individual intelligence. But I believe that we have now gone back to the past. We need a top of the top tier engineer in AI. They will collaborate with other engineers to come up with the top of the top model. So there is a resource issue and cost issue. There are many types of issues out there, but we truly need an outstanding, we have an outstanding LLM, but there are few companies who can come up with this top-performing, outstanding LLM. Maybe because of resource issues, data issues, but we truly need a great field of engineers who have the great expertise in this field. So from the company's perspective, we're working very hard to hire skilled workers, but we face a lot of challenges in reality. We have 7 panelists. You have to ensure the survival of 10 70,000 engineers per company. So that's 70,000 engineers in total. I think that mathematics is very important. You need like mathematical skills when it comes to becoming an expert in AI. I think mathematics and math is vital in nurturing AI talents because everything is very much related with logical thinking, mathematical thinking when we make decisions. So DeepSeek developers in China, they majored in mathematics, most of them. And U.S. lacks a number of mathematicians compared to India and China. Now I'd like to turn it over to John Jacob from TMAP Mobility.
Then listening to your talk earlier, I thought that at TMAP Mobility you would have a lot of data, which could be a powerful weapon, but not only that. Of course, you need to have the resources, you need to have the GPU models, you need to have people. So what do you do? Outsourcing, or what is your strategy? Right, so like you said, now we do have an abundance of data, so AI combined innovative services, so we could upgrade the experience and also upgrade the usability. So yes, we do have quite a lot of positive opportunities, and that is why we are also actively looking into AI. But we do not have our own foundational model. Then what is going to be our approach is the current thinking. Now, in order to get started quickly, we could utilize external LLM. So that is one way of thinking. And then also inside the company, there is what's called the A.X. So A.X is also a foundational model. So in some realms, we could also use A.X. So overall, like I said earlier, so for the voice agent and also chat-based agent, so we'll first design the overall architecture to include them all. And then now within the architecture, we could use A.Dot, or in some parts, we could also use the outside LLM with better performance. And then, so that should be the service architecture overall. And then, of course, this will drive up the cost. So we also need to have our proprietary foundational model is another thinking. Now, to make this possible, then, as Professor has mentioned, that we also need human resources. It would need a lot of investment. And also, our proprietary LLM has to be more competitive than the outside LLM, meaning that this would also going to be costing quite a lot. So then that cost, and then also using outside LLM, upgrading it, and comparing the cost between them. And we are coming up with the strategy for the short term, mid term, and the long term. Well, thank you very much for the very good summary. So, but then now looking at the national level, I do believe that we need to have a foundational model. But then now, depending on the business sector, you could have your own model or outsource model. You could create an overall architecture to utilize the model efficiently for different businesses. So thank you very much. A great learning for me. Now then, last but not least,
Now, Mr. Liu, so I told you that you have to make 20 trillion won first. So how are you going to address the data issue and all the other issue? And in order to nurture people like you, like a top talent, what should KAIST do? I will give you additional 5 minutes. I think that we have already exceeded our time, but you are going to give me 5 more minutes. Actually, we only have to end the session by 11:30. Anyways, thank you for giving me a lot of time. When it comes to model, we were founded to develop foundation model. So the businesses and all the other panelists here, you can use other sources, outside sources, but our company was founded to develop a world top-tier foundation model. So in order for that to be possible, we need like geniuses of geniuses. So we are getting a lot of people from KAIST as well as Post-AlphaGo, so outstanding professors. So that is why we wanted to develop a robotics foundation model. The language-based foundation model development and that era is over. Even though we engage in this business now, we cannot win against Meta or Google. But robotics is a little bit different. If you're going to develop an LLM, we know what kind of pipeline you need, but we lack engineers, data, and GPU. That is why we cannot make it. But in the robotics, it's a very niche area, meaning that we don't know what kind of data needs to be ingested. We don't know what kind of pipeline we have to develop. For LLM, in order to get an answer, it requires 1 to 2 seconds to get that answer. But for robots, it doesn't matter. But for robots, it has to move at sub-millisecond time, so almost real time. So in order to manipulate robots in real time, it's not very much in sync with LLM. So that is why we have to redesign the foundation model. And that is why we believe that our robotics foundation model will be available by the end of this year. There is Professor Shin Jin-woo. He is actually chief scientist, and he majored in mathematics. And I also gave a speech during his marriage, actually, Professor Shin. Yeah, he's a genius. He is a true genius. So he graduated from MIT and is currently at Georgia Tech. And we actually invited him as a dean of our department. And that was even before AlphaGo era. But I heard that he is the top expert in Korea, but he also got married here in Korea. So he's truly happy. He has a very cute baby. Yes, so I attended his wedding to give a speech at the Joseon Hotel, and I met Professor Shin 1 month ago, and I told him, "What are you working on these days?" He said, "I'm working on robots." So what do you do in robots? Do you have things to do? Of course we do. We have lots of things to do. Yes, so if Professor Shin is not doing his job, I would like to ask you to tell me, because I attended his wedding and he graduated from KAIST, and sometimes in the past he used to work for Naver as well, but I don't think he no longer does. Let me briefly talk about the background of my company. Professor Shin also used to have a space at Naver and to do his research, but he said it was not easy to do his research there. Don't they support GPUs? They don't assign GPU there. So I also have people that I know at Naver, and I said, why? They even don't have GPUs for research. A100, they have 2,000 and 2,000 sheets, but it's very difficult. They have lots of things going on. So because we don't have GPU, we cannot make foundation model, that's not the question you have to ask. You have to think about how can you make a foundation model without leveraging GPU. So that's the question that we're trying to delve deep into. And how can we do this? Through data. Of course, you may think that we can simulate data, but there's between the real world and the simulator, there is a huge gap. So even if the robot runs well on simulator, never is the case in the real world. So that what we have to do is we have to go into the factory, go into the convenience store, go into the hotel, and you have to capture how they work in real time, real world. And that is why I have faith that Korea and Japan can excel in this area. Why I mentioned about simulator is that, if a vehicle hits a pedestrian or hits a tree, we cannot create a real-time scenario. Of course, that is possible for the high-level intelligence, and LLM has already done that, so we don't have to repeat that. That high level has been already defined, but what we have to focus is then, to grasp the object and then throw the object. So Hanwha, the baseball team, is doing very well, but I think that we need better players at Hanwha. I didn't know you were a Hanwha fan. So what Professor Shin told me is that when I asked him, what are you doing and what's the difficulty and challenge? And he said it's the security, because the robot can go out of its mind and hit somebody that's next to you. But actually Professor Shin is working something that is more extraordinary than that. Do you think that in 5 to 10 years' time it will be difficult? I think that it will be difficult. It will be easier for us to simulate the data because it will also become more sophisticated. Actually, simulator can be good at enhancement, reinforcement, but it is not cost-effective compared to getting the original data because there are lots of unexpected factors and in real world. So if you use NVIDIA Omnibus, you cannot actually emulate and simulate the real world. So there will be cost involved in creating a very top-performing simulator, but the cost in getting the data from real world and the sensors cost is much cheaper right now for the time being. So if we collect all the data, the memory actually cost is going to up compared to GPUs. So if we move physically right now, it's much cheaper, and that is why we're going out there to this actual site. So the final line could be like the welding line for the automobiles or the semiconductor lines. Yes, so we are currently under discussion with all of these large corporations. For example, on site, it could replace hoteliers, replace convenience store workers, employees. So you have to get a massive investment, maybe at 1 trillion level. So do you have a plan to move your head office to Silicon Valley? It is in preparation. Can I do something for you? I think you will have lots of things. You could have lots of things to do with us. And to answer your last question, how can we develop future generations? When I was studying at KAIST, class and research were not number one priority. It was dating, going on dates. How did you find out at this very early age? Well, I was young, and that's why. But dating is no longer important for me because I'm married. Anyways, in the era of AI, if AI exceeds humans, humans could become happier. But as an animal, humans have the desire to, look nicer, to socialize better, and to eat better, to sleep better. I think that is the ultimate value that we need to pursue as humans. Earning a lot of money and all that, that's a means. But if everything is reversed, then we cannot become happy as an animal. So if we understand that fact, then naturally, I think that we will pursue as to how we can become happier, and we end up doing things that we want to do. So I think it's something that we have to also change in Korean society. Why do people don't have babies? Because the mom and dad are not happy. Or maybe it's because there are lots of TV programs that talk about divorce. And yes, those TV programs and Instagrams, they all have problems because we continue to compare ourselves with others. But I think that we really have to focus more on our needs, our animal-like needs, to be happier. So, what about the students at KAIST? Actually, people who do not attend classes a lot, come to classes a lot, tend to become more successful. Actually, when I was teaching students at KAIST, I could see that through their eyes, in their eyes. There was the guy called Baek Sung-woo, and he would never come to my class, but anyways, he looks something like you. And you both had that, keen eye and commitment. Actually, Baek Sung-woo and we became close when going to creating a club during a school festival, and we used to DJ. Anyways, DJing for us was more important than going to class. Anyways, I understand what you're saying. So you have to have the expert knowledge. You need to have the social skills and become more human. So I was given this topic, Lifestyle Revolution, AI integrating into everyday life, to chair the discussion. So I hope you enjoyed the panel discussion, and please give it up for our panelists.
그래서 우리 다 같이 미래를 AI에 끌려가는 게 아니라 개인적으로나 산업적으로 우리가 끌어갈
Let's not let AI lead our future and we follow, but be the case, the reverse case. Thank you very much, the 7 panelists, for your present panel discussions. Please give them a big hand as they step down the stage.
네, 그럼 생활혁명, 일상, 산업에 스며든
Yes, so
AI라는
this concludes the
주제로
first
첫
session
번째
under the theme,
세션이
The Lifestyle
끝났습니다.
Revolution, AI in
이제
Daily Life and
오찬
Industry.
시간을 가진
Now we'll
후에
proceed
두
to
번째
the
세션은
second session
1시
after
30분에
lunch
시작이
break.
됩니다.
So we
이
will
점
begin second
참고하셔서
session at
참여하시면
1:30.
되겠습니다. 식사는 앉은 자리에 계시면
Please remain
지금부터
seated
호텔
for lunch
직원분께서
as the hotel staff
순차적으로
will begin
진행해 드릴
serving
예정입니다.
lunch in
혹시
order
이동하실
starting
때
from now.
개인 짐은
And
소지하셔서
when you will
이동해
go
주시면
out
되겠습니다.
of this hall,
그럼
please take all
맛있게
of your
식사하시고요.
belongings. So
저는
enjoy your
세션
lunch,
후에서
and I will
다시
see you again
뵙겠습니다.
at session 2.
고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.
네, 모두 식사 맛있게 하셨을까요?
Did you all enjoy your lunch?
두 번째 세션과 메인 세션
We will
토론을
now
진행하도록
begin the
하겠습니다.
second session.
세션 2는 두뇌
Second
혁명,
session is
기피피라는
titled Brain
생성형
Revolution,
AI
the era of
시대라는
generative
주제로
AI.
그럼 첫 번째 강연은 대규모 언어 기반 모델을 위한 데이터 중심
Now, the
AI라는
first
주제로 브라이언 키안
type,
시앙로
presentation will be by
AI 연구소
Brian
부소장님께서
Kayan Siangro
스피치
of
진행해
Singapore's
주시겠습니다.
National University.
브라이언 키안 시앙로 부소장님을 무대 위로
Please
모시겠습니다.
welcome
모두 큰 박수
Associate
부탁드립니다.
Vice President Brian Kayan Sianglo.
Thanks for having me. So for today, I will be talking about why we should be paying attention to data in machine learning. And I'll be talking about data-centric AI for large language foundation models, and specifically on resource-efficient, for resource-efficient AI and AI to check on AI. I want to thank all the members of my research group as well as my collaborators, right, for all this work that we have done that I'm going to present to you about. So, a decade ago, my students are usually working on separate problems individually, but they still do it now, except that they're doing it in teams. Why is that the case? It's because the pace of AI research is being accelerated. They don't really have the luxury of spending a year or two to finish a project. So right now, collaboration is key. Now, more into data-centric AI. So in the more conventional or prevalent setting, most people are focusing on model-centric approaches, where the data is kept fixed, and the modeling techniques such as the neural network architectures, the optimization, hyperparameter tuning methods, they are being iterated and improved. I think many of you would have heard about all the various large language models from the big techs, right? Like OpenAI, Google, Anthropic. Now they produce models which are what I call closed source. So they won't tell you how they develop the models or what code they have used, how they train their models. And I think many of you have also heard about DeepSeek. They have recently announced additional 5 code repos, right, that they have open source. But there's actually one thing that all these big techs have not released. And it is the data, right? Why is that the case? How valuable is their data? Whose data have they used? Is more data always better, right? So to understand this and figure out the secret recipe, I would actually recommend thinking about data-centric approaches to improving model performance. And what's different is that in this new age of data-centric approaches, the data is being actively iterated using techniques like augmentation, pre-processing, data valuation, or data selection, while all the other components in the machine learning pipeline, they are being kept fixed. Now, data-centric AI is even more important in the age of LLMs, right, or large language models. Now, in particular, for this model architecture and optimization algorithms that are being used to train the LLMs, they have almost remained nearly the same to date, right? Now, it is the data that actually results in different models being produced. Now, companies and organizations, they crawl the data from the internet, right? Very often your data, right? And they create a very high quality data set, involve human in the loop to filter, to clean, to select and label this data so that you get a better performing LLM by training on all this data. Now, on the right-hand side of this slide, you can see that this is a very classic scaling law plot by OpenAI. It shows that the larger the model, right, the more data it can consume, and hence the better performance. Now, I'll be telling you about resource-efficient AI, right, which is going to be my first topic. So one key question that we should be asking ourselves, right? Do we really need that much data? And very often, it is the big techs that can gather this amount of data, but for the other companies, we can't. Now, we all know that in today's AI models, they are actually being trained on massive data sets. But I think one key question is that, we have to ask ourselves, are all the data equally useful? Now, what if we can teach the models just as well, right, or even better, using only high-quality data examples? So what's interesting is that if you can take a look at this plot, which is a research that we do, the y-axis would be the model performance. Now, what we have shown is that, and the x-axis would be the amount of data that you have used for the LLM. Now, what we have shown here is that, in fact, if we only use 5%, right, 5% of all the data, it's able to achieve actually a much better performance than the one that is being trained on all the data. So why is it that less data actually works? So there are three main reasons, right? We have found that in all the data, there's going to be data that's noisy. When you remove that, the model performance becomes better, right? There are data that's irrelevant to the task that you want to use the models on. And not just that, there would be redundant data as well. Redundant in the sense that you have a lot of data that are very similar, and hence you actually don't need so much data. Now, why is it that having less data matters? Now, these are some of the key reasons. If you can train with much less data, right, it is faster. That means your model gets to converge faster. You can use the model earlier. It also means that you can reduce the compute costs that you have to pay, right, as well as the data curation cost. Now, it also means that you can reduce the impact on the environment because there's less heat generated, right, more energy efficient. And at the same time, it means that we can train safer and more targeted models by using data that we have selected. So, in fact, efficient learning, right, isn't just possible, it is the future. So these are some of the works that our research group has done. If you take a look at the top left-hand corner, right, I call it the top M. This is the one where we try to find the most valuable data in the entire data set, and we can actually do that 50 times faster than the existing methods. Now, on the top right-hand corner, the duet, right, this is the one where, when you're given a task, you actually don't know what data will be useful. You have a lot of data with you, right? And our technique allows you to pick the right mixture of data, put them together, and look at the performance through the feedback from the task, right? And be able to optimize or re-optimize the mixture of the data. Now, on the bottom right, you see the work on nines. That's the one that we are going to present at the ICML conference in Vancouver this year, right? This is the one where we can select data that can directly optimize, right, the downstream performance using a reinforcement learning method called policy gradient. And on the bottom left, that's the one that we have just finished. So it's going to appear on archive soon, right? This is the one where we are collecting or gathering human feedback in a very efficient way so that we can do LLM or model alignment. Now, what are some of the practical implications and business opportunities, right, if you can learn with less data? Now, first and foremost, for some of these companies, you can think about curating various small-scale, high-quality data sets for different tasks that can actually reduce the cost of training, the energy costs, and even the transmission costs, right, when you use all this data for model training and fine-tuning. Now, in the slide before this, right, you have also seen that we have introduced some of these automated data selection algorithms. And what it means for the developers and the AI scientists, right, is that they don't need to worry about how to mix data from different domains for a new task. And they don't have to worry also about how to remove noisy data, redundant data, irrelevant data for the new task. Now, what they can instead focus on is to gather a large pool of diverse data and also how to evaluate the downstream tasks, right? This is something they can do. Okay, now I'm done with the first topic on data efficient or resource efficient AI. Of course, in terms of resources, data is not the only one. We have done other works on how to be compute efficient and how to be model efficient as well. Now, the next work that I want to talk about is whether we can develop AI algorithms and techniques to actually check on AI, right? To check on AI models. Two of the works that we will be talking about would be data attribution and provenance. And the second one is actually to think about evaluating the models, whether they have removed our data or not, or whether they are able to unlearn the data that have been used to train on. Now, let me motivate these problems to you. So for the first one, right, imagine an AI model, right, as a student who has read a huge pile of materials. And now when we ask the AI a question, it actually gives an answer, but we don't know which part, right, of the reading, in fact, influences the model response, right? We often ask the question, does it rely on accurate or biased information? Does it copy something private? And what if its answer is wrong? How do we fix it, right? These are all critical questions, and without knowing the data behind the AI's response, we can't actually answer them. So that's why the problem of data attribution and provenance matter. Now, more importantly, since we know that training a large model like ChatGPT, it requires a lot of data, and this data is actually collected from the internet. It may happen that some of this data that are collected is without the permission of the data owners, right? And this may harm the copyrights or intellectual properties of the data owner. A very recent example that many of you may have known is where the New York Times have sued OpenAI, right, for using their data in the training of ChatGPT, right, without permission. So, as a data owner, can I find out where the training data of the model comes from, right? Can I also check whether the data that has been used in the model? Now, data attribution and data provenance are the solution to these issues, right? Without a way to trace training data, we cannot establish laws and rules governing the curation of the training data. So this is some of the works where we have done, our research that we have done to answer the following question. Why does AI give this response, right? Now, if you take a look at the top right-hand corner on the work on detail, you can provide a prompt to GPT, and detail actually looks inside the prompt and shows you which examples in your prompt is the AI using, all right? And then on the bottom right, that's free sharp, it finds out which training data made the model performance better or worse, all right? And then at the bottom right, called WASA, right? Now, this is the one where we started doing it in June 2023, right? It's only published this year. But if you recall, towards the end of 2023, that's when all the, some of these big techs got sued, right? Because of copyright. So at that time, when we look at this work, we wanted to think about attribution, data attribution, that actually allows us to tag AI-generated text with hidden markers to trace the origin or the data source, all right? And in the top left-hand corner, that's waterfall, right? It marks the real-world content so that we know if AI has actually learned from it. Okay, now I'll proceed to talk about another form of AI algorithms to check on AI. Now, one of the issues that has actually gained more attention recently is, like I've mentioned just now, the models are frequently trained on vast amounts of data, and they can include undesirable data, either inadvertently or due to negligence. And this can include copyrighted, private, harmful, or even outdated content. And it can raise, data ownership concerns and limit the usefulness of the models. Now, earlier on, when I mentioned about tracing the model generation back to the data source, right, using data attribution techniques that I've introduced in the previous slide. Now, but even after we have identified those undesirable data or data that's copyrighted, how do we deal with it, right? How do we deal with it? Now, one of the naive approach is actually to remove the data and retrain the model altogether, right, by excluding the data that you want to be removed. But this is very, very costly in terms of money or time, right, to train the models again. And you'll be surprised, right, to train LLMs, you can require millions of dollars and months of time. So, the question, of course, is whether there's a way to remove the data from the model after it has already been trained. And this is a problem that we call machine unlearning. Now, what's interesting is that, our very first work dates back to 2020, where we published it in the NeurIPS conference, right? And when we started working on the problem in 2018, I was working together with some of the cybersecurity experts. It wasn't even about copyrighted data, right? It's about cybersecurity. At that time, we were very concerned about the following problem, right? We have a model that is constantly ingesting data in a data stream, right? It's constantly flowing in. But a few weeks later, we found out actually our model has been attacked, right, by poison data. And because of that, we want to unlearn the past 3 weeks of data. Could that have been done? So that was the first moment 6 years or 7 years ago that we looked at the problem of machine unlearning. Then, but at that time, it's quite interesting. We thought this will come up, right? But then it didn't really come up for a few years. It was, machine unlearning is still not that popular. But it is only in the late 2023, early 2024, where the problem of machine unlearning became very, very popular because of copyrighted content being used by the big techs in the models itself, right? So now we are developing techniques for that. Now, at that time, one interesting problem that I have met, right, which took us about 3 to 4 years, right, is that when we have a request to unlearn some users' data, we can do it once. But when there are multiple user requests coming to us, like 1,000, right? Our machine learning model, through the unlearning method, it cannot handle so many requests to remove users' data. The model performance will drop significantly, right? So the question for us is whether we can do unlearning sequentially by handling multiple user requests to remove their data. So we managed to do it through this work. Okay, now the introduction of machine unlearning, it brings up another question. How do we know if the data is truly removed, right? Can we verify that the removal of data is purely based on the model performance or model utility after unlearning? Is there a way to evaluate the extent of unlearning, right? So, very recently, right, we proposed the very first data-centric unlearning metric. It's based on the text watermarking of waterfall that I presented earlier. Now, what's happening is that for the existing unlearning metrics, like how successful are you in unlearning, right? It actually suffers from quite a few issues, like if they have similar data in the data to be removed versus the data to remain in the model, it can cause the metric score to be very similar before and after unlearning, right? Secondly, right, for some of these metrics that measure the success of unlearning, right, they need to reference the retrained model. That's the model that needs to train on all the data except the ones that has to be removed. Now that's highly impractical because of the computational and monetary costs. So that's why we arrive at this, right? A data-centric unlearning metric. It relies on watermarking strength. It's orthogonal to the model performance, right? And it's effective even when there are similar data that we want only part of it to be removed, and it doesn't require us to retrain the model. Now we have empirically shown that our technique called water drum, right? It performs well under very practical settings while other metrics have failed. Okay, now this is my last slide, right? In terms of AI to check on AI, right? What are some of these practical implications and business opportunities? Now, some of these companies out there, right? You can think about developing evaluation and audit tools for AI safety that can check if the harmful data, the copyrighted data, the private data, or the outdated data, they are indeed being used or being removed, right? That's very important to know. Now, note that these tools that we have introduced, right, they don't come at the expense of the model performance. In other words, the model's performance is still being preserved, right? So you don't have to worry that introducing these techniques is going to compromise on the model performance. Now, one interesting question that we still have, right, is how well can we scale the watermarking techniques that we have been using for data attribution and data provenance to a massive number of users. Now, this remains an open question. So far, our techniques can scale up to hundreds of users. Now, the question, of course, is whether we can scale to millions of users. So there's still a lot of research left to be done for AI to check on AI. Right. That's all I have. If you want to find out more on actually the technical details, which I've not provided, please feel free to visit our group's website, and the QR code is up there. Thank you.
네, 말씀 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. So it was an insightful time learning about the practical implications of GLOW AI Research Group's latest work on resource-efficient AI and AI that audits AI. Please give another round of applause to Mr. Brian Kyanshan-lo. AI today requires more and more data, but since we have limited amount of resources, we need to be able to develop further computational power so that we can better process these data, and the system that will allow for a better audit of AI will be inevitable going forward. So the speech by Mr. Brian Kyanshan-lo was not just about explaining about the AI technology, but also drawing insights that are required in the era of AI. So once the stage is set, we will invite up on stage panelists for panel discussion. After the panel discussion, we will have a short break, so we look forward to active participation in this session as well. I believe the stage is set. Let's proceed with the session panel discussion. I will call on the names of each panelist. As I do, please come up to the stage. First of all, moderator Lee Kyung-il, CEO of Sodlix, Cha In-hyuk, distinguished professor at Graduate School of AI Policy and Strategy at GIST, Choi Jae-sik, professor at KAIST, Kim Jae-chul, Graduate School of AI, CEO of NG, Kim Dong-hwan, founder of 42 Maru, Lee Moo-young, Vice President of LG AI Research, and Byung Ge-pung, AI Department Headquarter Manager at S-Soft. Please welcome the panelists with a big hand. Now I'd like to turn it over to CEO Lee Kyung-il to chair the session.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am extremely honored to be able to be joined by leading experts and researchers and scholars from Korea. Let me introduce to you our panelists joining us today. We have Cha In-hyuk from GIST, as well as Professor Choi Jae-sik from KAIST, CEO Kim Dong-wan from 42 Tomorrow, Vice President Lee Moo-young of LG AI Research, and Manager Byung Ge-pyung from eSoft. Please give them a big hand. We are given 70 minutes. That is not so short to have our discussion. I've prepared a lot of questions, so I hope that it's going to be an interesting session. Generative AI, that is becoming the buzzword, and also AI agent is as well. But at the heart of all of these innovations, there is the GPT AI that rise very well. But we also have to think about transformer. In 2017, Google published a report, Attention is All You Need. And with that paper, the world changes completely. If you remember the contents of that paper or the impact of that paper, or I would like to know if you have any memory of that experience of that event. So I would like to first ask the question to Professor Cha next to me. When was it that you used the transformer-related algorithm for the first time? I don't recall exactly when. I think the question is a little bit abrupt. I don't have a clear memory, but from what I recall, not everything was in attention model. I think that people began to use attention in the middle of the network, but the exponential training was not very easy because it sort of exploded in the middle of training. But once the training was done, the performance went up. I remember hearing something like that back in the days. So actually, after 2017, including GPT and bird-related algorithms have been applied massively to address the existing problems. So ever since, the direction of the research has also gone changes. So what is one change that you would like to point out or that you remember? Of course, we cannot say that all the problems were solved with attention mechanism. It was the result, showing the result based on natural language was very important. And I don't remember very clearly, but whenever I listened to presentations at academic conferences, there were two shared points. First is it was a research done by university or universities collaborating with Google, or second type of presentation was presenting papers or findings about the attention model. So at the time, having the attention network and making that into transformer, and when that proposal was made to Google Lab, it was not accepted because not feasible, it's costly, it requires a lot of GPUs, and further reasons they could not come forward to push ahead with the project. I don't know if that is actually true. And what I remember back then was, I want to ask a question to Mr. Kim Dong-hwan.
So then utilizing the machine learning comprehension, I understand them for the 42 Tomorrow at that time had very good achievement, and also at that time including BERT, the machines reading and responding like human beings. So it was around that time, but now then, similar to the previous question, so now then with the GPT or transformer coming out, and then now both for research and also for businesses, I heard somewhere that you have been quite shocked. So can you tell us more about it? Yes, so like you said, now the company was founded in 2015, and at that time, it's not that we had that many products, so we thought that if we were to just get ready with the machine learning and also like text reading capabilities, then we would get some opportunities. But then around 2017, the attention mechanisms were created, and then so around the time we were getting seed investment and also doing the business development, technological development, and also having some business approaches. So as the moderator has mentioned, in 2018, now the MRC, so the reading comprehension based global competition. So we came out number 1 in this global competition with Google. So we were doing the commercialization. So for example, in communications and also shipbuilding and maritime. And also the GPT, when this was first launched, now we were a little bit hesitant because now before LLM, then the MLC, this kind of technology, now we thought that we would be viable in the world with this technology. But then if it were to move on to LLM, then it is technology plus capital that you need. Then will this be possible for a startup like us, was the question at the time. And then now OpenAI, now they came up with the ChatGPT much earlier than I had expected, like 3-4 years earlier. So then since then I had to think a lot about this. I mean, I had been working on this for so long. Do I now have to fold my business or not? But then now we have been doing some testing since then, and I could see that this was more for a general purpose. So starting with the B2C and then to get the hegemony overall, but then now we were doing AX and more vertical, so I thought that we would still be able to find some opportunities, and that is why we are still focused on that and trying to keep running and growing the business. Right, so 5-6 years ago when I met with CEO Kim, so we talked about, so at that time he told me that it was very hard to keep up with the changes before and after ChatGPT, and he also told me he was thinking whether they can survive or not. But then now I see that the 42 Maru, the company, is not only just surviving, but also is showing the possibility of growing into the future. So you have my encouragement and you have my support. So I believe that you also have the experience to move you beyond the current stage. Now then, this is the same question, but let me shift the theme. Now let me go to Professor Cha. So ChatGPT, it's been 3.5 years already since it came out. So in that week when the ChatGPT was launched, so the community was so noisy, and so I always subscribed to it, tried it, but then I couldn't use it for long. So sometimes it would give me a response, sometimes it won't, but then still, for it to become stable, it took, I think, a few months, but still it was quite shocking. Because at that time, the biggest AI business in Korea, so I had been in charge of the largest AI business in Korea, and that was called ExaBrain. So what we had researched for 7 to 8 years, ChatGPT kind of like threw everything into the sand at that time. So for me, that was shocking. And then now, one day, my son calls me. So after it started the commercial service, and so my son was studying in the US, and then he asked me to give him my account number, account address. And I asked him why, and he says that he wanted to do his homework because all the other kids were doing it. Anyway, so I remembered having that shock, and I would like to ask the professor about his experience or perception, and also afterwards, were there any concerns that you had felt? Right, at that time I was a leader of a business, and also I was in charge of the digital business in a large company in Korea. So I was responsible for like thousands of people. And in the previous job, so in the previous group, I also said that we had to go all out for AI, but that didn't work. And then also in the last employment, in a large company, again, I told them that we needed to invest heavily into the AI, but that didn't happen. But that did give some support. But anyway, so when ChatGPT was first launched, I thought that I should first try it. So what I did was to come up with the strategy for the company. So I worked on it together with ChatGPT for about like 10 turns, and I thought that it was only ChatGPT 3.0, and of course at that time it had hallucinations and all, but then I thought that ChatGPT, it couldn't have been done better by anyone else. So the prompt engineering itself was also quite astounding, but I thought that, wow, it's just the beginning, it's awesome. Now we are all in big trouble. So we could do all kinds of decision making with this thing. So I remember thinking that at the time, and also I put in the question in English and also in Korean. I tried both languages, and the quality difference was fast. So again, that is because most of the knowledge in the world today is in English. So the knowledge and data is mostly in English, in another language. Well, then AI is created based on data. Then I was worried for the country. So then what's going to happen to Korea? Because, for all the researchers, we know that most of the advanced knowledge is in English. And also for the Korean researchers, engineers, they would also write their knowledge in English, contributing to the English-driven ecosystem already. So I thought, I was worried, what are we going to do for non-English speaking countries? So those were my two primary worries.
One of the thoughts I had back then was, could Korea do it? Can a Korean company succeed in this field? If not, then we should shift rapidly to AI using nation. Back in the days, it was just after COVID-19, when COVID pandemic was nearing its end, and from January, we were able to gather in groups. So at the time, I had a chance to give a lecture or a special lecture at Samsung Electronics for the management, but only 1% of them had used. So I asked whether they had used ChatGPT, but it was less than 1%, even though 3 months had passed since its launch. So LG AI Institute and we have a very special relationship. 5 to 6 years ago, LG Group came to me and the chairman said that they want to make an AI institute, and Transformer was already out there. So he said he wanted to implement, or a personnel from there wanted to implement a similar project, but it was very costly, and a lot of people were opposing to that idea. And the person also sought my advice as to whether we could gather a pool of experts to implement this type of project. But one of the important institutions that contribute greatly to the development of AI in Korea is LG AI Institute. So I would like to ask similar question to Vice President Lee Moo-young. What have you been up to in the past 3 to 4 years? And not only ChatGPT, but Claude and other models have been released, and it's very difficult to catch up with all of these different models. So can you share with us some anecdotes or some experiences that you found interesting? I think this is truly an endless story. We can talk about it for years and years, but our LG AI Research Institute was established a long time ago, but we thought that the AI era would come about, and LG thought about how to respond to this new era. And one of our top priority was to gather talented people to identify AI talent so that we can become a group that makes good use of AI. Of course, there is LG Electronics AI Research Institute. Each and every LG subsidiary has an AI exclusive dedicated group, but we wanted a separate entity at the group level to conduct AI researches. So it was established in November 2021. So for many, many years, we have been thinking about how to implement AI-related researches, and we got a lot of feedback from LG subsidiaries. We also try to identify the needs of the subsidiaries to assess what kind of value AI holds for their businesses. So based on our research or survey, we identified that the vision inspection was required at different manufacturing facilities, and also forecasting product sales and product demand was important. There were efforts being made to run business based on that forecast, and also predicting the raw material prices to know the timing of the procurement and purchasing. And at the assembly or production lines in the factories, they wanted to know about as to how we can identify defects in advance. So there are lots of issues faced by the sites. If you think back 4 to 5 years ago, at the time, even though you read reports or consulting reports, we know that AI is needed and was needed, but it was very difficult to extract value from the actual field. And a lot of people understood the need to adopt AI, but some people were skeptical about the utility and the efficiency of AI back then. But now, a lot of things that we once thought was not possible is becoming a reality, and is being translated into actual performance and earnings of the company. So if we boost efficiency, we can minimize cost and maximize profit. So AI Research Center is working together with other subsidiaries on addressing these matters. So when GPT-2 first emerged, we believe that the pace of such development would be so great that LLM will play a very important role. So at the time, we decided to fully implement the LLM project. Of course, it required a lot of budget. In the beginning, we were skeptical whether we could really make it feasible. We needed a lot of data, and if we had enough capability to implement such research, we did go through a lot of trial and errors, but we launched the Exxon 3.5, and this year released another version. So now we have gained confidence that we can compete globally. Of course, it continues to require a lot of money, but Exxon LLM-based approach has helped to improve efficiency of operations of many subsidiaries. So we believe that it is worth continuing to invest in this field. Of course, there are lots of challenges because we didn't have a lot of AI applications or use cases in the beginning, so people working on the field didn't really trust us. So what was important is to convince the C-level management first by the group, and then try to expand the adoption of these initiatives at the working level. And now I think that we have secured the foundation and the basis, and we're seeing the efficiency of AI with our very eyes. Yes, with regards to utility and how AI is being used in business operations, we're going to listen further to those experiences later on. So EastSoft company as a company is not very well known, but there is the AL약 or ALZIP, which is an antivirus software that many Koreans use. So EastSoft supplies this software. So I would like to ask Managing Director at EastSoft, Mr. Byung Ge-pung. So when it comes to your company, you began with the R&D and software, and you expanded your business. So you had to go out there to your clients to talk about it. Was it easy to convince the client? Or when it comes to AI, what were some of the concerns and challenges when you approached your customers with your initial findings?
저는 이제 사업 쪽 출신입니다. 그래서 AI를 경험한 지가 그렇게 오래되지는 않았는데요. 저는 이제 백그라운드가 그 방송 쪽에서 근무를 오랫동안 했습니다. 3년 전, 4년 전에 이제
I was in
이소프트에서
broadcasting for quite some time. So then about 3-4 years ago, now eSoft is about 35 years old. And about 10 years ago, eSoft thought doing a new business to challenge a new market. And in that time, we have also experienced quite a lot of AI.
폭력 상황에서
So, for
목소리를
example,
인지해서 이 상황이 맞는지
in
아닌지
a situation of violence, and then
사람들이
to
쓰러졌는지 안
recognize the voice,
이런
to
것들
tell whether this is real or
굉장히
not,
많은
and also
연구들을 진행을
in an emergency whether there has been a fall or not. So in order to recognize that, we have been also developing the technology. We have also been introducing outside technologies to ours. And then now, in this process, we realize that for a mid-sized company to work in AI is really challenging. Because now, let's say if it's a medium-sized company doing this work, but then the large company might all of a sudden launch their own model, then where does that leave this mid-sized company? Now then, about 4 years ago, the AI human, so my CEO, he went to CES, and then now he found some business opportunity there from AI human. So then he recruited some people from broadcasting, including myself. So then coming to the company, so not from the AI perspective, but then from the market perspective. So from the market perspective, how can we apply AI? So I believe that that is where we have been focusing on, to find the areas of AI applicability. Now the AI human technologies, now in the beginning, so you were asking about how much struggle there was in the beginning in the market, but then I think for AI human it was different. So to introduce the technology to others, and then to discuss the business opportunities, and to ask about the applicability, then now, because of the, let's say, the awesome features that the AI has on the outside, then we would discuss so many business opportunities. So then sometimes I would go to explain the technology, but then I end up discussing the business use cases for 2 hours. It happens so many times. So then in the beginning, it was a matter of focusing. Then over time, what became the biggest challenge for us was, now because it is a technology that kept generating images, now because of the GPU, the cost of the GPU, so it was difficult to apply them to everywhere we wanted. So that was one of the biggest challenges. So now where we are focusing the most is cost efficiency. To achieve this, then let's say utilizing the multi-region cluster in Azure to use the peak time, and so by doing so we can also handle a lot of the throughput in a very efficient manner. We also have the kiosk outside for the AI human, and this is full size. So right now the AI human is operating almost with no cost. So now, before coming here, I looked up the cost about 2 years ago, and I see that the cost has come down by about 100 times. So I have my utmost respect to the developers. But so now, the question is, again, applicability, the use cases, and utilizing this, senior care, or also in the broadcasting, AI dubbing or lip sync dubbing. So they could also be other opportunities, and we are actually seeing good results from the market. So we are already seeing meaningful business results. All right, thank you. So of course, at different positions from different perspectives, we have gone through AI for the past 3 years, 8 years, but now we see that in the past 3, 4, 5 months, now there have been quite a lot of changes, but then to the entrepreneurs and the engineers, probably you have seen much more changes than that. But now, do you believe that they have actually affected our lives, not just industries? Now I remember it was in 2010 that I saw, or that I used iPhone first. So everyone was, all in this hype. So iPhone 3S being launched, and then now all the researchers and also like my friends in Germany, wherever, and then they were saying that iPhone is so excellent, try it. And I asked how much, and it's like 700,000 won, and I was shocked at the high price. I still remember that, and then now belatedly, so it was in 2010 that I bought the iPhone, and then now for 2 months straight, so before going to bed, I would fiddle with my phone for like 2-3 hours at night. So downloading all these applications, my wife got so mad at me, so I still remember that. And not only that, but this was in fashion, and that is, what they would say is, when you die, then I will bury your cell phone with you, and then the wife and then the husband would say, then please bury me where there is Wi-Fi connection. So then, since then, the smartphone or the internet, they have changed our lives so dramatically in like within 3 years. So how we play, how we think, how we work, everything. So compared to that, then now the question is about like generative AI led by ChatGPT. So do you believe that it is also wreaking so much havoc or changes in our lives and industries? So when we think about how we play, how we work, how we live. So if you do believe that the generative AI is changing all these different ways, then why? And if not, then what are the current limitations? And do you believe such limitations can be overcome? Is the next question that I would like to raise. So then first to Professor Cha. So I do realize that this may be a daunting question, but what do you think? Do you believe that generative AI is changing our lives and industries? If not, then what are the limits? Right, so of course, I am not aware of everything that's going on in Korea, neither in the US, but now personally I am a US citizen. And also most of my network, now half of it is in the US, half in Korea. So I, meet these people here and there. But then now what is different is that now with the generative AI, of course you mentioned this, but then now the infrastructure, so infrastructure and the cost, so they are the most important. So then how much they use it, so how the companies use it. So how much they use it, there's a vast difference between the US and Korea. So almost to the point that there's no comparison. So in Korea, it seems like it's not really there. So I would like to point out the risk of just looking at Korea and thinking it seems like not much is happening. So about a year ago, now we have come upon the era where AI is generating AI. So we are not there yet, full force. But then now Samsung Electronics is doing this. But then now I believe that AI is now designing the next generation semiconductor. And then this next generation semiconductor, what this is that this will then run the next generation AI. So this would reduce the workload for the engineers, more work for AI. So of course, what we have seen in sci-fi, so science fiction, so machines generating better machines. So that cycle has already started. So in the industry, what is the most important? So today, of course, energy, food, and the most important of today's era would be AI and semiconductors. So we see those changes outside, but then consumers don't see them. We normally don't see them. So it's like ChatGPT, it's like just a toy, but then that is not what it's all about. And then now let's say Amazon, of course you all know Amazon Web Services, but the AWS, what the issues recently are, well, I tend to look at the issues, but then now another word that is in fad is algorithmic management. So this is also a big topic among the scholars. So what this means is that now when you're running your company, so there are employees, there are people in your company, then all their performance on all their output, all their process would be monitored by AI. And then they would also dynamically change their job. So because this person is not doing well here, then we'll give him another job. So all these work, the performance evaluation is normally done once a year or twice a year by other people, but then it is AI. It is AI monitoring, surveying all the processes of all the people, optimizing where it can, but where it cannot, then it will let people go. So now we have this ongoing evaluation, and the company is being managed by algorithms, and that is why they call it algorithmic management. AWS has already started it. Other companies are following suit. So what we normally say, like, workers, labor, so the future of work, future of labor. And normally we would talk about, if AI comes, then we might lose our job or we might not. But even those who still hold on to their jobs, then for those knowledge workers or for all the other workers. So just like they would monitor the workers in the plant, they can do that with machines these days. And that is already happening in the US, and that has been a big topic recently. So depending on the development and the utilization of AI, how it affects our lives is quite different. So perhaps Korea is not experiencing that yet, and that is one of my concerns.
So Professor Chai is saying that using ChatGPT like toy, and it's not just like about asking questions like, do you know Lee Kyung-il or Sutlux, but in order to boost efficiency, management, AI is being used, but Korea lags behind in applying AI for these ends. So in other words, I think this is what you're referring to. Just last week, according to the news that I saw, Microsoft fired about 5,000 developers, Google 3,000. So in just a span of 1 week, more than 10,000 software developers were sacked in Silicon Valley, and about 300,000 software developers were fired just last year alone. So it's the largest number in any industry. So they seem to be working in a very creative field based on their expert domain and expert knowledge, and yet they are beginning to get fired. And probably underlying on this news, we can learn that AI is indeed transforming the way we work and the structure of different sectors. And even though we don't feel it at first hand, we would eventually feel it at first hand here in Korea. So there are lots of software startups, software companies and startups in Gangnam and Pangyo, and these companies may need to face these challenges in the near future. So Mr. Lim, I would like to ask you a question. From the LG Group's perspective, I would like to know if there are many efforts being made to improve efficiency as well as innovation. And do you expect the same kind of things to happen in your company as well? Using AI and feeling its utility, all of that is very much subject to inflection point right now, meaning that there are lots of leading companies taking greatest advantage of this trend, whereas on the other side of the spectrum, there are businesses that fail to completely perceive this trend. And it's probably people are very busy or for other reasons. So I think there's a great variation and great difference among countries and businesses. However, we at LG Group, as I mentioned earlier on, we are seeking AI transformation in a very proactive manner. That is the direction set, and thus we are conducting active AI R&D activities. And there are lots of utilities. For example, we use ChatXon internally, and when we draft reports or translate emails, we use AI. But we use AI for optimizing our processes, for example, production processes. Of course, a lot of experts in the past worked on optimizing our production lines, but we applied AI and AI identifies the gaps that the experts couldn't see. And Lee Se-do, the professional Go player, also mentioned in his presentation that there are lots of different possibilities that can happen in the Go, and people were skeptical whether AI could actually win a human experience. But now we cannot imagine a human winning AI in the field of Go. So AI is thus being used in many applications, and it also helps to generate profit in the areas that we considered that were unknown to us. Of course, all of these transformations cannot happen overnight. There are lots of hurdles we need to cross. There's the system, legacy systems that need to be considered. We need to revise and revisit our work process. And AI is not going to address all of these issues. There are businesses or enterprises that are going faster and those that are much slower. AI is, of course, an irreversible trend. And yet, AI cannot solve everything. So I think that it is better if we can focus our efforts on applying AI in the areas that require much higher efficiency. Thank you very much. Next week, we will have a new government in Korea. We don't know who is going to become the president, but a lot of the candidates place a lot of focus on AI, how they're going to make Korea's heart beat again with AI. If this is not just a political slogan, a political rhetoric, then I think that we'll be able to face a lot of transformation, AI transformation going forward. ChatGPT is used not only to make our work more efficient, but it's also going to have an impact on every aspect of our life, and that kind of future is not very far-fetched. I think we're nearing the middle of our panel discussion, and next I would like to deal with the topic of now. What should we do at the present? What kind of challenges are we making right now? So first of all, I have a question for Professor Che.
So you have been involved with many different R&D with many countries, and also you are directly involved with management as well. So what are you the most interested in these days, and also what is your research now, and what are your thoughts? Yes, that is also a tough question, but now about what we need to do is my biggest question now. Now, just looking at the ecosystem, then, of course, in Asia, now the country of envy when it comes to AI is Singapore, we say. So the Chinese talent and the Hong Kong talent would also go there, and also the big tech companies would flock to Singapore. There are a lot of Asian headquarters and also big tech there already. So then these big tech are also drawing in talent. So that is how it continues to thrive, is what they say. But of course, the economic downturn is quite severe these days. So then there is also a tough competition for AI talent. Of course, KAIST, the AI graduate school performance is very good, but now my concern is, now when they graduate, then will there be enough jobs, enough high-quality jobs for them? So for a company to pay their workers well, there are two ways. One is to receive a lot of investment, or to have good revenue from global services. Then, now, investment is a limited source. Then that means that we need to do global services. Then what would make that possible is the question for me. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because, now, realistically speaking, let's say we want to make LLM, and then we want to make it a good technology. Then we give like 1 billion won to each employee. So then with 100 employees, then this would be like 100 billion won. So then for 3 years, 300 billion won. So I'm just talking about salary, not the computing power. Then will that guarantee that there will be global services? So that is also a big question. So then I see that it is not only about GPU or money. Then what would be the differentiating factor? OpenAI, when it first launched ChatGPT, then now and then they would spend nights working to make it global services. Where did they get such passion? Where did they get such energy? So that is one question that I keep having. So that, yes, is the biggest question. So how can we motivate people? So not just myself, but also others meaning the people in my company and also people in the graduate school. So how can we muster that kind of passion for AI development? And now this is what I think these days. Now LLM is doing good work for general tasks, but then now what many say that in special fields, then the answer that I get from ChatGPT is not very surprising. So now in areas that I don't know, then it does give me good information, good new information, but then now in areas where I have been in for like 20, 30 years, then the answer is not really surprising. So, of course, Professor Cha mentioned this, but now like medical or finance as well. So vertical AI, now even just in each sector, it would be quite large. And so right now, there are really no killer apps yet. So I believe that it is still possible to produce global services by focusing on such a vertical applicability. Yes, so you are an entrepreneur and a professor at the same time, so you're also quite concerned about your students, so understandable. Now then, just one more question to Professor Che, because this is also a question that I often get. So when I was in graduate school going through a PhD program, then there was the CMU, which is the Carnegie Mellon PhD program. So now in the week that I was supposed to go, I quit and set up a company called Saltflux. So that was about 20 years. So then last year, I believe that the Carnegie Mellon, the school, the employment rate was like 50%. My son is in Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and so he is in computer science, and they say that for them, the employment rate is, again, only about 50%. So then all the computer science majors in the US, now they can no longer get even internships, is what I'm hearing. So I'm also hearing this from my son as well. So it really sounds scary. But then now, even from the industrial perspective, then for my employees, now we are also teaching like coding programs like Copilot to our employees, and that is to reduce costs and enhance productivity. Then now they also say like Microsoft and Google, now they're saying that about 40% of their codes have been generated from AI. Then because now those who major computer science and then have work experience for 7-8 years, so their skill level and using Copilot after learning it just a few days, so then they say that the latter would be much more efficient. But do you believe that really is true? Because if that is, then the new graduates, newly graduating, new employees, will they really lose out on job opportunities? Then, now if they lose out on this 7, 8, 10 years of work experience, if they lose this, then in the future, the skilled or the experienced workers or engineers, how can we develop them? So this is a question both to Professor Che and Professor Chan. What do you think?
Is it a difficult question? Well, it is indeed, but I think we have to seek an answer to that question. I think that maybe 20 years ago, businesses that went global with the game said there was a difficulty with coding because in the process of developing a new game, there are engines, so they copied the engines and pasted them, and they sort of like revised them, but that was a lot of manual work. was what they said back in the days. But automation or of coding or coding automation, I think the copy-paste work can be done by AI. So it could be automated by AI. So when it comes to programs that can be automated, we do that too as well. Of course, we will continue to see innovation, be it transformer or GPUs. So that is why software engineers that are developing engines will be required in the future. So after the launch of LLM, you might think that engineers might not have a lot of work to do, but there are lots of components inside the LLM: storage, memory, and also explainability. And I think that a lot of tools will be made to that end. And there's also unlearning engines. So all of these different engines will be developed, but they cannot be done through AI because there is no training data. So once new things are being developed, we will require more and more software engineers. But there is a cycle of AI development. For example, there is an expert system, and there is an increased number of expert users, system users, and then when there is Bayesian, then there's a growing number of Bayesian users, and then that shifts to neural network and so forth. But when it comes to transformer, and in between the architectures of transformer, I think there's not only transformer, there is pooling, there's renewal model, and there are lots of different training techniques that were embedded, but it's the transformer that is most well performing. And who is going to seek innovation? If somebody seeks innovation, then software engineers will be needed to dabble that as well. But the reason a lot of them are being fired or losing job is because in NVIDIA GPU, it is very much focused on training the LLM and developing use cases out of it. But I think that with the advancement of new technologies, a lot of the manual work could follow. And as for with the explainable AI, we can look into the LLM, and there are lots of coding that are generated, but there are lots of manual work that are currently being done, and there are lots of new things that should be developed. So Professor Cha is working on explainable AI or XAI project. So he's in charge of that project in Korea. So the future AI is not black box nor white box. It could be like gray box. And inside that gray box, we have to try to understand human and machines at the same time. But I would also like to ask the same question to Professor Cha. 1 month ago, I was in the US and I met with AI engineers at Google and Microsoft. And what they are concerned about is that up until now, software developers are working on developing codes or code development actually were fired all of a sudden. But things have changed because in each company, AI engineers began to receive emails for their dismissal. So with the development of acceleration of AI, the AI software developers, its numbers could also dwindle, is one of the concerns I heard. Do you believe this is true? Do you think is this how you view the future?
Well, then at a forum like this, it would be better to say something positive, but then that sounds hard. But now, from a historical perspective, then before the industrial age, so in the past everyone had something to do. So perhaps it was slavery, but also because there was not enough production per demand, so people had to keep producing. And so as long as you were living, then you need to do something, make something. So you needed to make your contribution to the country. So they also encouraged people to have a lot of children because children, so having more people was also labor. And then So then overall we see that there are those who make positive contribution to the society, but also we are seeing a growing percentage of people who need to be taken care of by the society. But then thanks to industrialization, we also have the production capacity to handle that. So in fact, there is a reducing proportion of people who are participating in labor. But now AI is accelerating this phenomenon. So human beings are known to be making the most intellectual contribution, let's say in certain professions. So perhaps now those who are at the very top, so they may be safe, but even in these fields, their jobs are no longer completely safe. And now then, all the new graduates, so including in intellectual work, we see that many of them are being replaced. So, there is what's called the dark factory. So we don't have the dark factory yet, but then now it's Xiaomi's plant with mobile phone assembly. The mobile phone assembly is very hard, so I have seen it myself, so it really needs a lot of work. But now they made it, they automated it, and this was done by AI. And this is called dark factory because they don't need lighting anymore because it is fully automated. Now, what the US is saying that the next stage would be dark enterprise. Dark enterprise meaning company, meaning that all the lights out in a company. What does it mean? No people needed, almost none. So then everything that is happening inside a company, like for example, development, purchasing, services, so all of them could be replaced. So then in an economic system, then to actively participate and to realize ourselves. So the people who can achieve all these will continue to decrease if we leave things unchecked. So then how are we going to commonly put a response to this, and also how can we keep having people produce value? So I believe that that is something that we really need to seriously think about. But I don't see much discourse on that. We are perhaps too much focused on how to be profitable from AI, but I think we really need to broaden the discourse. Thank you. So then what Professor Cha is saying is that from social structural perspective, the impact is already here, and no one is safe anymore. And he also worried about negative outlook. Then perhaps why don't we shift gear to the more positive outlook. So thank you very much for your patience. But now this question is to CEO Kim Dong-hwan and Manager Pyun Ge-puk. So then, what are the opportunities that we need to look for? So where do we need to focus? The strategy, by dictionary, what it means is the allocation of resources. So in other words, to acknowledge the resources and the limitations that we already have and utilizing them or overcoming them to win the battle, to win the war. So that is actually a military term. Anyway, so then of course we have all the infrastructure, but then now we have other companies, even bigger companies with the infrastructure and the capital. Then just competing against them with only what we have is not going to be successful. So then what do we need to do? So, and also what do we need to prepare? So I would like to ask the two speakers on what we need to do.
네. 저희가 사실 사전에 어떤 얘기들을 할지 전혀 이렇게
So I wasn't actually informed of the questions before coming here, so I don't know how to respond to those questions. But since you mentioned we should talk about something positive, but I think that we have to start off with something that's more skeptical and negative. As the two panelists already said, most of our development workflow is being replaced with AI. And sometime this time last year, computer science professors actually said that programming students who use ChatGPT to produce reports. But it's a complete different story if you generate a report completely out of a ChatGPT and not just referencing ChatGPT. So the performance of ChatGPT has gone up dramatically. And when professors talks about this issue, I tell them the following. These people will become the first programmers who don't know how to do coding because AI is developing and also debugging for them. One thing that caught my eye in the Silicon Valley was that in the past, when startups do their business, they always started off with a CTO. But nowadays, if you look at the startups, there are many companies that do not have CTOs when they set up shop. So they have a solution product, and they get investments for that. As for our company, we promoted that 80% of our employees is going to be AI in 3 years' time. And we really have to prepare for that trend because this trend is inevitable, irreversible. So what should we do? First of all, I think that the Korean people should use AI well in their daily lives or at workplace. We say that AI is going to replace the jobs of humans, but that is not true. People who use AI well will replace the jobs of people who do not use AI well. If you think about the past, before the emergence of cars, there were carriages. So the horse riders, at the time, they held protests being against and opposing the emergence of cars. So they also enacted a law where the carriage should not overtake cars on the street and so forth. So it's quite ridiculous. But 100 years have passed by, and people who work in the automobile sector is much greater in numbers than those who worked in the horse carriage sector, for example. So I think that we really have to make good use of AI, to use it very well, and constantly think about how we can use the AI very well to boost work productivity, work efficiency, and ultimately to secure global competitiveness. I think that is the first step we need to take. In our everyday life, it goes the same. 25 years ago, when portal websites first emerged in the world, I think that we saw a similar pattern. People thought that if you need something, if you want to search something, you can just call that person up to ask that person. So people were hesitant about using internet portals. But nowadays, internet portals has become a fully integrated into our daily life. It's like as if we are breathing. So there are lots of people who make good use of internet and also intranet for a company to do their job well. But there are also employees who cannot. So the same goes for AI. AI will be used in many different sectors, and we need to know how to make good use of AI so that we can secure more competitiveness. And I think that is the key. Yes, so what opportunities should we consider as our focus area? To answer a little bit that question, I think that our entire society has not yet escaped from the shock of DeepSeek. In China, with the emergence and the release of DeepSeek, China actually thought that the whole nation thought that they could compete with big tech as having built this foundation model. So of course,
지금 우리가 가용할 수 있는 리소스들, 인력이 됐든
We have limited
자본이 됐든
resources
인프라가
or
됐든 이런 걸
available
통해서
resources and
과연
manpower
단기간
and
내에
infrastructure,
가능할 거냐,
but
현실적인 부분에 대한
can we
고민도
leverage
필요할
all
거야.
that to
또 한편으로
achieve
우리가
what
많이
we
놓치고
want?
있는 게 앞서
Is something that we have to think about. And I think we're missing out on one important thing.
파운데이션 모델이 됐든
That is,
AI든
whether it's
목적이
foundation
아니고
model or
수단이거든요.
AI,
이걸
they
통해서
are not
우리가
the
얼마나 잘
ultimate goal,
활용해서
but they are the
뭐
means
우리
to
생활을
achieving
획득할
our goal.
거냐, 아니면
How are we
산업
going to
분야에서
leverage
경쟁력을
these
확보할
tools to make
거냐인데
ourselves
그 부분에 대한
life
부분들이
better and
지식
to
대비에
increase
조금
our competitiveness in different
많이 좀
industries?
놓치고 있는 것 같습니다.
But I
그래서
think
계속
that
얘기 나왔던 어떻게 보면
we
이제
fail
AX,
to
vertical AI 이런
do
걸
that
통해서
with regards to
AI를 우리가
DeepSeek.
얼마나 잘
So how are we
활용할
going
건가
to
이런
leverage a
부분들에 대한
vertical
고민이나 노력들이
AI
많이
to
필요할 것
make
같습니다.
better use of AI is an important issue.
All right, thank you. So then, in the vertical field, Korea being number 1 or number 2 at least, so there are actually quite a number of them. So then in these vertical domains or vertical industries, then whether we produce them directly or not, to create business opportunities, I believe they will be possible. So for example, agentic AI, then not just the LLM, but then about how we can automate the workflow or the processes and how we can gain business opportunities from them, then I believe that that would mean that for Korea, what we need, what we can get is not just a foundation model, but then also for other business opportunities as well. So then now another question is, now for manager Pyun, so then what eSoft is thinking in terms of how it is envisioning its business opportunities.
사실 존경하는 차인혁 교수님께서
Thank you. Now, actually, Professor Cha has given a weighty question, and whenever I also think about this, then I also become quite somber and grave. But now also as someone who is in charge of business in a mid-sized company, then again, the imminent question is how we can drive sales and revenue. So we are, I explained earlier that we are focusing on AI human. And AI human would be many people, I believe, they believe that AI human is inevitably associated with people's jobs. So then the question is, what people is not doing now, but if it is done by people, it will be much more meaningful. So what are those things is what we are thinking about, and we are also researching those domains intensively so that we could converge certain domains, and when the needs arise from them, then how can we target them? So one example would be senior care. So from about 2 years ago, the senior market has grown considerably. Then we thought about what AI can do in this market. And of course, led by large companies, in emergency situation or what seniors cannot do on their own, AI can help. So it is 10th sector. Now, of course, creating content directly for seniors, that is quite challenging, especially in terms of the cost, because watching ads and linking to purchases, that is quite low. So in fact, we have no ads almost, but still we recruited the singer Taejina, and we also created this AI human, and then we also created these contents for like cognition, education, dancing, singing, and also even today on the IPTV, so under the recognition that such contents had been highly needed, we continue to create such contents. So we have been working on this initiative, providing conversational partners to seniors. We have been working on this together with the Ministry of Welfare and Health. So it is about to be commercialized. We have also met up with 400 seniors in nursing homes and senior homes. But now what's
부정적인 면이라든가
quite
아니면
surprising is that now for young people, when they see AI content, then try to find faults, like this is unnatural or this is not right. But then for seniors, what they do is now in front of the AI humans, they would tell them their life stories from when they were young. And in most cases, they would also shed tears. So when I also watch them, then I am also quite touched. Because seniors, now the elderly, they want to talk to people, but oftentimes they cannot find anyone to talk to. So then with the, based on chat GPT, like AI human, now the AI human can communicate anytime, anywhere. So what people cannot do, AI human is providing the services on people's behalf. Then I believe that we are creating the kind of market that did not exist before. So with these contents, we also met up with Microsoft, and Microsoft also had been thinking a lot about AI human, especially about the ethical issues, but then now we got to talk about our partnership and also perhaps doing business globally. And the biggest trigger for that was the contents for seniors. So this is what we will continue to do. So if we can find market segments where humans are not working, then perhaps we can also open it up as the market for AI and AI humans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're nearing almost the end of our time. We only have about 10 minutes left, so please bear with us until the end of today's session. So one of the biggest social challenges in Korea is the aging population. So we're experiencing unprecedented low birth and super aging. So in 20 years' time, the super aged population will be twice as that of now. And when it comes to active population over the age of 18, it will dwindle by half. So in that situation, AI can help to create a lot of opportunities to tackle our social issues. So I think that's a great insight. When I was watching TV some time ago, do you know a Korean program called 짠한형? So it's like a YouTube program. I'm not trying to promote the TV program, but there was a brand called 아점당 that was promoted. And I think that ad was very interesting because it says that the program will provide services or respond to customers 24/7. So the program or the platform was based on AI, and I think that could also create opportunities for growth in the future. Now, I am going to ask another question to Professor Che. As I mentioned earlier on, we will have a new government coming in next year. Of course, I don't know about the third party, but I actually serve both the political parties. And many experts say that promoting AI industry and promoting AI policy require governance. Our sponsor, Ministry of Science and ICT, is at the forefront of this initiative, but there's Ministry of SMEs, Ministry of Welfare, and Ministry of Industry and Energy. All of these ministries have plans for AI policy, and they have a budget like 100 trillion won and so forth, but we need to have a good control of all of this. Some people say that we have to create AI-dedicated agency, AI-dedicated ministry. I don't know how things would unfold in the future, but let's be creative. At the presidential office, we can think about having like a director who is going to be in charge of all AI policies in Korea, all AI budget, and that person will be tasked to coordinate different roles of ministries, and maybe one of you can clinch that role. So, Professor Che, if you could be in that role, is there two must policies that you want to really implement, or is there some specific regulation that you want to address or ease? Well, if I were in that position, what would be the two things that I want to do? I want to create infrastructure that would help coordinate different related initiatives. If you think about in the past why we couldn't have like an ERP company like SAP, it was because the IT teams, the groups all had like their specific IT teams, and IT businesses could not take the lead in implementing this type of projects. So we were not able to mobilize all of the efforts of different IT leaders in coming up with something that is very of a breakthrough. And the second thing is, as for the general AI, the issues it faces can be addressed with infrastructure, but in the vertical domains, there are things that cannot be addressed just with infrastructure. So you mentioned about the Ministry of Welfare, and that's for the healthcare, and manufacturing is the Ministry of Industry and Energy. So we have to make sure to heed to the requirements of the users, and so that they can take a very active role in devising the policies together with the government. So we have to make sure that the market is very much centered on consumer-centric market. I mentioned about setting up AI office under presidential committee, or maybe we can think about chief AI officer at the government. So I would like to, if I were to propose Professor Chai as the chief AI officer, what would you do? I gently decline your offer.
But then if they were to have really like a chief AI advisor to the president, then perhaps maybe we could mention these several things. Now, recently I have also met with some people in finance, and so they were quite concerned. So now the share of Korean economy, semiconductor is like 25%. So a few years ago it was 20%, but now it's 25%. So it's a high concentration. But now China is catching up very fast, and it's only like 3-4 years away that China surpasses. And in many other fields, we have already been surpassed by China. So now they are very much concerned. But now when you look at the Korean economic structure and also the output and the export, then from 20 years ago, our structure remains almost unchanged. So we have still been feeding on the traditional manufacturing. So that is our given reality. And so of course we have our own language, we have our own culture, we have our own identity. That's good. So it's great that we can stay in with ourselves. But then producing global services, this could actually be an obstacle. So that has been quite difficult for us. So we have not produced any services that would dominate the world. So I'm not saying it would be impossible, but it has not been done yet. So of course we have to sustain our manufacturing. And then now with the AI, technology, then perhaps we can also support where we are strong. So for example, the manufacturing capability. So perhaps we can innovate everything about manufacturing utilizing AI so that our industries can withstand the attack from other countries. So at least we need to earn them time, like 10 years time. And AI can help with that. Now, looking at the past 20, 30, so actually looking ahead to the next 20, 30 years, so we need someone to look ahead 20, 30 years and prepare for the future and completely transform our society. If not, if we are just looking at 2, 3 years out, then we might be swept away by all these changes that are coming to us like a hail. So we need to look toward the future and also try to leverage our cultural advantages. So, for example, being mindful of others, consideration, being kind, and also shying away from conflicts. In other words, we are good at compromises too. So a lot of people also like Korean culture. So then maybe you can also leverage that culture. Like, for example, helping people live in harmony. So maybe you can also leverage AI for that purpose as well. So that is also one way of preparing for the future of AI. All right, thank you very much. So yes, next month, 2 months later, then we will see more policies take shape that will determine the future of Korea as a nation. So that is almost all of the panel discussion that we have prepared. So as we have been engrossed in our discussion, 70 minutes have flown by. So yes, it seems like AI is still spending money rather than earning. So OpenAI, so their revenue as of last year was 2 trillion won. So within 3 years of seeing first revenue, now they are at 2 trillion won. But then, so that is remarkable, but I also heard that their loss is 7 trillion won, so they have spent 9 trillion won. Now in Korea, there is probably no company who can stay afloat with such huge losses. So not just dozens of trillion, but hundreds of trillions of won being attracted into these countries, into these companies to do their business and provide their services. So yes, that is also a subject of envy. But then also looking at Korea, then for Korea to survive in this geopolitical situation for hundreds of years and not only surviving but thriving. So Korea also has strong potential. So I believe that the challenge is upon all of us, businesses and engineers and scientists, everyone. So now then, with the wrap-up remarks, I would like to conclude the panel discussion. So not just for Korea, but then we are seeing the changes in the world, not just in Korea. So now at this inflection point, it seems that we are navigating our way into the future, looking at different directions. But of course, Korea is saddled with many other issues, like for example, industrial structure and export, and also our societal conflicts. So we need to move beyond that so that we can ensure sustainable growth and development for Korea, for our children and the children of our children. So to that end, I would like to ask everyone here in the audience and also especially the gurus who are the panel participants today, I do hope that we can all sow the seed for such future. So with that, I would like to thank all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, five panelists and the moderator for your participation. Please take your seats. Now, this wraps up the second session on Brain Revolution, the era of generative AI. We will now take a 20-minute break before proceeding to session 3. Please enjoy the coffee available in the lobby, and I will see you back again at session 3. Thank you very much.
네, 이제 정말 마지막 세션을
Thank you very much. And yes, indeed, the last session of the forum. And this session is under the theme of post-human revolution, the era of humanoid. I believe that this is an area of keen interest by us all. The speaker is Professor Jean Oh of Carnegie Mellon University, who will tell us about the future of human beings and humanoids. Please welcome her with a big hand.
Good afternoon. I am Hae-jun Oh from Robotics Institute of Carnegie Mellon University. I'm going to give a talk on robot intelligence. What is the difference between AI and robot intelligence? I am also going to talk based on my past research findings. So the small robot that you see is a robot that I worked on 15 years ago, and it was good at direction following. Like we would give command like go to the back of the building, and as you can see, the robot was moving everywhere. But it was very difficult, but I want to work on it again. So I am robotics expert or scholar, and I also am often asked the question whether I'm an artist because I'm working on an art-related project, but I am mostly focused on robotics when it comes to ground and air and underground space, but I also conduct robotics research in relation to art. So that is why I'm asked often the question why. But if I were to answer that question, regardless of the problem domain, the kind of research that I do is to explore how robots decide on its action. And I do the planning in the real world. So I wanted to explore how the robots take action in uncertain domains. So this can be applied to autonomous driving or when robots draw. This is a study that I did a long time ago. So when it comes to direction following, we would command, for example, navigate to the car that is behind the building. So the information that robot can see through its sensor is this kind of image. So if we ask the same question to a human, it's a very difficult question. But not really. It's a very easy question for people because if you ask that question, then most people would answer the same. For example, we can draw a map on this type of a paper, and then it's a paper seen from above, usually. And what robot sees right now is just the front. But we as humans can see and draw things that are beyond what we see in front. So that goes beyond the command instructions. So we have imagination, and our imaginations are quite similar. We would say 82% of the people would think about the same thing. So we have understanding about what is not seen and what is not sensed. And I conducted a research on this topic and based on the findings developed an algorithm. So although robots can only see the front initially, we wanted to make sure that it sees the back as well. So we conducted a command following research. So this research was done in 2016. It was back in the days when perception level was not very high, so we were very much focused on language-based command so that we can complete the information. So my message here, or my point here, is that the issues faced in the real world or real-time world cannot be only addressed with the information coming from sensors. We need to have an intelligence that can go beyond. So Sense Plan Act is the basic paradigm in robotics. So the information coming from sensor is considered as the biggest input. So when it comes to robotics, SLAM and mapping, all of those are involved with processing sense data. And a lot of studies have been done in that field. And based on those studies, we are seeing the emergence of self-driving sector. But what I would like to share with you is that when addressing complex issues faced by humans, our spatial intelligence should go beyond something that we can sense and touch and see. So spatial intelligence covers a vast realm of senses. So other than going beyond the sensing, we have to have the ability to assume and predict and imagine. Second, I just mentioned about the basic paradigm, but what is excluded here is what we do. In the past, when we say we work on something, the task was very well defined. To give you an example of navigation, we would say go to XYZ. So there is a coordinate and you have to go there to that destination. So that is the task in itself. There was no uncertainty along the way. But when it comes to the task that we want the robots to do, the goal in itself is very abstract. So we communicate based on very abstract and implicit goal. For example, clean the house, or organize the house, or tidy up the house. We feel like these are very specific tasks. But if you tidy up the house or if you clean the house, how should I do it? The details are omitted there. So how are we going to fill in that gap is an important question that we need to address. So I would like to share with you an example of the robot painting of FRIDA that I work on. FRIDA is an acronym for Framework and Robotics Initiative for Developing Arts. So it is a combination of art with robotics. FRIDA is a painting robot. For example, what would you want to paint or draw with FRIDA? Imagine what you want to draw or paint. I will give you 2 seconds to think about it. And then afterwards, you will have an idea of the kind of image that you want to draw. How are you going to convey that idea to FRIDA? This is same as making a request to other people. For example, we have to make a request to another agent, and when we make that kind of request, we use language. Language is very abstract and also ambiguous, and among the languages, there is the content, text, but there's also tune and sound that could be part of language. And sometimes emotions and feelings are incorporated in a language. So language can include a lot of different elements. Sometimes through a simple drawing, by scribbling something, we can explain your intentions. And at times, when it's difficult to put into words, you can give examples to tell the other person, this is the type of painting or image I want to draw. So we refer to this as robot planning with abstract goals. When the goals that we pursue are quite abstract, then what kind of intelligence ability do we need to be able to fill in the blanks or the gaps in terms of specificity? So I refer to that as creativity. Why robots need creativity? It's not that creativity is only related with art. Whatever the form of problem solving, we need creativity. So robots' intelligence needs to embed creativity as well. I keep on saying that when goals are abstract, then we need creativity in planning. So the domain that we work on is mostly art, and you can see that the robot is making ceramics. And when you make a ceramic, it's a deformable object where it is very difficult to manipulate because it's a clay, so its form keeps on changing. So representation in itself is very challenging. So this is the kind of research or study that we do. Now, how are we going to convey our instructions or ideas? So this video is about how we use Frida for a recreational therapy session in a rehabilitation hospital. So this video was produced by the rehabilitation hospital, and you can see here there is somebody by the name of Veronica, and she is a painter, but she's disabled, so she uses her mouth to paint. She's a mouth artist, and on that specific day, together with this robot and a patient, we drew together, and this painting was exhibited at the Conference for Society of Rehabilitation. Now, I briefly mentioned about my studies, and I also want to share about the gaps that need to be addressed, things that need to be filled in that we do not see, and how are we going to address the challenges with regards to the abstract goals, and how we need creativity also for robots. Now I'm going to briefly talk about how things are evolving and changing. We are seeing the emergence of a lot of humanoids, and we are often asked the question, how do you foresee the future? There is a Moravec's paradox. This means that what is difficult for humans is easy for machines. What is easy for humans is difficult for machines to do. So this quote dates back to 1987. It was a prediction made back then, which is still valid to this day. So the language issue has been addressed, which I thought would never be resolved in my lifetime. I know that it's a very difficult thing, the language issue, because I've been working on it for a long time, and I thought that it would never be addressed in my lifetime. But so that was that for language, but also image as well. Lots of developments in that space. Inside an image, there are also things that we need to untangle going forward. But if you look at the current generative AI model, it is indeed very powerful and impressive. When it comes to robotics, we see a great number of humanoid companies out there, and even the general public is well aware that robots could one day become a part of everyday lives, and we see a lot of YouTube videos talking about robots or humanoids as well. But when it comes to innovation, I think that we have to focus more on locomotion, especially quadruped and biped robots. They can now walk on their feet, and that is a breakthrough that is comparable to that of language model. So that's quite a good news. And yet, we have room for improvement. It's the hand part. The end effector The fact is that there are not many hardwares that represent hand very well. And I attended a robotics conference last week, and a lot of robot companies have grown in numbers. So probably the hand issue will also see a lot of development in the near future. But the most difficult aspect is dexterity. It's related with software. No matter we have the hardware hand, how we are going to control that is very important. And I call this hand intelligence. Hand or technology that allows you to use the hands dexterously, that is the brain of all AI technology or robotics technology. With the currently available technology, we cannot reach the level of dexterity. For example, seeing robots cleaning and vacuuming and washing dishes, I think that we may need more time for that to be possible. I personally think that when it comes to robot intelligence, when in comparison with AI, is much more challenging because there is the hand intelligence we need to address, and then there is physical intelligence. Physical intelligence means that we have many objects or intelligence to interact with objects and humans, but that is another level of intelligence that requires a lot of research and development, and especially robots that will be used in human environment should have high level of safety and high level of ethics. Without addressing these safety and ethical issues, it will be very difficult to have these robots accepted. And the freedom of degree of freedom, autonomous vehicle is not also fully accepted. And the reason for that is that domain in itself is very safety critical. So if you compare AI with robot intelligence, AI is seeing an increasing volume of data, and with better computational resources, their data has actually solved the problem. We see the emergence of language models, of visual language models, and generative AI. And with that, many people think that data could probably solve robotics issues as well. So if you attend different conferences, this is the hot topic. A lot of panels discuss this topic, AI versus robot intelligence, and how data can solve robotics problems. But I think that will data solve robotics problems is a question that shouldn't be asked at all, because we need data. But having data, is that enough? We also have to think about what kind of questions we can ask with regards to data. And that's what I'm going to talk about in the next part. If you look at the language data that is well known, when it comes to language problem, it's a very, very difficult, challenging issue, but it's just one format in terms of data. It's tokenized, it's a sequential data. And that is why we can collect a lot of data. And since it's just one format, there is no need to worry about data comparability. Of course, there could be differences between different languages, but in terms of format, it's just one format. And image, we use square images or two-dimensional pixel-based images. So this has a format and has a structure, and it allows for a collection of massive data. And when it comes to 3D, it's a little bit different. 3D is point coordinates, but it's in 3D. So it's very difficult to find the semantic meaning in 3D. The data point cloud labeling, if you've done it, you would know what I'm talking about. And if you move on to video, the volume becomes bigger. So it becomes 30 frames per 1 second. In robotics,
거둘 수 있는 데이터 포맷이 있습니다.
we also have a similar data format called trajectory. So this means how one coordinate is moving.
한 에이전트가 점
So
하나,
one
차,
agent,
자동차가 여기서 여기까지 움직이는
for example,
거를 점 하나로 표현한다.
would express vehicle A moving from A to B in one coordinate. But if you have 10 vehicles, then that means 10 trajectories. So how we're going to predict all that? There are relevant studies that are undergoing. And in the manipulation space,
무빙 조인트가 많은 로봇들은
robots with a lot of moving joints, they have very high dimension. So it's not about one point or one coordinate moving, but the more degree of freedom you have, you should be able to track all of these moving dots and coordinates. So even though the data format is very simple, the dimensionality is very high, so very difficult to plan computationally.
그런데 우리가 생각하는 로봇 스킬
The robot skills that we have in mind, for example, pouring water, cooking food, or cleaning, helping and assisting humans, all of these robot skills are so diverse. So it can be handled at the data format level. We cannot know what kind of data is the right data at which format level. So,
스킬이 나오고 또 이 데이터는 또
and this type of data
모든 로봇이 할 수 있는 것이 아니라
is not something that could be used by robots. It's very much dependent on robot hardware, because as long as we don't use all the same robot, there are some robot-specific data. For example, if my robot doesn't have a camera but other robots have camera, then the camera data will not be not useful for my robot, but it will be useful minimally for my robot. So there are all of these very subtle differences, and that makes it difficult to exchange data among different robots. And so what kind of data is useful to train each skill for each robot is an important question that needs to be researched and addressed. Now, second, it's an issue of data quantity versus quality. To give an example of safe driving data, we have accumulated data in self-driving for the past 10 years. If we have accumulated data for 10 years, I think the volume would be enough. But why isn't it working very well? Of course, there are some positive sides and the negative sides as well, but you have to think about how these data were collected. So the autonomous vehicles would have sensors on it and it would drive around the streets. But you only have good data in that sensor. When the sensor is moving past the other vehicles are also driving very safely. So no matter how you delve into that data, there is rarely no accident-related data. And the actual accident-related data is zero, almost zero, and not even a dangerous data as well. So this is what we refer to as curse of rarity, meaning that there is a huge volume of data but not meaningful data. We need to be able to practice in a real-time environment, but that is not possible. So in this type of domain or space, we have to take a new algorithmic approach to make better use of the existing data. And even though we have a lot of data, we may have to develop or create synthetic data as well. With regards to data quality, it applies to robotics but also AI regarding data equity. Equity means not everything is equal. It's about filling in the gaps. That is the concept. So the images that you're looking at right now are the images of different countries that were generated. This is Stable Diffusion 1.4 model that generated these images. And the recent model is 3.5, and we regenerate the images. The image quality in general has improved dramatically. It's incomparable to the past, but the cultural bias still remains. At times, it's become worse. For example, there is a Korean traditional cloth garment, and I think that if Korean sees this, he or she wouldn't like it, because it looks like a kimono of Japan or Chinese traditional clothes. So what we see in the model 3.5 is that Asia is considered as like one culture or one country. So everything is sort of mixed up, and it's worse for Africa. It's as if Africa continent is one country, or everything is mixed up. As such, we have huge volume of data, but the content of the quality of that data is something that we have to explore in the robotics area as well. And there are also things that we cannot do using data as well. What we can do with data, we can predict, but data has already gone through one trajectory. So if the data is different from that trajectory, it won't be useful. So we need another field of practice or practice field. But sometimes it's very difficult to practice in the real world, like for self-driving. So there is still a gap between simulation and the real world. So we have to do more research on simulation as well, and a lot of large companies are investing in this field as well. Now to recap, robotics is real-world problem solving that requires real interaction. But the data received by robots are quite limited. Task is not very well defined, and the data that can be sensed are lacking in number. So we have to deal with this high uncertainty in space and time, and that is why different new forms of intelligence should be embedded to robotics. So spatial intelligence, hand intelligence, prediction, and creativity are what's required. Thank you for listening. This wraps up my presentation.
네, 말씀 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.
진흙을 가진 로봇과의 공존 방안과 로보틱스 분야의 다양한 전문가들의 견해에
So that was
들어볼
the
수 있었던 좋은 시간이었습니다.
opportunity to hear insights about various experts and Professor Oh on how to coexist with high intelligence robots. And thank you very much, Professor Oh. So through the present and past and future of AI, we were able to explore how robots and AI could coexist going forward. So going beyond the mere evolution of technology, we have to have a close look at the technologies available for us. We're able to identify and confirm that there is an acceleration of technological advancement, and Professor Oh has given us a lot of insight as for the future of the robotics. Now the stage is being set to proceed with the panel discussion. We'll be joined by many experts from the robotics as well as the AI sector to have in-depth discussions. Now we will move on to the last session. When I call on your name, please come up to the stage. Moderator will be Kim Jung, President of KROS. Felix Shang, Senior Director of Unit 2 Robotics, Chang Byung-tak, Professor of Seoul National University, Kim Byung-soo, CEO of Robotics, Han Jae-kwon, CTO of A Robot and Professor at Hana University, and Lee Sung-jun, Professor at Busan National University. Please welcome them with a big hand.
네, 착석해 주시고요.
If you could all be seated, thank you.
네, 그럼 저는
And now let me hand over to the moderator, President Kim. Yes, good afternoon. So I am, yes, president of KROS and also a professor at mechanical engineering at KAIST. So now listening to Professor Oh, I was wondering about what the differences are, and I believe that perhaps in Korea and Japan, the scholars are thinking more about like a humanoid, like the atomic boy or like Mazinga, so more like these human-looking robots. But then now in the US and other countries, then they are thinking more about the interaction. So how are we going to be interactive with these robots and how we can be friendly with these robots? But then now what we have in common is that we are all skeptical about our R&D. So now in this room, I believe that the most skeptical are the ones who are in robotics because we have been faced with so many challenges. So of course, Professor Oh also talked about many challenges that she has experienced, and I believe that that is one thing in common among us all who are in the field of robotics. So yes, I was also nodding along her presentation. So now the topic for this session is post-human revolution, the era of humanoids. Now, you know, when we watch football, then we say that it is the era of Son Heung-min. Then you know, in all the football images, you get images of Son Heung-min. And then also, if we try, then we can go see his matches in person. But then now, in the era of the humanoids, then we would be seeing all these humanoids, and will we also be able to see the actions or what the humanoids do? So let us all discuss that here right now. So now we have the experts gathered here. Very hard to collect all these people in one place. So now let me first start out with a common question. And then I will also divvy up the questions by the panelists. Now, this is the first question. Now, the era of humanoids, what do you believe this means? Is this about technological advancement, or is it more about broader acceptability of humanoids into our society, or is it about replacing people? Are we turning into machines? And also, one ask from myself is that now in the in the next 5 to 10 years, where can humanoids be used? So could you also make that prediction? And also, if you could also briefly introduce your research on robotics. Now, so then, sitting right to my left, we have Dr. Shang from Unitree, so we will start from him. Yes, please.
Hello, this is Felix Shang from Unitree Robotics. And for this question, I think humanoid robot is a new technology and also a turning point. Then human robot will integrating with people's life and will go into every person's life. And we all know, and now the human technology is going fast, and it's bring many convenience to our people's life. And many people is also open to humanoid robot. And when we first to see the human robot, will feel a little fear because we don't unfamiliar with this robot. But when we know about this robot, we will comfortable with this robot, and to let this robot work for us, and to let this robot live with us. And another thing is that for the next 3 or 5 years, the human robot will go into some factory and to replace people, to do some repetitive job. And in the 5 or 10 years, the human robot will go to household and to do some like a service job and to take care of the elderly person and to do some service in hotel or restaurant or another scenario. So the human robot can do some basic job for people, but not replace people. Okay, that's my answer.
예,
Thank you very much. 예, 감사합니다.
Thank you
장
very
교수님
much.
한번
So,
말씀해 주시죠.
Professor Zhang,
우리나라 AI와 로봇 양쪽에 다 대단한 업적과
you have made a lot of accomplishments in AI and robotics as well.
So then allow me to speak more from the perspective of the AI, because I believe that others will talk more about the hardware aspect. So from the perspective of the AI, then now AI, of course, it's been doing a lot of things well. But now, of course, Professor Oh gave a very good summary, but then so it is handling texts or words or images. So that is what it had been doing so far, and also what the humans deal with. That there are like 5 senses, so no tactile yet, and also the taste or smell. So let's even put them aside. But then now these days we see that the agentic AI, so the AI agent is also developing. So agent is like a robot in the AI world, but then now it's more like the software robots. In other words, it is existing inside the screen, inside the software. So it's like the robot inside the screen. So that is why it is also called the software robot. But then humanoids. Humanoids are the software robots coming out, stepping out to the world, to the physical world, interacting with the world, interacting with us, moving, walking about. So that would be AI in human form. So that would be humanoid. So this would be an extension of AI. Then now, in the physical world, and as the AI does in the computer world, and what are the humanoids going to do in the physical world? So of course, it's never easy to predict the technological advancement, especially in AI. But now, in the past, AI was much more delayed than expected. So to get this far took 70 years. But then in the beginning, in the 1950s, when it first got started, people thought that like in 1 or 2 years, they're going to have a machine chess champion towering over all humans. But then it actually took 70 years, or actually 47 years, I think. So it got held back. But then now in the past 10 years, when you look at the developments in the past 10 years, and I'm sure that many of you would agree that even the researchers in this field are getting surprised about the acceleration of the development. So now humanoids, especially in China, there are so many different companies with huge investment. So looking at this trend, then the era of the humanoids might be upon us much earlier than we expect. And also how we program robotics has also changed. It's truly a paradigm shift, because in the past we would think about the programs in our head, coded to cause the actions or behaviors, so it had a high level of complexity. But then now what we do is we collect data on human behavior, and then we have the AI emulate them. So then we would restructure the trajectory and so forth. So this is like a low intensity training. Or will this all be enough? That is another question. But then, so we have that kind of foundational technologies already. So I do believe that the development is going to be much faster than we expect. Then what would be the applicability? So then where will it be used the most? Well, I would think industrial demand. So I do believe that we need to think about the industrial demand. So thinking about the cost and the performance, then industry will be first. So now, of course, all the researchers here. So you also think about like housework robots. The whole household work robot, cleaning our house and laying the dishes on the table. Something I think we are all dreaming about such house robot. But then now, before that, of course. The CEO senior director from Unitree also mentioned this, but then now for manufacturing or logistics, so harder work, but which can enhance productivity. So I think that is going to be first. All right, thank you. And then now my next question is to CEO Kim.
One thing to add is Mr. Kim has been my idol in the field of technology. He's done a lot over the years. So maybe you can briefly share about the history of technology in Korea, relevant technology in Korea. So can you briefly talk about the past 5 years history to give us a little bit of a background?
어원 이런 거를 항상 얘기를 해야지
I think that we have to first talk about where the word robot comes from.
단어가 우리 일상생활에서부터 출발한
Robot actually does not stem from our daily lives. 100 years ago, there was a Czech playwright who used the word robota in his play. So it's a word that came from fiction or sci-fi. So a lot of people have high expectations for robots, those that we see in the movies, but people who work in this field and researching robots or robotics actually have concerns because they cannot meet the expectations of the general public with regards to their expectations of the robots. And this trend has been ongoing for the past few decades. And yet, despite all that, if you visit many factories, there are lots of automated machines, especially robotic arms that are active. And you may think that we will soon enter the era of robots, and robot is indeed having a great, profound impact on our lives. So you can see that there are growing expectations on robots from the public's point of view. But there was also the Moravec's paradox that was talked about in the previous presentation. So there is a big gap between the general public's perception of robot and the actually developed robots. And the reason for that gap was because there were constraints with regards to positioning control. So I think that the start was a little bit different, and there was slowdown or not much acceleration in terms of robot technology advancement. One of the questions that you asked was whether the robots would be commercialized like the humanoids, and in what areas would humanoids be used. If I could be more specific to give you that answer, we develop actuator and solutions that are embedded in robots. We also work on final products like robots as well. So we supply parts and solutions. So the customers who buy our parts, and we look at what our customers and clients are making with our parts, and we try to have an indirect experience as to what went wrong and what went right on our client's part. And we try to keep a very close eye on the robotic trends. So let me briefly explain about that. The success rate of developing robot used to be very, very low, even for large corporations and large companies and startups. But mostly, basically, robots that try to focus on emotional feelings did not tend to succeed a lot. This is not to be pessimistic that they will never succeed in the future, but my remark is just based on my experience. So, what do you mean by robots that are not focused on emotions and feelings? I am talking about robots that are designed to boost productivity and efficiency. That is to say, robots if we can convert human labor into money, a monetary value, robots that can replace that monetary value have been sustained over the years. It was only those robots that survived. So from that perspective, we can say that humanoids could be a little bit skeptical. Seemingly, or from the outside, we often say that humanoids are for a general purpose, and yet there are hurdles that we need to get rid of for its commercialization. So based on my experience, actually we produce about 200,000 actuators per year.
뭐만 개 이상 사가는 데가 없어요. 그러니까는
But there are not many companies that order more than 10,000 actuators. So they buy little by little. And what we observe is that when it comes to humanoids, maybe they are the robots that are more focused on emotions and feelings, but I am not here to say that humanoids are not going to work out well, but I think that we can explore some other forms of robots before we see the full deployment of humanoids. For example, we have lots of expectations for hand robots or arm robots. And I think that these expectations can be met in the near term, in the mid-term, before going fully humanoid. And from the market perspective, there are industrial robots. There are also commercial service providing robots or robots providing expert services, and there are service for home services. But when it comes to industrial robots, I believe that the industry has become more stabilized. It's on par with the existing industry or conventional industry. And the second category, the commercial service providing robots. As for these robots, they are just blooming. There are lots of moves for their commercialization, especially in terms of delivery, logistics, and also ground cleaning, but also tidying up and organizing different things. I think that these are the tasks or areas that could be replaced by robots. But as I said before, the time, input, and the money that's input should be replaced by robots if we are to fully adopt them. So that is why it will take some time for us to fully adopt the humanoids. So first of all, we will experience the upper body part of robots first in our daily lives, rather than the full body, the humanoid form. Yes, so there is an increasing labor cost, so I think what you just said holds a meaning in that regard.
And next is Professor Han or CEO Han. So now amongst you, if you have children, then if you tell them that if you saw Dr. Han, then your children would go, wow, so he is very famous and also highly insightful, so I ask for attention. Yes, please. Now, for me, let me look more toward the future. So let's say if those who are born now, they grow up to be adults, then looking back to 2025, what will they say when they grow up? So that is something that I often ask myself. So this is just my own personal thinking, but they might say that, well, that really was a time of change. Then what would they call this period? So then just like the theme of the discussion, so will they call this the era of humanoids? Well, I do specialize in humanoids, but that is not what they might call this era in hindsight. Now, because now then, continuing with Dr. Zhang's talk, now I would say that this era is one of AI revolution. Then in this, what is the role of humanoids? And that would be the form factor to realize AI. So it would have a very good fit with humanoid and AI. So I believe that humanoid's role would be first and foremost that, to realize AI capabilities. So then, yes, I did mention the word revolution, but now, industrial revolution, it took place over a long time in a step-by-step manner. So perhaps like across 10, 20 years. But now, from that perspective, if we are to call this the era of the AI revolution, then it is only perhaps we are in the beginning of using the humanoid form factor for AI capabilities. So then if we do move on to the full-scale humanoids, then what would happen is, right now, the one big question on AI is about the sales or the revenue source. So of course, AI is being used here and there, but then we don't really feel anything dramatic. But then if it were to move on to physical AI, then it's like putting wings on AI. So in services, it would create new jobs and even new industries. So then for this form factor, so what we have seen in films, like the human-looking robots, in other words, humanoids, so the form factor, will this only be limited to humanoids? That's not it either. So as Professor Kim has mentioned, so again, for this, on a step-by-step basis, we need to keep reducing cost and the labor cost. So by looking into those factors, then we also have to be conscious of the ROI as we develop on a step-by-step basis. So right now, collaborator robots, in other words, utilizing AI to provide more services, enhance productivity, and then later on, the cobots, not just one arm, but two arms. And then now, these cobots having wheels, then moving around, it could also take care of more work. So then this AI, this form factor can continue to evolve all the way to humanoids that we have seen in films. So perhaps that is something that we can see sometime in the future. Then, people of the future, looking back to today, will they call this the era of humanoids? Rather than that, they might call this the era of the AI revolution. In the end, now to generate value add, in other words, for AI to generate value add, then it is definite, it is for certain that AI has to come into our everyday lives so that it can really unleash its exponential or explosive potential. So that means that it has to have a physicality, it needs to have some kind of structure. So we should not be limited to the word humanoids, but then it is more about the services in the physical world that can be delivered by some kind of form factor. Then, based on that, we can also spawn more creative sectors, new fields, new industries. All right, thank you. So if I may also ask one question to Professor Han, then of course in Korea, I think we are thinking first and foremost about the manufacturing, and then what would come next? What would come next? So I believe that you are thinking one step ahead, so then what do you think will come after manufacturing? So I think Dr. Chang also mentioned this, but then medical. Medical is another field because there's such need, such demand. So when I ask everyone, then there's one question where there was no disagreement, and that is caregiving. Caregiving, yes, the tasks are very challenging, also very detailed, but then in terms of demand, then it is the one area where everyone will welcome this. Of course, it also has to be done in a phased manner, so not to be perfect from the very beginning, but then perhaps just to lessen the workload of the human caregivers. So perhaps that's where we can start and then continue to upgrade it. So in medical, healthcare, so here the demand is so strong. Demand is so very strong. So the ROI, I believe that we can get quick ROI because the caregiving cost, the labor cost is really on a sharp rise. So I believe that that is where the market would be. And looking next to that, so after medical, defense is also another possibility. But it's such a sensitive area, so I really have to watch what I say. But still, now I do believe that we need to kind of stoke the fire. So yes, healthcare and defense, so in these special fields. And then moving to the household. So yes, I believe that that should be the phases. Thank you very much for a very good answer to the unprepared question.
I have a question for Professor Lee Seung-jun, and we were quite worried about not being able to live up to your expectations like the previous session. So we want to, share a lot of insights. So Professor Yi, can you share your insights as well? I'm in a very weird position, meaning that I have been a consumer of Humanoid for a long time, meaning that when we are given tasks or goals, we would examine the models or AI models that were made by others and try to perform the given tasks. So that's the kind of engineering work I did. For the past 5 years, we can say that it was a revolution of humanoids, because I'm sure that you've seen Unitree's humanoid walking in the aisle, in the foyer. But even a few years back, we've never imagined that humanoids would walk on their 2 feet. So it used to be used as a gantry, and it had a crane that was supporting the humanoids, and it was only used for like demonstration purposes. But things have evolved a lot. And in the past, it was difficult for these humanoids to move around everywhere, not to mention performing very complex tasks. But now, hardware-wise and software-wise, we are experiencing a revolution. So in terms of hardware, based on the quadruped robots, we are seeing an innovation, a breakthrough. So as Mr. Kim said, robots would use very hard, like joints-based legs, so the legs would not be flexible enough to respond fast with agility. So the robots would walk very cautiously. But with the new actuators, robots can become very dynamic when it's walking. And that's the kind of humanoid that we're seeing. So there's the quadruped, and we could see quadrupeds walking very well in bumpy areas. And we never thought that humanoids would catch up this fast. And we're seeing a lot of commercial humanoids that have entered the very stable phase. So in the past, we never imagined that humanoids could work without any supporting structure. But nowadays, humanoids can stably move around and walk around. So we want to leverage this in many different ways. Another important discovery was in software. So it's very much related with the reducing speed of actuator. So in the past, we couldn't really use reinforced learning, but we can now do a massive amounts of training and fully leverage reinforced learning. So in the past, these robots that used to only walk on flat terrains, now they can walk on very bumpy and hilly terrains as well. And I also tried to make the robot fall in the foyer, but it wouldn't fall that easily, so I was quite surprised. I tried to tackle it, but it wouldn't fall. So that was the kind of revolution. And the second breakthrough is the AI. LLM, VLM, VLA, all of these new generative AIs have seen a lot of developments. In the past, if we wanted to make a conversation-based system with robots, it was very difficult to implement because we had to recognize or perceive the language and also analyze the patterns and match those patterns. It was a very difficult task. And if what human says is different from the patterns that we predefined, then the robots would not be able to understand and give answers and so forth. But with the rapid development of AI recently, it sort of fully understands what a human says and tries to memorize the context of the conversation to give answers, to respond, and at the same time, make a long-term planning as well based on that language. So software-wise and hardware-wise, we've seen a considerable development, and now we're seeing a robot that can communicate with a human, and a humanoid that can perform more complex tasks. So this is a huge technological breakthrough, and this will help to promote deployment of humanoids for general purposes. And as we see the change in actuators, the structure has become more simplified. Mass production has become possible, lowering the costs. So the humanoid today, compared to the past, would cost 1/10 or 1/20th. The cost has come down dramatically, and this means that in the past it was very expensive. A lab would have maximum 2 humanoids for their experiment. Now YouTubers are using humanoids as their toys, or playing with humanoids as their toys. So now we have entered the age where we can play around with humanoids. We can at times dismantle them to do a lot of different experiments. So what would be the use case of these humanoids? It's a critical question. A lot of people are conducting research for factory use. That will become definitely feasible in the future. But there is one prerequisite. It should be cheaper than human. It should create less accident than human. So if the labor cost of robot is much lower, even though it is higher, if it can provide zero accident service, then there's no use. There is no reason for a factory not to use them. But to reach that kind of level, it may require some time. And another use case I'm thinking about is the entertainment sector. From a human perspective, this three-dimensional object functioning is quite interesting. So, acting together with humans and also performing together with humans. I think that could be the role of humanoids in the future that we can envision. Even though the price is high and also the success rate is slightly low, I think we can still use humanoids in the sector of entertainment. Thank you very much. I would also like to ask you one additional question. You probably bought a lot of humanoids for your research purposes. So how much do they cost these days in general? 20 million? How much? Back in the days, it was quite costly. I'm sure that you've tried building them, so you would know. So as for Hubo, it was about 100 million won. Atlas was about 1.5 million US dollars of Boston Dynamics. They were extremely expensive. But as for the mass-produced humanoids that you see, the one in the foyer is about 10 million Korean won. So I would say it's on average. Actually, also in Korea, we're trying to commercialize soon a robot that's worth tens of millions. What about the ones with the open API? They're more expensive, right? Yes, I believe so, because that is the BM. So the toy is cheap, but for the development ones, it's expensive. Now, I wanted to ask a common question, but I changed my tactic. In the previous session, they talked about generative AI, and one of the things that I really am interested in is the surgical AI, which was very, very successful. So AI is assisting doctors. So people are developing robots to assist nurse, but that didn't succeed because doctors have to continue to say, 10 degrees to the left, 10 degrees to the right, go forward and so forth. So everything should be done by voice command, and it was not easy. But with the emergence of LLM, people thought that that problem could be addressed, and this technology has become the game changer. Now, I would like to ask a question to Mr. Chang and Professor Lee.
So then, including generative AI, so the latest AI. So then, could you also define the physical AI? So is this also including the software? And then also for the robotics, then what is the actual advancement that you're seeing? And what are the technological areas that can contribute to its further development. Professor Chang first. Now, first, about the physical AI. So when it comes to AI, then it could mean different things. But then now, let's say in the beginning, like there could be like static data or, like text or images, and then you input this, and then they can differentiate between dogs or cats. So that is done. So that is resolved. So no matter how complex the input, but then now they can differentiate between not only two. So I think let's say if it is like 1,000, 10,000, or even 1,000,000, as long as you put in enough data, then it can be done. So then it's like the differentiating AI. So it is done. So it does a very good job. So then the differentiating AI, this is like solving. So picking the right answer out of many different options. But then now another AI is like writing your own. So then in such a case, then it's more like a reconstruction. So now in this case, now it is quite clear so how it is done. So the generative AI seems to be doing so many different things. But then now, technologically speaking, this is, we are just inputting everything that we have seen in the neural network and putting all this data into it. And so this is quite different from the kind of computer storage, but it is a network. So it really is like a brain. And then utilizing the associative function, it would regenerate what it has learned. And then now more recently, now we are also seeing agent AI. So this is about acting, behaving. So it is now becoming closer to robotics. So then, in this case, it's different from supervised or non-supervised learning. So then, in this case, for the physical AI, then it includes actions or behavior. So then that means, so in the AI, the agentic AI is already doing this. So in this case, it's going to be reinforced training. So then as an extension of that, the physical AI, the sensor data and actuator. So there we have the sensor data and the actuator. And then also for this to be physical AI, then we also need to have real-time response. But then now there was really no real-time because it had not been dealing with the physical world. But then now in the physical world, the physics, real-time is a given. Because if not, then there could be accidents waiting to happen. So then as an extension of the AI technology, it is something that has been studied for some time. And so clear-cut humanoids. Now, I believe that about the humanoids, this is just another step in the study into AI. So, for example, the sensical data, so moving about in the real world and learning the data, and then based on the data, doing inferences, reasoning. So then, of course, now we're talking about VLA, so LLM, VLA. So I believe that we are just the next step in our trajectory of development. And then you also asked about applicability. Yes, so yes, applicability. So again, now just thinking about the continuum of the AI development. So then it's like the Google Glass. They are studying glasses right after the smartphone. So now to use the glasses, then it has to recognize the human gestures, like the hand gestures. So the watch is already doing that. So we don't have the camera, but then now it is analyzing all the other sensor data real time, and then now moving on to like Google Glasses or self-driving cars, and then could be vessels or aircraft. So all these devices that are moving in the real world, so all of them would be equipped with AI, and that would make the physical AI. Robotics is just another form of it. And of course, for AI, then robotics would be the ideal factor. But then now, yes, so if we are to have the physical AI development, then the industrial impact is going to be enormous. So because so far AI had been just supporting the intellectual work. So, like helping you write things and everything. So that's been doing so well. But then now, if it is moving on to the physical world, like helping with the physical labor, then that is also going to have an enormous impact because, well, then of course it could have some consequences like jobs. But I believe that that is just part of the natural development. Then let me also ask, as a mechanical engineer, so I study the tactile. So then the skin would communicate about like 10 million times per second. Then I wonder whether this can be handled by AI. So yes, Professor Zhang. Right, so for AI researchers, so that is something that they missed out. So let's say if we are to recognize an object, then we just think about the visual. But then now, even with my eyes closed, I could touch and then I can tell that this is a desk. So that is something that the AI researchers missed out in the beginning. And then, so again, real time, so the time factor is important. Then also thinking about the neuroscience, then it seems like I know right away by touching this, but then now within a millisecond, there are so many interactions. So that is, yes, so that is also what the machine learning field is studying now. And so we have the hardware and the devices. So where we are weak in terms of the hardware or materials, then AI could make up for it. So that would be like having the brain. All right, thank you. And then now, Professor Lee.
말씀 안 하신 분은 다음 퀘스천이기 때문에 뭐 그다지 뭐 지나간 공자는 아닙니다.
So, yes, Professor Lee, the physical AI that I understand as is looking at an object to discern whether it's a cat or a dog. In order to do that, you don't need a physical interaction in between. But when we look at the video feed produced by a robot and how we should move the hand, then it is based on the result that the hand would move and the input would be changed. So that is why we need physical input in that case, physical interaction in that case. So if there is a robot movement between action as well as observation, we refer to it as physical layer. So a lot of people are working on this right now. So there's actual demonstration, and also human-generated videos can be trained on robots to give instructions as to do what in what situation or what scenario, so that robots can perform these actions or movements quite naturally. So these types of VLA is getting a lot of attraction. So we're talking about VLA, not LLM. Can you elaborate further on VLM to help the public's audience understanding? VLA is producing action from vision. For example, if you're folding up a box, if that is the task or given task, then based on the visual data that we see, the VLA is a network, a neural network that produces what kind of action we need to take each and every step going forward. So we can go ahead with the existing training method or approach. So for example, in the factories nowadays, you use zigs and they're fixed when using the zigs. But even though the initial conditions are different, VLA allows you to perform different types of tasks. So if you look at the video, for example, if you're folding a box, you have to fix the box to be able to fold it right. But now, if you just throw the box to the robot would fold the box with no problem at all. So that's what VLA is about. Next question will be for Dr. Shang. So Unitree is causing a lot of sensations, and I would like to listen to about the goal and the vision of Unitree in the future. And in the US, they are conducting a lot of research on large models. Unitree, you are a competitor, but you're also a colleague working in the same space as the US. So how do you view the US and their companies?
And for the Unitree's goal, and we want to let the robotic into more people's life, and to let the people's lives more easier and let the worker do some job very easy. And for now, there are many competitors in this world, and different route for the robotic dog and the humanoid robot. And we just want to focus on our route. We want to supply a good hardware to our customer, to let our customer to do some research and to develop on this human robot or robotic dog, to let the robotic dog to go some dangerous area, to let the humanoid robot go to some service, and to do some easy job for people. So we will insist that our route and to bring the robot to many people's life. And also, we want to use the supply chain of China and to compress the cost and creating the low-cost robot, but a high-performance robotic dog and humanoid robot.
Thank you. 자, 그래서 우리가 이제 유니트리라는 회사가 있고 또 미국
Alright, now then there's Unitary, and then also in the US there are other companies like Tesla, Boston Dynamics. Of course, each is working on humanoids on their own. Now, this question is to Professor Han and CEO Kim. So then the US and China, so they are running ahead of the pack, perhaps in different direction. Then what about for Korea? What should be the strategic direction for Korea to also establish our presence here? And also for the government, of course, we need to develop the technological talent and also lay out the industrial ecosystem. So what are the things that the government needs to do to achieve these goals? So then, yes, Professor Kim first. Yes, so the US and China, of course, it's that's a tough story, and especially because we also have someone from China, so he's listening to what I say. So I am thinking about what to say. Now, this morning I was in a meeting before I came here, and we were talking about things like LiDAR, and also, for the robotics, the sensors that they use to identify their position is like sensors like LiDAR, and of course the calibration is always difficult, so we also use like a TOS sensor. It's like the camera that can estimate the gauge. So that's what I know. But then as far as I understand, some of the original companies, now they were all Japanese companies like Sharp, so then we would bring the sensor from them. And then the employees gave me the list, and now I see that there are not almost no Japanese companies, but no Japanese companies at all. They were all Chinese companies, so like over 20 listed, all Chinese companies. Now compared to Korea, of course, Korea has manufacturing strength. We also have hardware strength. Still, well, in that sense, I mean, there is a lot of overlap with China, but now compared to the US, then now what did not exist in the very beginning, like algorithms. So the US is leading the way in innovation, opening up markets and fields that did not exist before, like algorithms. So then the US is the front runner in this field as well. So I believe that collaboration with the US is probably what we need the most urgently. And then the pricing or the cost of the hardware or the components. Now for that, we also need to work together with Chinese companies. So like it or not, that is our reality. So then the platform or the competitiveness of the finished products. So of course, those are the things that we need, the platform and the competitiveness of the finished robotics. So then in the field of robotics, that is what we need, as well as in other manufacturing sectors. And then now the government recently came up with an alliance called K-Humanoid, including all the companies in the field of humanoids, including components and services. So the government has created this alliance to provide support. That could be one very good way of moving forward, but I do believe that we need to scale this out to the world globally. So meaning that we need to create global networks because many of the developers and companies are scattered all around the world. So we also need to leverage that. By doing that, we can also put a bigger shine to K. Thank you. And then, yes, Dr. Han. Right. So whenever I talk about Korea, I always start out with a big sigh. What are we going to do? Because, in the US, every morning it seems like they come up with new things. And China, in terms of performance, we are like, wow, that's possible. But now in Korea, we are like, oh, nothing's happening here. So then, are we really done? I mean, aren't we finished already? So many are already thinking this. I have a lot of people who are thinking this already, but I believe that we need to be more level-headed about what we have. Level-headed, meaning not to be too positive and not to be too negative either. So yes, as Mr. Kim has mentioned, Korea was and is a manufacturing powerhouse, meaning that Korea has so many use cases. Now, humanoids. Let's say if I am producing humanoids in the US, then yes, of course, that there could be a lot of very good researchers, so perhaps I could do a better job. But then, where am I going to use it for? Then I would also have to look for places to use it, so that would be hard. But in Korea, let's say you come up with a robotic, and then where do I use it? Then there are so many. You can find so many use cases, meaning that the best advantage that Korea has is that there are so many and varied use cases, meaning that there is a market already for this robotics, so we can really utilize the existence of this market. Then what we can do is really demonstrate the real value, meaning that we can generate value adds. So I believe that we actually have more opportunities to do so. On top of that, now building an ecosystem. Of course, the cost competitiveness might be lesser than China, true, but then thinking about the ecosystem, then we already have such a sizable ecosystem already. So of course, we have the semiconductors. So we also have many good semiconductor startups, and then also we have a lot of battery companies, and also the company like Robotics. I mean, they have been in actuator business for so long, so holding on to the #1 position for so long, and they also have the talent. We also have the human resources to back them all up. So we also won the DARPA robot challenge in recent years. So this is something that does not happen overnight. So let's rally together again. And when we think it's late, it might not be too late. So inside our nation, we need to create a market, and it's time for us to start challenging innovative work. It's just that we are not making up our mind. But if we do, once we make up our mind, then really there's no time to lose, and there's no time to look around. We need to start running. So then all of us are members of the K Humanoid. So not just us, but then also there are so many others, like there are 40 organizations, companies and organizations. So once the government says, let's do something, then now sometimes you have the launching ceremony, and then from the next day, then nothing happens, and that is why sometimes people are allergic to this word K. But I think this is a bit different. Robotics, when was it? Like a few days ago, you also announced collaboration with CJ Logistics. You signed an MOU, so you are connecting the activities elsewhere. So I can see that, and also from our case as well, the Hyundai Mipo shipyard. So we are also looking into applicability use cases. So we can find those use cases. We can start out with our challenge, and I believe that that would give hope to us all. So I believe hope begins from people. We are such people, and that is why we make ships, we make semiconductors, we make smartphones. So we produce everything, don't we? So where our predecessors succeeded, we can also succeed. But now, of course, the government's role will be very important at this point. So for the government, I believe that the government's role is most important than ever before. So again, I mentioned that Humanoid is there, led by the Ministry of Commerce, and so yes, that is what the government should do. It should continue to scale it up. And again, we need to put a shiner gloss on K, meaning that we need to have global presence too. Now, K-pop was successful because it held concerts, performances not only inside Korea but also outside of Korea. That is how it was so successful. So we need to continue to create interface with the U.S., but not only the U.S. but also Japan, China, other countries. So of course, individual businesses will be overwhelmed in doing all that. So it's up to the government to create these opportunities. But what is also more important is that, the foundation model. So I have been using the foundation model, and now this is something that happened recently. But then the GPU is like melting down. So the monthly GPU usage is truly tremendous. So let's say you need to put something on the field, so then you need to fine-tune it. So then for the low foundation model, we would also input the field data, and then we need to do the fine-tuning, and you need to retrain this. And at that time, the GPU consumption is really beyond your imagination. So then for startups like us, it's really overwhelming for us to handle all this. So we have to rely on Google, NVIDIA. So they stretched out their hands for help, and we grabbed them, and now we are barely training our models. But this should not be continuing. So I believe the government should lay the infrastructure. We have the Gyeongbu Highway, so Seoul-Busan Highway, which made export possible, and that is how Korea was able to succeed industrially. And because we have the broadband network across the nation, which brought on the IT revolution inside the country. So the same thing. So we used to call it data centers, but data centers, I believe that it is going to be the word of the past. So recently, Jensen Huang said at Computech, a data center is an old word. Now we have to call it AI factory, because it's not just having one data center building, but then to run the data center, then it also needs its own ecosystem. So for example, the power network, how are you going to supply power? What are you going to do about the communication? And about the data, how are you going to run the GPUs? So how are you going to run them? And also how are you going to develop the companies to do all this? So we need to create an AI factory. So, and then he says that that will be done in Taiwan, meaning that NVIDIA's headquarters will be moved to Taiwan, is what he said. And then also this will be done together with the Taiwanese government. But for us, to put in one robotic into the field, such enormous GPU consumption, and who is going to handle this? We need to discuss that. Who is going to do this? All the businesses? So GPU one would cost like millions of won, and then now for this company to buy 10 GPUs, then it is going to be so costly. So again, infrastructure. We need to have the infrastructure business led by the government, not just data centers like such small scale, but then we also have to think about AI factories, larger scale. So that is what the government has to do. Then we can also build the humanoids, AI humanoids that can be put on the field. So we need to lay the groundwork for that, and that should be done by the government. And that is why the government's role is more important than ever before. Thank you.
I wanted to ask you what is required what is needed for a robot startup. And the cost of using GPUs for data center is very costly. So I think that has become a game changer for our roles. So there is the training software and the inference software, but the training software requires a lot of power, NVIDIA power. And DeepSeek is more the inference software. But it seems like a lot of capital is required for training. The GPU becomes overheated at times. I think that Professor Lee Seung-jun is the youngest of all the panelists here. So I think that if we look at other countries, there are many, many young, very talented researchers like you. So how can we make young, promising researchers to become prominent researchers, and what kind of help do they need? Sorry for that improvised question. I am not very young. I lack experience. I'm a little bit chubby, so my wrinkles are not very visible. So how can we bring in more young researchers into the field of robotics? First, we need support from the government. We need money. And just like what Mr. Shang said, when we are building a robot startup, we have to give the image to the young researchers or young people that if you work in robotics, it's very cool. You can make money. So maybe Professor Han and Mr. Kim, if you can actually show a good role model in the robotics, I think that the young people will naturally follow. I mean, that was the case for me as well. I thought robot was very cool. So with a little bit of help, I think that we can invite in a lot of people into this domain. I think for me personally, it's much more fun to work on robotics than AI. So we need a little bit of a push from the government, and we need to see more best practices and role models coming out there to attract more young talent. So in that sense, I think we have a few professors here, but I think that when it comes to developing talent, because now we're talking about new technology, the robotics. So it's very difficult to commercialize robotics because it's a combination of all of these different technologies: material science, mechanical engineering, computer science. All of these different disciplines need to fuse well to robotics. But our education is very much segmented and fragmented. AI requires interdisciplinary talent, but if you want to do that for the robotics, then all disciplines need to be integrated and fused. So I think the way we teach younger generation needs to change as well. So this is to say that if there is a research to develop humanoid, I think that can bring about innovation in education in turn as well. So in that sense, it is crucial to nurture new talent, next generation in this area. And since this is a new technology, a new growth engine, I think that it will create a lot of opportunities. And as our panelists mentioned, we also need more support from the government. Are there any further comments from the panelists?
Well, then, to what Professor Lee Seung-jun has mentioned, I would just like to add a few more comments. Now, for myself, I also perhaps could be a case for young people, because if I were to tell you about the process that led me to robotics now, then Professor Kim, he was my role model. He was my hero when I was in college. So now watching Professor Kim Byung-soo, I began to dream my dreams. So you see that it is thanks to these people that things like this is possible. So I think it is important to keep showing this. Now, how do I know about Professor Kim Byung-soo? I read about him in the newspapers. So now he was winning all these robotics competitions in the world. I was like, wow, there's such a Korean. I want to be like this. So I think it's important for you to tell such stories. So I think it is very important for us to have this kind of stories spread. So I think the media's role in that sense would be very important. All right, thank you very much. Now, yes, I'm also a dean in my school, and of course, when we are trying to recruit people from robotics, then we tend to measure them with scientific criteria, like how many thesis papers have you written, how many patents do you have. But in the robotics, there's open source, and also we also hire other majors as well. So unfortunately, well, for KAIST, I mean, we are freer, but then the science like SCI papers, just using them to hire talent, then it would be harder to get the best talent. So just one pointer. Now, because of the time, the last question. So now in this session, yes, we are talking about humanoid, but then also about the post-human revolution. So then this is something perhaps to tell the children about too. So anyway, so this is a common question. So now if the humanoids are to have capabilities that surpass human beings, then will there be the world of Terminator or Matrix? Do you believe that such a world is oncoming? And also for us to develop such humanoids, and what are the ethical rules that we need to set in place? What are the regulations that we need to put in place first? And also, it should not hold back the innovation, but also we need to defend ourselves. We need to protect ourselves. So you have also seen malfunctioning robotics as well. So let me listen for 1 minute from each speaker.
There will be some risks, but I think this scenario is far from us. As you know, the humanoid robot and some robots are also in an early stage. All of this, but we need to take some steps. For example, we need to do some transparency AI governance, and also to do ethical guidance, and also some international cooperation on AI safety. Specifically, and we can set some emergency button on the robot. In case something happen, we can put the button and the robot come to work. And we also can set some clear rules and to let the robotic dog what they can do, what they can't do. So if we already do this, the human robot, we can let them service for us and not do harm for us. That's my answer.
If we go into humanoids, or transition to humanoids, as AI is deeply integrated with our daily lives, it collaborates with humans. So there are all of these sensitive aspects and ethical aspects that need to be taken into consideration. And we have to now go into the realm of body and the physical aspects. So new issues will come about. Of course, that would require a lot of discussions in advance.
So ethics and laws and regulations, yes, of course, they are really grave matters. But then now, as a way of closing, then now robotics. Now they are starting robotics delivery recently. So now then for this, now if I may just raise my ask for you, then don't fight with robots after drinking, please. And also on top of the robot, now there is a red button. So if you press the button and leave, the robot cannot move. That's by law. So that's an e-stop button, meaning emergency button. And then also, please don't put your children on top of the robots. Now, of course, Isaac Asimov, iRobot. Of course, there are 3 rules of robots in this fiction. Now, of course, we used to follow those rules, but then, of course, it's not enough because it was in this fiction. But then, of course, robotic engineers, now when they're developing robots, then so for the engineering mindset, like for example, when the doctors first enter the med school, then they also have to make the Hippocratic Oath. So perhaps for the robotic engineering, perhaps they also need to receive education like that, because one person's capability could become quite powerful, so much so that it could be like a nuclear weapon. So we do need to have that kind of a sense of caution. I believe that in the end it has to come down. It comes down to humanities. Humanities would have to put a stop to this, because new technologies always come with risks. So then, to put a stop to that, it's not technology, but then it's laws, regulations, culture. So then that falls upon the fields of humanities, right? So then, yes, I believe that in the realm of humanities, then we also need to look into the laws and regulations as well. But then now what is important is that it has to be very wise, meaning that we should not overregulate, but we should not underregulate. So there has to be a fine balance between the two. So let's say in the UK, so they came up with vehicles first, but they put a time limit, like it should not go over like 20, 30 kilometers, saying that, over 20, 30 kilometers and it would be prone to accidents, so no more. And that is why they lost out on the opportunity. They lost to the US in terms of having the primacy in auto. So yes, we should not put a stop to an industry and industrial development, but still we need to ensure safety. So we need to be wise. So in the US, what they did was instead of limiting the speed, they came up with traffic lights. So then by doing so, they were able to reduce the accidents at crossroads. So we need to be innovative, we need to be wise. That would also put greater competitiveness on our industries compared to others. So that could be the key factor. So we are too immersed in engineering, but rather than that, the humanities factors could be equally or even more important.
Yes, so with regards to what you said, a lot of measures are being already taken in AI. And as for ChatGPT, if there are some racist comments, then they are prevented from displaying in the results. So censoring is taking place, or censorship is taking place. So when it comes to, I think that can help us prevent a lot of errors. And I am a big fan of UFC, but I think that there are a lot of people who want to fight against or fight with robots. But in order to do that kind of fight, we need a lot of resources. If you look at Star Trek and a lot of other things, there is a self-replicating mechanism where we can constantly produce robots. But if we're at that level of technological advancement, that wouldn't be a problem. But if that becomes feasible, everybody would be implanted with a chip and become a cyborg. And if that day really comes, there will be no distinction between humans and robots, so you don't really have to worry about that. So we will become the new human race, combining human and robots. So I think that there's not much that we need to worry about. Thank you. Yes, I think 75 minutes were not enough for our discussion. And before this panel, I thought about why people are doing robotics. And one of the analysts said that the new generation devices would not have display and would embed a lot of sensors. And I thought that that is the robot that we're talking about. So after laptop and smartphone, the next stage it would be robots. And I thought that robots, it will be the next thing. So in 2027, maybe we can all gather together to see whether our forecast and prediction were right. So thank you very much, panelists. And thank you everyone for joining us for this session. Thank you our 5 panelists and moderator for taking part in this discussion. So this wraps all the main sessions of the Seoul Forum 2025. This year's forum under the theme All on AI, the Future is Now, offered an opportunity to explore from various perspectives the directions and visions for a future where humans and AI coexist. Thank you very much, and I hope that it will be a memorable day for all of you. Thank you for staying with us until the end, and this concludes Seoul Forum 2025. I hope you have a safe trip back home and have a pleasant evening. Thank you very much for being part of today's event. Thank you.